Volume 16, Chapter 750, You Are the First Person. Inside a medium-sized, dimly lit bedroom, Yue's eyes slowly fluttered open when she felt something cold around her waist. She glanced down in a daze and saw a familiar, strong arm tightly wrapped around her, the touch both comforting and icy. She didn't find it unusual that Kyle's skin had begun to turn cold again. After all, his temperature had always been low. With a sleepy expression, she turned around in the bed, her heart racing slightly as she nestled closer into the cold embrace. The soft fabric of the sheets brushed against her skin, and she breathed in the faint scent of him, icy like the coolness of winter. In that moment, the world outside faded away, leaving just the two of them in their serene little bubble. Yue smiled, but suddenly she noticed something and her eyes dilated in alarm. She didn't sense any heartbeat from him. With a startled and fearful expression, she clenched his arm, her heart dropping. Kyle. Kyle, the silence around her felt suffocating as she leaned closer in panic, hoping to hear the familiar rhythm of his heart, but all she felt was an unsettling stillness. Fortunately, before she could scream, a soft hum resonated above her and the hand wrapped around her tightened further. I am awake. Yue finally released the breath she had been holding when she heard his familiar voice and snapped her gaze upward. Kyle stared at her and offered a faint smile, but seeing his smile made Yue's moist eyes turn red and she punched him. You just scared me, she exclaimed, her voice filled with frustration as she quickly checked his heartbeat again. Hearing a faint rhythm return, she let out a sigh of relief. Kyle blinked with a hurt expression and rubbed his collarbone where she had just punched him, his calm voice doing little to ease the tension in the air. I didn't mean to. My heart rate just slowed down for some reason. Don't worry, I can sense it's picking up pace again. Yue's body shook at how casually he was handling the situation, and she pinched his waist hard with an angry expression. The moment his grip loosened around her, she pushed him away and vanished from his side. In the next instant, she appeared before the bed wearing a loose, knee-length flowing blue dress paired with light gray pants that accentuated her figure. For some reason, shouldn't you be looking for the reason behind this? Why are you treating such a serious matter so lightly? She swallowed hard, her expression bitter. I thought I lost you for a moment. Imagine sleeping next to your partner and waking up only to find their heart isn't beating anymore. You're such an idiot. Kyle's expression fell when he saw her crying. In an instant, he reappeared before her, quickly reaching out to wipe away the tear that had rolled down her cheek. A rare look of panic flashed in his calm eyes as he blurted out whatever came to his mind. I am sorry, it's my fault. You're right, I am an idiot, please stop crying. He wrapped his arms around her, realizing that his many secrets were now hurting the only person he had come to love in his life. I'm fine and I am not going anywhere. Yue finally calmed down. She held her breath and listened to his heartbeat. It was no longer faint, it had quickened further and was now beating very rapidly and loudly, matching her own. She placed her hand on his heart and nodded before backing away. You are fine. Relief flickered in her eyes, but then hesitation clouded her gaze. Can you tell me what happened a little while ago? Is something wrong with you? He hadn't even opened his mouth to respond when she hurriedly added, It's okay if it's something you can't share. Yue fiddled with her fingers, feeling a bit embarrassed by her own behavior. But she couldn't blame herself. She had just gone through so much in such a short time. Now her mother and Kyle were the only ones she could truly call close family. If anything happened to him, she knew she wouldn't be able to handle it. Kyle let out a soft sigh as he stared at the silent beauty standing before him. A warm and sweet tingle spread through his heart, even though right now his entire body had turned cold, just like ice. Noticing that his upper body was bare, glistening with a thin layer of ice, he moved toward the bed and picked up his shirt. With a quick motion, he slipped on the brown fabric that rested just above his pants, and then sat down on the bed, patting the space beside him and gesturing for Yue to join him. Come here. Yue stepped forward and settled beside him. They shared a moment of complete silence before countless golden symbols illuminated the air around them. Kyle used his spiritual energy, and Yue observed as the symbols eagerly absorbed it, intertwining and coalescing into a radiant barrier that enveloped them both. The barrier flickered with dense golden and silver glow, and she was completely certain that even a powerful supreme rank would not be able to break through it. Yue tore her gaze away from the barrier when Kyle extended his palm. He met her eyes with a smile. It was fortunate that his bloodline had begun to stir again in his mind space, though this time the pace was very slow, as if it were assessing his body one last time to ensure it was ready. He can just show it to Yue directly. It's because of this. He muttered softly, and Yue glanced at his empty palm with a look of confusion. Her eyes widened when tiny, icy blue particles began to emerge from his skin. For some reason, her heartbeat quickened, and she held her breath at the sight. A dazed expression settled on her face as she stared at the particles, captivated. They were very small, resembling grains of sand, yet there was an undeniable allure to them. They felt like the most exquisite and beautiful treasures she had ever seen. Suddenly, almost instinctively, a word echoed in her mind, powerful, something extraordinarily powerful. The particles danced in the air, casting a mesmerizing, cold glow that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Yue felt an irresistible urge to touch them and extended her hand. Kyle watched her silently and didn't stop her as her fingers brushed against his palm. But, as if scalded, the particles scattered away from her touch with a speed that was impossible for both of them to follow. Kyle's eyes narrowed as he attempted to stop them, but Yue quickly withdrew her hand, taking a sharp breath. What are they? They almost made me feel dazed for a second. Suddenly, I had this overwhelming urge to reach out and grab them. It almost felt like an insatiable desire. I've never felt like this before. Kyle raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. He glanced at the icy blue particles. Did they just attempt to tempt his wife? He closed his hand and the particles eagerly vanished into his body. Then he held Yue's gaze with a smirk. The barrier around them prevented anyone from prying, so he no longer hid anything. I don't like it, but it's something very powerful. It has given me a lot, but it has also taken a lot from me. He paused for a second. One thing is certain. 90% of the pain I've experienced in my life has been due to these tiny particles in my body. Yet, they are also what has saved my life time and again when I was on the brink of death. I was born with it. I'm not sure what others call it, but the name I see in my mind is celestial bloodline. Yue's eyes widened and he pressed his lips to hers and whispered softly. You are the first person I have told about my bloodline myself. He moved back and Yue stared at him with disbelief written all over her face. Her breath hitched. Celestial, she murmured, and Kyle nodded, amused by her reaction. It took her a few seconds to digest something so significant. The word celestial was rare. No one in the universe had reached the true celestial rank except Azazel, the leader of the dark side. After the initial shock, a hint of excitement flashed in her amber eyes as she stared at Kyle with a smile. You have something so powerful in your body. Does that mean you can reach the celestial rank in the future? Kyle hummed with a thoughtful expression. It depends. If I stay alive I can, but if… His words were cut short when another punch landed on his shoulder. Yue hissed. Don't you dare talk about death. Now you are going to explain what is the connection between your heartbeat suddenly stopping and your bloodline. And why you said it has caused you so much pain. Chapter 751, Is something about to happen? Alec gazed at Sinon, who sat cross-legged within the barrier he had created. It had been 2 days, yet the demi-human showed no signs of opening his eyes or moving from his position. How much longer will it take him? He asked Soul, but the system had no idea at all, so it remained silent. Suddenly, Carcel tapped his shoulder and Alec turned to him with a questioning look. The golden-haired man assessed him from head to toe before clicking his tongue. You have been here for 2 days. Go take a bath and change your clothes. It's not like we can't guard him. He pointed at Lara and Mia, who were floating behind him. The three had come here when they noticed Alec's absence and found out that he was guarding Sinon, who was in a state of deep concentration. But since Sinon hadn't moved from his place, they could only watch him silently. Alec wanted to stay but agreed to leave when Lara gave him a piercing stare, clearly displeased with his condition. Okay, I will be back soon. He turned to leave toward the resting area but paused and glanced at the two girls. Did they come out of the building? Lara and Mia both blinked at his words, confused. But then their eyes widened and their faces flushed when they realized what Alec was talking about. Mia coughed lightly. At least telling Alec was easier than coaxing Bia, who wanted to go and check on Kyle. In the end, she had asked Ellie to take care of Bia and buy her as much food as the Phoenix wanted. No, we haven't seen Yue. Alec's eyebrow twitched violently. Why did he get the impression that Kyle had come here not to participate in the ongoing war but to celebrate his marital retreat that he wasn't able to have after his marriage? He didn't dare to ask anything more, fearing he might worsen his good mood. After Alec disappeared toward one of the islands to bathe and change, a sudden loud blaring sound echoed through the air. The sound echoed for only a few seconds, but everyone on the floating islands who knew the reason behind the noise froze when they heard the alarming sound. Complete silence engulfed the area before numerous older individuals with panic and alarmed expressions floated into the sky. Odiak and James also emerged from their residence with dark expressions. The loud sound came from the center of the floating islands, where an artifact was situated that would warn them if the seals of the realm of the dead were under attack. James turned his attention to Odiak. Gather the elders and any strong individuals who aren't engaged in the war and meet me in front of the seals. He didn't say anything else, and before Odiak could respond and remind him that he needed rest as his soul hadn't fully recovered, he vanished into thin air. The old dwarf cursed his recklessness and rubbed his throbbing forehead. Sophia and a few other older figures appeared before him with solemn expressions. What's going on? Kurt contacted us a while ago, which is why Raziel and Elizabeth left. He didn't mention that the seals were being attacked, so why is the artifact acting up? Odiak's eyes hardened as he looked at Sophia. The previous worry on his face faded into a monotone expression. I have no idea. This is an emergency. His voice echoed loudly, catching the attention of everyone in the area. Send urgent signals to all the supreme ranks on our side. Inform them that if they can leave their posts in the war, they must instantly head toward the seals that hold the realm of the dead. Something big has definitely occurred. This is our mistake. We let our guard down just because 2 of the 5 shadow generals fell, and the others have been missing for some time. Sophia and the few older individuals with her disappeared to inform the other elders and maintain order in the islands. After all, the sudden commotion had agitated the many individuals training on the islands. The remaining individuals in the sky assembled silently behind Odiak. The situation was critical, and there was no time to waste on trivial conversation. An array master stepped forward and hurriedly drew a massive teleportation portal in front of crowd, and many people began to enter under Odiak's gaze. Mir and Lara were the first to arrive on the scene. Karsel was still with Sinan, so the two quickly asked an older woman in the crowd behind Odiak what was happening. Their faces turned grim when the woman explained the reason for the loud alarming noise that had echoed earlier. Lara furrowed her brows as the woman left their side to enter the teleportation portal. Should we follow? She glanced at Mia, who silently stared at Odiak's figure in the distance. It's dangerous, but we know that Alec will join when he finds out, so we cannot just stand and watch. I will inform Karsel. You should wait here for Alec. Mia left her side, and before long Lara saw Alec's figure heading toward the crowd. He paused beside her, and before he could ask, she informed him about the situation. Alec wanted to talk with Odiak, but seeing the old dwarf surrounded by many others, he knew he couldn't for now. Let's just follow the others. Lara nodded, and they moved with the people who were entering the portal. At that moment, a faint chilling aura suddenly spread through the air. Alec and Lara turned their heads back, along with everyone else floating in the area, only to see a familiar man clad in a wrinkled white button-down shirt and blue trousers. The cold aura was emanating from his body. Kyle blinked his eyes a few times to clear his head and stared at the people before him with a calm expression. He had heard the noise and sensed the sudden commotion, which is why, despite feeling sluggish, he had come out. What's going on? His voice was a bit too deep, as if he hadn't drunk any water for days, and Yue's figure appeared behind him with a worried look. They had stayed together for the past 2 days, and Kyle had told her everything about his bloodline. At first he was fine, but a few hours earlier, his body started to become so cold that she could barely touch him. According to him, this wasn't the first time this had happened. He had experienced this feeling before, a long time ago on the blue planet when he awakened his bloodline. The older individuals stared at Kyle in silence, uncertain how to interact with the man who had killed 2 powerful shadow generals, or what they should call him. They held deep respect and gratitude for him, as he had accomplished what they could not in their entire lives. But Kyle had only recently joined them and had yet to become familiar with them. Odiak spoke up before Alec could. We are going to check the seals of the realm of the dead because we just received an emergency signal. Do you want to come along? Kyle's brows knitted together. The seals of the realm of the dead. He wanted to check on the seals as well, so he nodded, and everyone resumed entering the teleportation portal. He glanced next to him when Yue grabbed his arm. I will come along as well. Kyle wanted to nod, but then suddenly glanced at her lower body with an uncertain expression, wondering if it was okay for her to fight after what they had done. Sensing his inappropriate thoughts, Yue pinched his arm with a furious expression. Stop thinking useless things, her voice echoed in his head as she left to join Lara. Kyle blinked and watched her with a wronged expression, wondering what he had done wrong this time. He turned back when he sensed Bia, and the phoenix landed on his shoulder with a look of bliss. Her tiny stomach was bulging, and Kyle understood she had been doing nothing but eating in his absence. You've gained more weight. He raised his finger and flicked Bia's forehead with a sigh, and the phoenix responded with a grumble. Talk about yourself. You've been absent for 2 days. Why is your body cold again? Kyle didn't answer. He moved and entered the teleportation portal. When everyone had left, Odiak also stepped into the portal, and it scattered into particles in the air. The air surrounding the many floating islands was very tense after the powerful individuals left, but it suddenly began to grow louder and more intense. A low rumble echoed through the atmosphere, and whispers of wind swirled, vibrating the air with a strange sensation that made everyone feel a sense of anticipation. As the noise grew, a few murmurs echoed in the air as the people training on the islands began to float to find the reason. With most of the powerful figures in the area gone, they felt even more agitated by the sudden movement of the wind. Now what is happening? Is something about to happen? For some reason, I can sense a powerful natural force in the sky. Silence settled in the air when suddenly a bright light began to illuminate a particular spot in the sky with an otherworldly golden glow before it disappeared, and the wind returned to its normal pace as if nothing had ever happened. Only Mir and Carcel, who had witnessed what transpired, were left shocked and at a loss for words. Chapter 752, Just How Many Fake Bodies You Have. Kyle stepped out of the portal, but instead of finding himself in front of the seals, he found himself in an open expanse where a worn-out array was carved on the ground. He glanced around and noticed that the land surrounding the array was desolate. A lot of people were already standing on the array, and he quickly joined them. Kyle's eyes shifted downward as he examined the symbols on the array. They were both old and worn. A look of surprise crossed his face when he realized he couldn't comprehend them. Ultimately, he memorized the design of the symbols to understand them later. After everyone had gathered on the array, Odiak used a golden orb, and a bright light surged from the array to envelop them all before they disappeared. Kyle opened his eyes as the sounds of battle echoed in his ears. He watched a tiny ice flake land on his nose and noticed that everything around him was covered in ice. Countless snowflakes poured down from the gray, sunless sky filled with clouds, but the dull whiteness blanketing the land was tainted by blood raining from above as many powerful beings clashed. Kyle spotted Sino's figure in the sky. The man was laughing as he ruthlessly attacked a supreme rank opponent. His eyes narrowed when he noticed two more figures above, their features identical to Sino's. All three had golden eyes and long peach-colored hair tied in ponytails that cascaded down their backs. Fake bodies, Kyle mumbled with a chuckle. He had already fought Sino a few times, but the man always slipped away like a slippery insect, never truly dying at his hands. This was all because that cunning man never truly fought with his real body and sent the fake bodies he had created to battle. Now, looking at the three identical figures flying in the sky, Kyle couldn't tell if any of them were real. A glint of darkness flashed in his green eyes. Whether real or fake, he was determined to ensure these three similar faces fell beneath his grasp. Odiak's loud voice pulled him out of his thoughts. He watched as the old dwarf ordered everyone to charge forward. They all rushed toward James, who, alongside an injured middle-aged man with a scar on his chin, was fighting against a handsome man clad in a sleeveless, bloodied top. Kyle glanced at Bia. "Stay with Yue." With a low tusk, the phoenix hurriedly followed behind Yue and Lara as the two women trailed Odiak's flying figure. Kyle wanted to disappear, but he noticed Alec hadn't moved from his spot. He glanced to his side and saw Alec's usually clear eyes filled with anger. With a raised brow, Kyle followed his gaze and noticed that Alec was staring at the handsome man fighting James. "You know him?" Hearing his raspy voice, which for some reason had grown even deeper, Alec shut his eyes and clenched his fists. Of course he knew that man, those arrogant eyes, that dark five-petaled flower in the center of his forehead. It was the very person who had forced him to sign the dark contract. The very person whose followers had harmed their planet. Fury surged inside Alec's heart, so intense that he felt as if his blood were boiling. He had always prided himself on being a good person, and as long as he could, he would help everyone, striving to make the world a slightly more peaceful place. The first time he fought in the war, he was chilled to the bone by the sheer amount of blood spilling every second, which was why he had gone on a rampage. However, soon he became numb. The more he killed, the more merciless the people of the dark side grew, as if they had abandoned any regard for their own lives. That's why, even though countless people were dying in the war, he retreated from the battlefield with his friends, hoping that the chaos their sudden involvement caused would subside to reduce the loss of life. But that didn't mean he had forgotten the anger and hatred he felt toward the dark side, and especially for this man. Alec took a deep breath and snapped open his eyes, pushing the dark thoughts to the back of his mind as he glanced at Kyle with a solemn and eerily calm expression. "I know him, and he, Enthrall, the fourth Shadow General, is my prey. You are not permitted to touch him." Kyle raised his brow as he watched Alec draw his sword. The blade pulsed with a golden glow as Alec vanished toward the battle unfolding in the sky. Kyle expanded his scent perception skill and also disappeared into the fray. Yet he paused midway when a faint scent of something very familiar reached his nose. His gaze shifted to Enthrall. "He smells like me." "Why?" His question sounded strange, but his expression grew cold as he concentrated on the faint scent and realized why it was so familiar to him, as if it belonged to him. How he could clearly sense a small amount of his soul's essence within that man's body. It was very faint, but there was no way he could mistake what truly belonged to him. No, the important question was how and when Enthrall, the fourth Shadow General, had consumed a part of his soul. He didn't recall ever encountering him. Suddenly, Kyle blinked as a very old and painful memory resurfaced in his mind. "Inaya Cyrillicletter 4BB Inaya." His loud, deep laughter echoed in the air, finally catching the attention of everyone fighting. A look of astonishment, disbelief, and a touch of incredibility flashed in his green eyes as he met Enthrall's gaze, who looked back to see the audacious person daring to laugh so loudly. Sino also noticed Kyle's figure, and his expression turned solemn. He glanced at his other two fake bodies, which hurriedly surrounded Kyle's laughing figure along with a few others from the dark side. The second Shadow General could not afford to make a mistake today. He had planned too much and put too much on the line, so he definitely couldn't leave without completing what he had come to do. The power structure in the universe had begun to shift due to Kyle, this anomaly that had emerged so suddenly. He simply wouldn't die no matter how Sino tried to end him, and he was growing stronger with each passing day. If Sino failed today, he was certain he would not be able to stand tall before his master. Been a while, fancy seeing you again. I heard you went to fight in the war a while back. What a pity I wasn't able to welcome you when you arrived here. Sino tried to strike up a conversation with Kyle, his voice casual, but his eyes darted to the far end of the battlefield. There stood two tall, pristine crystal pillars, gleaming like beacons in the midst of the devastation of shattered stones and snow. Each pillar was intricately carved, reflecting the dim light of the overcast sky, and they were surrounded by a powerful ancient array that pulsed with spiritual energy. They were the last of the many pillars that sealed the gates to the realm of the dead in this universe, a natural domain where the souls of the departed sought refuge and received a chance for reincarnation to a better life after atoning for their sins. The air surrounding the two pillars was thick with the chill of descending snow, each ice flake swirling around them in a delicate dance, but the warmth radiating from the pillars melted the ice before it could settle on their surfaces. Kyle wiped the corners of his eyes and stopped laughing. He never thought that the fragment of his soul he lost on the blue planet would ultimately be consumed by the fourth Shadow General in thrall. This left him uncertain about how to feel. His eyes were smiling and there was a smirk playing on his lips. However, those who saw him only felt a chill. For some reason, his expression and gaze were very unsettling. Kyle felt calm, very calm as he glanced at Enthrall, who had resumed battling James and a few other opponents. He remembered how the loss of that fragment of his soul had plunged him into a deep slumber, preventing him from aiding his loved ones when they needed him most. He was angry, he could not show it, but he knew he was. Yet he also found it amusing that the stolen fragment of his soul had somehow ended up with Enthrall. He noticed that two of Sino's fake bodies had surrounded him, but his focus remained on the fourth Shadow General. Alec joined the fight against Enthrall, prompting Kyle to sigh, "What a pity. I would have enjoyed tearing his body apart, but someone else asked me not to touch him. So I won't." With that, he shifted his gaze from Enthrall and focused on Sino. "Just how many fake bodies do you have?" he asked with a genuinely curious expression, but was met with powerful attacks from every direction. Kyle chuckled, "It's fine if you don't want to answer, I will find out in time." Chapter 753, How Annoying. Kyle's figure darted across the battlefield, evading the attacks aimed at him. He didn't rely on teleportation. Instead, he utilized his speed to the fullest. One of Sino's bodies cursed loudly, and then all three of his forms followed closely behind him with sharp eyes. However, Odiak and two other individuals intervened to confront one of Sino's fake bodies. They all knew Sino was powerful, as shown by his ability to create multiple fake bodies to fight for him, each possessing the same strength as if they were real. One of the remaining two fake bodies had to halt and engage Elder Kurt, who, despite being gravely injured, wielded a massive halberd and attacked without hesitation. Kurt was a half-demi-human with silver scales covering his body and a pair of small curved horns atop his head. His slightly pointed ears indicated that he was also a half-elf. He was muscular and appeared to have trained his physique for years, prioritizing it over everything else. As he watched Kyle, his brown eyes narrowed. He had heard about nature's favorite but never thought the young man would be like him. Kyle had sculpted his physique so impressively that it was just slightly below his own. "I like this kid more than the others." Kurt's satisfied words, accompanied by laughter, echoed in the minds of James, Odiak, Elizabeth, and Raziel, causing them all to roll their eyes. This training maniac was still in the mood to check out others when they had such a pressing matter to address. He would never change. The elder's intervention annoyed Kyle. He knew he would be overwhelmed fighting three Sino when he had barely managed to defeat one last time, but he wanted to fight all three of Sino's bodies himself. Suddenly, he caught sight of Yue in the distance. A worried look was in her amber eyes, and his heart began to calm. He couldn't afford to be a mess in front of her. He knew he was crazy, very, very crazy. Time had shaped him, but he still wanted to remain clear-headed in her presence. So he let the others engage Sino's bodies. After all, there were too many people, and even if he wanted to fight Sino himself, someone would definitely intervene to help. "I will just have to make sure to be the one who ends all of Sino's bodies in the end." He paused, and his golden sword materialized behind him. The chaotic, trembling air quivered even more as he released his pressure. With a deep breath, all the memories of his past plaguing his mind began to fade into the background. He knew he wasn't able to help his friends on the blue planet, and in the past, they had suffered alone in his absence, but he would not let the past affect him now. They were all fine, as was his family. They were all fine. Suddenly, he wondered how his father and brothers were doing. Kyle grasped the hilt of the sword, which trembled in anticipation. He calmly stared at Sino. Now only one of this man's bodies remained, but he intended to eliminate the other two with his own hands as well. However, he was not certain which of Sino's bodies was real or fake. No, the main question was, is Sino's true body even here at the moment? How annoying. Kyle clicked his tongue, and with a speed that only the supreme rank could capture, he attacked Sino. In the next moment, a loud clash echoed through the air, and the sky above trembled as the blade of his sword collided with another blade. Sino sneered, even though his hand holding the saber trembled. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple amidst the snowflakes raining from the sky. He couldn't believe that Kyle's strength had increased since the last time they fought. But he remained calm. This bastard, just what the hell is he eating to become so strong? It took me countless years to reach where I am today, and he can already match my strength. He clenched his jaw and pushed Kyle back, increasing the intensity of his attacks. Sino knew there was something special in the human's body, and he wanted to tear the human apart to get his hands on it, but he couldn't focus on that now. His mission here was something different. The moment Kyle noticed that his opponent's speed had surpassed his, he began using instant teleportation. The two clashed in the air nonstop, their weapons colliding and sending sparks of electricity flying everywhere. Even though Kyle was using instant teleportation, he matched Sino's pace equally, shocking everyone watching. Kyle's eyes glowed faintly, and familiar icy blue flames engulfed his form, casting an ethereal glow around him. The flames burned brighter and more fiercely, yet they appeared restless, as if eager to conclude the fight and vanish. As they spread around, the already frigid temperature in the surroundings dropped even further, creating a bone-chilling cold that swept through the air. Previously, no one fighting in the area was affected by the falling snow. After all, they were strong. Their bodies would not even flinch in low temperatures. However, once the flames appeared, a strange icy chill suddenly began to bite at their skin. The atmosphere shifted, as if the very essence of winter had come alive with Kyle at its center. A thin layer of ice crept across his skin, almost making him appear like an otherworldly ice statue, but he appeared unbothered as he glanced at Sino, who moved back upon seeing the flames. Kyle hummed and vanished behind him. His sword clashed with Sino's weapon as he channeled his spiritual energy into the blade to enhance his attack strength. 10 minutes. He mumbled to himself as he sensed his bloodline stirring within him. For some reason, he knew his body was not in optimal condition to battle for long, and his bloodline was up to something again. That's why he decided to end the man before him in no more than 10 minutes before focusing on the others. Chapter 754, we are done here. On the far left side of the battlefield, Alec shivered as a wisp of frigid smoke escaped his mouth. He launched a sword attack on Enthrall alongside Elder Raziel after James left to aid Elder Kurt. His gaze shifted toward Kyle. If I'm feeling this chill from so far away, what the hell is Kyle, the origin of this cold going through? His flames have turned too cold. Is his body all right? The system's faint mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and Alec was sure he sensed a hint of awe and regret in its tone. Don't worry, the flames originate from the essence within his body, and his body has already adapted to the cold. Alec narrowed his eyes sharply. He focused on the sudden regret he had sensed in Soul's voice. Was the system regretting its failure to locate Kyle in time and its decision to attach itself to him? All right, a petty smile appeared on his face as he stared at Enthrall. He wasn't going to forget this. He would make sure Soul knew just how petty he could be. The system instinctively felt that something had gone wrong for some reason, and then it disappeared, turning eerily quiet. Enthrall's expression turned furious when he noticed the strength of the blue-haired man before him suddenly increase. Alec's sword glowed with spiritual energy, and the fourth Shadow General was pushed back in midair. Enthrall's face contorted in shock and extreme fury as he stared at the transcendent rank human before him. Even Elder Raziel, who was behind Alec, was surprised. The middle-aged man with pointy ears stared at Alec and drew an array on his back to increase his spiritual energy. Alec sensed the sudden surge of spiritual energy enter his body and attacked Enthrall with even greater force. Suddenly, a multitude of glowing arrows pulsating with powerful and violent energy rained down from the right side toward the fourth Shadow General, forcing him to retreat, but one of them grazed his arm. Alec spotted Lara out of the corner of his eye and winked at her, prompting her to roll her eyes and change the direction of her bow to attack one of Sino's bodies. Enthrall stared at his bleeding arm with a dark expression before glancing at Alec and the woman in the distance. He let out a loud roar. He was the most rational among all the Shadow Generals. Not only was Enthrall rational, but he also ensured he never got the short end of the stick. He always bet on the side that would win. That's why he had joined Azazel. He wanted to comment that until now hardly anyone had ever managed to attain this level of strength, but now there were kids reaching it and surpassing him left and right. It was so absurd. He wanted to call it bullshit, but then suddenly recalled why this blue-haired man looked so familiar. "Ah, aren't you one of my slaves?" Hearing Enthrall's words, Alec's expression darkened. So he finally remembered that he had forced Alec to sign a dark contract. "Shut up," he spat out coldly and attacked again. Enthrall's eyes flickered with a torrent of emotions. To think this man had become so strong in such a short time. It hadn't been long since he went to that tiny, weak planet to find the origin of that powerful soul he discovered and forced this man, who wasn't even in the divine rank, to beg him. And now that same person was fighting him on equal footing. "Who the hell released you from the dark contract? I am going to mice that individual into 1,000 pieces with my own hands." He gritted his teeth, wanting to laugh at the nature that rendered everything so unfair for different people, favoring some immensely over others. The frustration and fury clouding his mind made him see red, and he wanted nothing more than to sink his nails deep into Alec's heart. But he paused in his place when a loud whistling sound rang out in the air. The space in the center of the battlefield cracked open, and a tall figure clad in an elaborate dark brown suit stepped out from the crack, emanating a powerful aura. Damien's cold azure eyes surveyed the battlefield silently, absorbing everything around him. He glanced at Kyle, and a hint of unease flashed through his calm gaze as he recalled how this person had destroyed an entire planet right before his eyes. Everyone fighting in the vicinity tensed upon seeing the first Shadow General, especially James, who was already struggling due to old injuries that hadn't healed properly. James knew that if Damien entered the battle, the Popal on his side wouldn't be able to withstand the combined threat of Damien, Enthrall, and Sino. However, Damien's next words shocked every single person in the area. "Retreat. We are done here." Enthrall's lips curled upward into a smirk. The previous frustration and anger faded into the background as he abandoned Alec and vanished toward Damien in a flash. Alec's mouth hung open in shock and he hurriedly tried to catch him but failed. Enthrall clicked his tongue as he paused beside Damien for a moment. "You took too long. You have grown old and your strength has become rusty with time. Increase your power or someone else will take your place." Damien glanced at him, fully aware that Enthrall had grown stronger and was eyeing his position as the first Shadow General. He sneered in a challenging manner, and Enthrall responded with an expression that indicated he accepted the challenge, and he was ready to fight him anytime. With that, Enthrall vanished into the crack behind him without looking back, as if he had never come here to battle. Damien glanced at one of Sino's bodies, and two of them instantly rushed toward the crack, disappearing behind Enthrall along with several other powerful figures from the dark side without looking back. His eyes widened suddenly, and many others who saw Kyle's sword tearing the last fake body of Sino in two equal halves felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 755, Where are my practice targets? Kyle raised his eyes, which were entirely white, to meet Damien's dilated gaze. Everyone around him stared with held breath as he made a grabbing motion in the air, successfully seizing an escaping wisp of something bright, tainted with darkness, from the two halves of the body before him. He clicked his tongue as he crushed the fragment of the soul in his hand. An eerily cold voice slipped past his lips. "A fake one." The moment his words fell, blue flames erupted from behind him, consuming the lifeless body of the man who did not even have the chance to scream in pain after he had manipulated the natural law of time within their proximity to bring the surrounding time under his control. His eyes returned to their normal green shade, and with a speed that astonished even him, he reached out to grab Damien. The first Shadow General instinctively jumped back to enter the crack behind him. His heart nearly stopped as a familiar fear surged within him, the same fear he had felt when Kyle destroyed an entire planet before his eyes. His breath hitched as Kyle's icy cold fingers brushed against his skin, but he managed to slip into the crack. Kyle's gaze glazed over, the green hue deepening. He wanted to pursue and catch the fleeing enemies despite the many familiar voices shouting behind him to stop, but the crack before him sealed shut with a resounding thud, causing him to hiss as his foot, which had entered, became injured from being ensnared in the spatial rift. Blood emerged from his injury, but it froze into ice before it could scatter in the air. He shrugged off the pain, and a layer of ice instantly covered his wound, healing it as if he had never been injured at all. Kyle stared intently at the empty space before him, wanting nothing more than to bring back the Shadow Generals. Right now, his body was brimming with power, and he needed a way to channel it. His bloodline moved aggressively within his mind space, urging him to do just that, to fight so it could forcefully merge with him. He tired to manipulate the natural law of time, but as he concentrated, a sharp pain akin to 1,000 needles stabbed at his head, sending painful shockwaves through his body. The sensation slithered down his spine like a snake, constricting his focus and threatening to overwhelm him. Before he completely lost focus, a pair of warm hands embraced him from behind, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Kyle, snap out of it, the battle has ended." He blinked a few times, and finally, the powerful, cold, suffocating aura that had unknowingly spread from his body began to disappear. Yue sighed with relief when she sensed him calming down, the icy aura retreating back into him. Kyle glanced down at the arms around his waist, a guilty expression crossing his face as he noticed the ice creeping onto the pale skin. With a frown, he quickly moved away from the warm grasp. "You are harming yourself, I just lost focus for a second. It's fine now." He stopped midway when he noticed all eyes on him and that the falling snowflakes surrounding him had come to a standstill, turning into a deep shade of blue. He could sense everyone breathing harshly, as if they were experiencing the coldest winter they had ever encountered. Then his eyes caught sight of many ice statues scattered across the land. Every single person from the dark side who had been abandoned by the Shadow Generals had turned into ice sculptures. "Ah, I did this when." A frown creased his brows, and Yue's fingers twitched to smooth it out when she saw how his cold and handsome features were marred by confusion. Kyle scratched his chin, trying to piece together the events. He didn't remember spreading his flames. So when the hell did he attack the enemies in his surroundings? Seeing his bewildered look, everyone around him sucked in a deep breath, feeling somewhat relieved that this man was on their side. Because just recalling how the enemies fighting against them had turned into sparkling ice statues right before their eyes, as raging blue flames engulfed them, was enough to make them sweat. Bia, who had done absolutely nothing in the battle and just stayed close to Yue and Lara in her smaller form, landed on Yue's shoulder and gave him a thorough once-over. "Still breathing, I see. All good then." Kyle's eyebrow twitched. He felt the urge to flick her forehead, but she flew away with a scowl, unwilling to become an ice cube, as a faint icy aura was still radiating from him. Alec moved toward him with a stiff expression. He wanted to pat his shoulder, but seeing the ice covering his body, he held his hand back and just rolled his eyes. "It doesn't matter how you did what you did, we won, that's what matters." Kyle raised an amused brow at him. He thought Alec would be upset knowing that Enthrall had escaped from his grasp, but it seemed that due to whatever he had done, the latter was more focused on him. He wanted to respond when a loud battle cry echoed through the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads toward the voice and noticed Elder Sophia and Hal flying through the air, followed by Carcel, Sinan, Mia, and many others. Sinan, who had just shouted to announce his presence to the enemies, froze when he saw not a single foe in sight. "Where are the Shadow Generals? Where are my practice targets, the ones I'm supposed to test my new powerful moves on? Come out." He looked eagerly from left to right, excitement coursing through him, but all he could see was an expanse of snow stained with blood, scattered dead bodies, and ice statues that appeared to belong to the people from the dark side. Sinan was speechless. When did fighting off the Shadow Generals become so easy, or was he just too late? Just like him, Sophia, Hal, and the others were equally confused. James explained the situation to the two elders, and their eyes widened briefly before they relaxed, faint smiles lighting up their faces. Finally, they had dealt a substantial blow to the Shadow Generals, enough to send them fleeing with their tails between their legs. However, they also knew that this sudden assault from the Shadow Generals was not something they could easily overlook. The dark side was clearly up to something, and the anxiety of the unknown was the most unsettling feeling they could experience. Unlike James and the elders, who instructed those with them to clear the battlefield and proceeded to examine the seals of the realm of the dead, Kyle's gaze was fixed on Sinan. More precisely, he focused on the empty space behind the demi-human. Sinan's massive wings, they were missing. Alec, Lara, Yue, and Bia also noticed the anomaly. They hurriedly approached him with curious expressions. Kyle wanted to follow when he spotted Elder Kurt coming toward him with a broad smile. The muscular man rubbed his hands together nervously and looked at him. At first, seeing Kyle's powerful physique made him consider making him his disciple, but after witnessing Kyle's strength just now, he abandoned that idea. He knew that with such power, having a master was the least of what Kyle would want. "How about becoming my sparring partner? I am highly skilled in close combat and have a lot of experience. I can assure you, my friend, you won't regret it." Kyle examined him from head to toe. His body was marked by many injuries, some so severe that bones were visible. Instead of taking the time to heal, he had come to him seeking to be his sparring partner. "Aller." His voice sounded a bit strange to even his own ears, causing him to clear his throat before he gazed at the burning eyes staring at him with anticipation. "All right, but..." He had yet to complete his sentence, but Elder Kurt had already disappeared toward James with a joyful expression, telling him that the kid was nothing like the cold and emotionless person he had described, and was actually quite good-natured. Kyle wanted to tell him that he was skilled in close combat and that if they sparred, he might accidentally break his bones. However, seeing the elder laugh despite his injuries, he swallowed his words and chose to save that information for another time. He turned and made his way toward his friends. Sinan was laughing with a proud expression as the others surrounded him. Kyle felt many eyes on his back as the people clearing the aftermath of the battle secretly sneaked glances at him. His ears twitched as he heard their whispers of praise, marveling at how they had never seen flames so cold and powerful. Well, that was to be expected. He had just destroyed one of Sino's bodies in front of everyone and even killed many others from the dark side. He could only hope the attention on him would fade with time. Chapter 756, it kind of smelled like the Tree of Fate. Kyle paused a short distance from his friends and fixed his gaze on Sinon. He had already overheard Sinon telling Alec, Lara, and Yue that he had mastered a formidable natural law. As an added bonus, he had also learned how to hide his wings. Noticing Kyle's arrival, Sinon grinned and flashed him a boastful look. I have become much stronger, even more so than that half-fish. Kyle raised an eyebrow, and without needing any prompting, Sinon voluntarily raised his hand and announced to everyone around him that he would now demonstrate the natural law he had learned. Sinon wore a solemn expression, and to heighten the dramatic effect, he decided to bring out his wings, which had become more beautiful with his advancement. In the next moment, a stunning pair of silver wings with golden edges emerged from his shoulder blades. His eyebrow twitched when he heard the sound of his shirt tearing all right. He forgot to think about this important issue. However, everyone was focused on his wings and didn't notice his small mishap. The silver wings were embellished with intricate swirling designs that mirrored the gentle flow of the wind. The golden accents within the silver shimmered in the dim light, casting a radiant glow that highlighted their ethereal beauty. Kyle gazed at the wings in silence. They were truly beautiful, and he wondered if he could get a pair for himself. Yet, when he thought about how heavy they might feel on his body and the responsibility of caring for them, he decided against it. Bia has wings, and that was more than enough for him to manage. He snapped out of his thoughts when he noticed the gentle breeze swirling around Sinon suddenly surge with overwhelming intensity. In no time, the wind transformed into a calm yet ferocious whirlwind. Carcel and Mia, who had witnessed this once, maintained their distance from Sinon while the others instinctively moved back. They watched as the space around the demi-human began to buckle and collapse under the immense pressure of the wind. The air crackled with various types of energy, swirling fiercely, as if the very sky itself were responding to Sinon's presence. Then it all transformed into a gentle breeze and vanished, as if what they had seen was merely an illusion. Alec let out a chuckle when Sinon finished his flashy demonstration. He moved closer and draped his arm over his shoulder. That was powerful. You can now command the wind. Well, I wouldn't expect anything less from someone who chose the title ruler of the skies for himself. He paused for a moment, as if recalling something very important. Truthfully, Nine and I thought the first natural law you would comprehend would be related to water, given that you have so many water-type skills. I guess we were wrong. Sinon's lips turned downward when he heard his words. Instantly, he recalled a time in the past when he had seen Kyle taking a very weak water-type skill core. At that time, he believed that water-type skills were powerful and began collecting them. As a result, nearly 80% of his skills were now water-type. He almost pulled out his hair when he later discovered from Nine that Kyle only had one water-type skill, and the man used it solely to take a bath. His expression soured at the memories, and with a swift and precise motion, he elbowed Alec squarely in the stomach, causing him to hiss in surprise. Alec clenched his stomach and hurriedly distanced himself from him when he saw another attack aimed at him. Why? He groaned with an aggrieved look, but Sinon just sneered at him with a tusk. While they were chatting, James and the elders watched them with expressions filled with complexity. They had witnessed Sinon effortlessly demonstrate the natural law he had mastered, leaving them feeling sour. And why wouldn't they be? It had taken them countless years to learn the natural laws they could manipulate. But these youngsters were mastering the natural laws with such ease, as if it were a simple stroll beneath the sky. It seems their generation had finally been outpaced by a new and more formidable one. James shook his head and turned his gaze back toward Elder Raziel, who was floating in front of the two tall, radiant pillars. Is there any issue with the seals or the ancient array protecting them? Raziel traced a few strange symbols in the air for one last check and shook his head. There's no problem, the seals are secure. But if the Shadow Generals weren't here to destroy the seals, then why? James narrowed his eyes, his mind racing to uncover the reason behind the sudden attack as they glanced at the elders. I have a bad feeling about this, but the universes will hasn't come to check on the seals, which means they are not in danger. Still, we must strengthen the guards around the seals. Now, alongside Kurt, Hal and Sophia, you two should also stay here. Hal and Sophia nodded. After Odiak placed a few more protective artifacts around the two pillars, despite the presence of many strong artifacts already guarding them, James turned around and announced for everyone to return. Kyle glanced at James when he heard his words and silently trailed behind Yue and the others as they followed the individuals who were going back. Elder Sophia, Hal, and Kurt stayed behind with several other powerful individuals. The three elders floated and observed as James, and those following him ascended the array they had used to arrive at this place. As Kyle stood on the array, the icy aura emanating from him caused him to keep a small distance from those around him. Yue cast him a very disapproving glance, but he acted as if he didn't sense her eyes boring holes into his head. He glanced in the direction of the seals of the realm of the dead as the array beneath him illuminated. If he recalled correctly, he had sensed a faintly familiar scent among the various odors surrounding the seals while he was fighting Sino. But he wasn't able to identify what it was because the faint scent entirety vanished after the Shadow Generals left. It kind of smelled like the Tree of Fate, he mumbled almost instinctively, but his words were lost in the air as his figure vanished alongside the others. A while ago, Damien gasped sharply, clutching his pounding heart tightly as he stepped out of the crack before him and tried to shut it. He panicked when he sensed Kyle following closely behind him and only relaxed a little when he closed the crack with all his might. A cold snicker echoed behind him, and he turned to see Enthrall laughing at him with a mocking expression. Damien's eyes turned cold as he met the familiar sapphire gaze of the man who held the power to create true illusions and even drive every type of living being mad with just a few glowing particles. "You want to fight? We will go back and fight in front of a crowd just as you wish," he uttered with a blank expression, but Enthrall just clicked his tongue in response. "You two still think you're strong, huh?" He pointed at Sino's two bodies. One of them was fine, but the other was coughing up blood and had fallen to the barren land below with a ghostly pale face. "Look at him. You can sense it, right? He lost another of his fake bodies. That means he lost a portion of his strength and a piece of his soul. How wasteful. If only he had given that part of his soul to me." Damien clenched his jaw as he glanced at Sino's real body below on the barren land, clearly handling immense pain. It was an open secret among the Shadow Generals that if Sino lost a fake body he had created with a fragment of his soul as a catalyst, he would also lose a significant portion of his strength. After all, such a formidable ability to create fake bodies came with its own set of consequences. Enthrall sighed with mock sadness. Now Sino's current power is at the mid-stage of the supreme rank. I'm sure that person. What was he called again? Kyle, right. He must have also noticed that his opponent has grown a lot weaker compared to before. If Sino loses another body, his strength will drop to the initial stage of the supreme rank. Then even a single attack from those useless elders under James would be enough to end him. His words were cut short when Sino screamed from below. "Shut up, shut up, shut up, or else I will help sew your mouth shut." The air around Sino trembled as an overwhelming aura surged from his body. He raised his fist and punched down on the ground, causing the land beneath him to disintegrate into a cloud of dust. "That bastard!" he screamed and unleashed his anger, destroying everything in sight. Enthrall immediately clamped his mouth shut, and under Damien's scornful eyes fled the place. He knew his tongue was trouble, and he had a habit to make sharp remarks that made everyone want to draw his blood. But he wasn't an idiot. He understood when it was time to retreat. Damien stared at his fading image with pure disdain and ridicule before moving away to let Sino release his anger. It was very rare for Sino to lose his composure, but he understood why he had done so. Sino valued strength above all else. The only reason he had joined Azazel was his desire for power, and now that very thing was being taken away from him. After a long while, Sino paused and hovered in the sky as he silently surveyed the devastation he had caused. The barren land lay in utter ruins, the surrounding mountains reduced to dust, and the scant greenery that had once been visible was now nothing but ashes. He straightened his wrinkled clothes and properly tied the loose strands of his long peach-colored hair in a ponytail as they cascaded down his back. The frustration and indignation in his golden eyes subsided completely, and he glanced back at Damien with a calm face, as if his earlier outburst had been nothing but a figment of imagination. "So I believe you succeeded," Damien nodded, not considering that the mental state of the man before him was far from right. They were all crazy anyway, that was why they followed Azazel. "I planted the fragment of the Tree of Fate's core that Enthrall stole. If everything goes according to plan, the two seals will crumble on their own in a few months. We just need to inform Master when it's done." Sino's lips curled upward into a sweet smile as he looked away. "Good, I expect a substantial reward from Master after we are done. After LL, I have sacrificed the most in all of this." Chapter 757, Finally we are here. A month later, high above the platform, where travelers from across the universe descended to enter the Forsaken Land, a flying ship devoid of any emblem marking its origin emerged from a rift. The ship descended gracefully, touching down at the heart of the platform. Some of the guards stationed around the platform immediately sprang into action to learn from which planet the newcomers who had come to join the war hailed. As the wooden stairs, firmly secured with handrails attached to the ship, descended, an elderly man in flowing robes with brown hair and dark eyes stepped down, clutching a glowing map in his hand. He was followed by a throng of individuals. Han lifted his head to meet the eyes of the two guards approaching him and the group behind him, sighing with relief. At last, after a month of wandering, they had finally found this place. However, he had no regrets. In fact, even if he could go back in time, he wouldn't mind if their journey took a month to reach this destination, as it had been free of danger and filled with countless valuable opportunities along the way. The greatest opportunities they encountered were in the sacred divine land, which was their first stop after leaving the blue planet. It was there that they discovered the location of the Forsaken Land after meeting some old demi-humans. Jian poked his head out from behind Han, who greeted the two guards, excitement sparkling in his crimson eyes. Finally, we are here. I can already sense Alex and the others' presence in the air. He raked his calloused fingers through his messy red hair, further disheveling the long strands that were loosely tied in a ponytail, reaching down to his shoulders. The explosive aura surrounding his body and the well-defined muscles on his frame made it clear that he had not been slacking at all. In fact, he appeared stronger. And why wouldn't he? After all, he had reached the final stage of the transcendent rank. Kelvin draped his arm over Jian's shoulder with a solemn expression. The air here isn't clean at all. There's too much dark energy. Jian nodded in response to his childhood friend's question before pulling him closer with a serious look. You dare leave my side. I told you you aren't strong enough to be here. But no, you had to follow. Regius stepped between the two and separated them before tapping his knuckles on Jian's head with a click of his tongue. Don't babysit him. Kelvin's already at the SSS rank thanks to the divine essence. He isn't weak. If he doesn't face challenges, he will never be able to advance. He glanced back at the people behind him and sighed. They hadn't intended to bring so many individuals with them. However, many were determined to follow the two, and their resolve yielded positive results, all thanks to Kyle's father. Among the crowd were several familiar faces. Elder Han's wife Serena, Yue's old friends Lumi, Faith, and Niam, Kyle's older brother Neon, a former student of the Royal Academy Lily, and King Astalion's son Lucas, accompanied by his friend Sen, someone Kyle had entirely forgotten with time. Sensing Regius's gaze in her direction, Lily gracefully tucked the strands of her long dark hair behind her ear before glancing at Jian with a charming and innocent smile. Regius is right, we are not weak. It was our decision to follow both of you, so it's our responsibility to protect ourselves. Jian clutched his heart dramatically at the sight of the beautiful woman, but Regius swiftly slapped his head, reminding him that this lady was trouble. She had cunningly complained to Kyle's father, who had somehow become one of the strongest individuals on the blue planet. Alongside his butler, Ian, Kyle's father, Ohan, had opened his own academy with Ian to guide the younger generation and had become the most renowned figure on the blue planet. Jian and Regius had asked the old man how he had achieved the pseudo-divine rank so soon, and he easily told them that he and all his sons possessed a powerful ice bloodline, which they had unlocked after Kyle did something to their bodies. Once their bloodline was unlocked, Ohan, who simply consumed many of the treasures Kyle left behind because they tasted good, became stronger, even though he just wanted to remain an ordinary mortal. Ohan remained remarkably calm as he revealed this huge secret, as if he feared nothing. When Regius and Jian asked him what he would do if people came to harm him to obtain his bloodline, Ohan laughed and confidently replied that his sons were more than strong enough to protect him. Lily had somehow gotten close to Kyle's father and manipulated him into pressuring Jian and Regius to take her with them. To make matters worse, she convinced Ohan and Ian that the talented young individuals on the planet should all strive to become stronger and bring glory to their planet. And those old fools had actually agreed. Jian grimaced as he recalled the day-long scolding he received from Kyle's father. He remembered how Ohan had emphasized the importance of helping others and how much he missed his youngest son, yet they had not brought him back. He averted his gaze from Lily. Although she was very beautiful, her innocence was so pronounced that it almost seemed feigned. Jian found himself thinking that Seraphine, Nine's sister who wanted to come along but couldn't because of the Sea People and the Mer Queen, was actually better than Lily. But he shook his head when he recalled that Nine hated his sister a lot and would have actually killed her if she had come here. The guards talking with Han frowned when they sensed his strength and the strength of the people behind him. Except for Regius and Jian, everyone else was in the mortal ranks below SSS plus rank, but they didn't look down on them. Over the years, all types of weak and strong individuals had come to join the war, either because their planet sent them or because they simply wanted to experience the thrill. Some had grown stronger while others had perished. So why would they judge anyone just for being weak? As long as this group contributed to the war, that was enough. Silently, after recording the name of the planet that Han and the Popel with him came from, the guards provided them with armor adorned with a gray sword design on each piece. And everyone accepted it. In that moment, a fist-sized, white-winged boar flew out of the ship docked behind the group, his expression sad and complex as he landed on Jian's shoulder. "Kid, I told you I didn't want to come." Why did you have to bring me here? Haley cursed under his breath when he sensed his master's presence nearby. He had been completely fine residing in the ancient realm on the blue planet just a few months ago when Giant and Regius had swaggered in and destroyed the entrance, converting it into public property. A month ago, they had even dragged out the two powerful beasts, the white boar and the chameleon, which had been left behind to guard the ancient realm, claiming they would take them back to their masters. The chameleon managed to escape, but Haley was captured and brought here. Giant chuckled when he heard the boar grumbling on his shoulder. Be grateful I remember you, unlike your master who has forgotten you. Now that we are here, you should break the bond you have with another. I want a companion and you aren't bad. That was the main reason Regius and I went to that realm to retrieve you and that chameleon who escaped. Haley fell silent for a while. You know I cannot get stronger than I already am. My potential has reached its limit. I have even consumed divine essence, but nothing worked. There's no use in you bonding with me. Also, don't you dare speak ill of my master. He is the strongest person I have ever met. Giant snorted as the guards led everyone toward an array, explaining they had to join the war first and foremost and earn credits before they could get the chance to meet James and the powerful elders. Strongest person? At that time James had barely reached the divine rank. How can you call him the strongest? I am at the pinnacle of the transcendent rank, and considering my luck has improved so much recently, I can just find a powerful treasure for you to become stronger. You just need to break your bond with James and come to me. As he bickered with Haley, Neon could no longer hold back and tapped Regius on the shoulder to get his attention. Regius turned around to face the black-haired man who looked quite handsome in the fitted suit he wore. He was especially courteous, knowing that Neon was Kyle's older brother, and Kyle was someone he would never want to offend. Yes, big brother, how can I help you? Neon's eyebrow twitched. He was still not used to how effortlessly Regius and Giant began referring to him and Ray as brothers the moment they met them, as if they were truly family. He wondered just how strong his younger brother had become to make Regius and Giant, who exuded an aura of power strong enough to destroy planets and reshape the sky, behave so politely around him and his family. He pushed aside his thoughts. When can we meet Kyle? You know I especially came to see him. It's been so many years, I can't even remember when was the last time we talked. Regius scratched his chin. That would be a bit difficult. We actually have no idea about Kyle's current location, and after separating from the others we lost contact. But there's no need to worry. We know Alec and the others are here, so we can meet them by joining the war and find out if Kyle is around. Neon nodded, but in that moment everyone suddenly fell silent. The numerous guards around them all paid respect to someone in the sky, causing everyone to look up, only to see a handsome figure floating there. James's eyes narrowed with many complicated emotions as he looked at Haley, who averted his gaze as if he didn't recognize him at all. He had sensed his presence a while ago. At first he thought he was imagining it. After all, how could his first bonded beast, whom he hadn't seen in over 1,000 years, be here? But when the presence he sensed didn't vanish even after a long time, he arrived here. Haley, he called out, and Haley finally turned to him with a wistful and sad expression before responding in a barely audible voice. Master, Chapter 758, why didn't you tell me earlier? James closed his eyes as guilt washed over him. He let out a heavy sigh before landing in front of the group of people. Han, the oldest among them, stepped forward to greet the man who seemed to be quite famous, as every guard in the vicinity looked at James with respect. Hello, we are. Han couldn't finish his words because James raised his hand to stop him. I know you are from the blue planet. It's nice to see that my planet is still thriving. James's eyes traveled to Haley, who had lowered his head. He spoke in a soft voice. Come here, Giant snickered, his eyes glowing as he prepared to fight the man who seemed to be trying to steal his future bonded beast. However, he gasped with a hurt expression when Haley actually left his shoulder. He sat down on James's right arm and lifted his head with a hint of joy when James raised his other hand to caress him. Haley was a rather reserved and never approached anyone willingly. That's why, when the white boar went to the dark-haired man so easily, the scene was so shocking that even Regius had to double-check to ensure he wasn't imagining things. Giant muttered a curse under his breath. A bit annoyed, but seeing Haley's obedient behavior, he had a hunch that the person before him was none other than the boar-bonded companion. He stepped forward and took in James's appearance, a tall figure with a strong, concealed aura. Who are you? Hello, I am Giant, and the people behind me are with me. We were planning to join the war, but you appear to be quite powerful here. Can you contact the powerful Supreme Elders? We just want to know about Alec and our friend's location. The last we heard from them, they were on their way to join the war. James finally took in Giant's features, crimson hair and eyes. He blinked when he sensed his bone age, which was similar to those powerful young monsters residing on the floating islands, along with his peak transcendent rank strength. Truthfully, he was encountering far too many people who had reached the transcendent rank at such a young age as if it were nothing, which caused him to doubt his own potential. You know, Alec, hearing the name, every guard in the area perked up their ears, their eyes flashing with excitement. And why would not they? In the past month, Alec had become quite popular in the Forsaken Land. He was only second to the powerful Ice Monarch, who was also known as nature's favorite by everyone. Giant thumped his chest with a grin. Of course, we are childhood friends who grew up together. His lying self received a slap on the head from Kelvin, who was standing behind him. The former prince rolled his eyes hard at his friend who had become so skilled at lying. Giant hissed, unsure whether to cry or laugh. He had grown so strong, but Kelvin still held the upper hand. He was more like a brother, reminding his little brother not to lie. James's eyes flickered with amusement at the scene as he directly gazed at Haley to know if the youth was telling the truth. The boar nodded at him with a serious look. Master, he is not lying, he knows Alec. With a hum, James glanced at the people behind Giant. They were not powerful. Aside from Giant and the elf at the end, the others were all in the mortal ranks. His expression grew serious. The joy that had lit up his face upon seeing his bonded beast after such a long time vanished. Giant and everyone behind him regarded him with eager anticipation, but they were met with disappointment by his next words. It doesn't matter if you know Alec or not. Rules are same for everyone. You all need to participate in the war and earn enough credits. Only then can you meet him. Those are the rules and I won't change them. His expression was completely emotionless as a formidable aura radiated from his body, not to harm but to signal the guards, who had frozen upon his arrival to resume their duties, give this new group of people the blue rings and send them to war. Giant wanted to argue with this man and unleash his own aura to prove he wasn't weak, especially if the latter was seeking a good fight. But Regius and Kelvin stopped him just in time. They were unaware of this man's identity, so they knew they could not risk provoking a powerful individual in this unfamiliar and dangerous place. Han quickly stepped forward and hid the angry red-haired young man behind him before politely nodding at James. We will join the war. We are not here to break rules and do not wish to be treated any differently than anyone else. James hummed at the older man, who appeared to be a powerful array master, noting the strong symbols carved on his robes and the brooch he wore. He gently caressed Haley's wings and prepared to leave as the guards began their duties, leading Giant and his group toward the array at the edge of the platform that would transport them to the war. Lily watched James holding the white, winged boar with great interest in her calm eyes. However, since she was in company, she maintained her facade. She silently decided to learn about the strongest person in this place and charm him to make her path easier. At that moment, Neon suddenly called out to James, hesitation evident in his eyes. James, who had turned to tear the space before him, paused when he sensed the hesitant voice behind him. He turned around with a calm expression. Is there anything else you want to say? Regardless, you have to join the war. Oh, how he regretted his words when he heard Neon's next statement. He almost wished he could turn back time and hit his past self for uttering those cold words and for not behaving more politely toward this group of individuals from his home planet. Neon straightened his clothes. I want to know about my younger brother. He might be here, but I am not certain. Have you heard his name around? He paused for a second. His name is Kyle Ohan. He has green eyes and is nearly as tall as I am. No, he might actually be taller than me now. James's eyes widened slightly as he stared at the man before him, like a hawk, trying to peel away every layer of deception to find out the truth behind his words. However, his expression turned awkward and panicked when Haley informed him that Neon was telling the truth. You are Kyle's brother. Before Neon could respond, James chuckled, his demeanor taking a sudden 180-degree turn that left everyone around him dumbfounded. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ha! James waved at the guards around them with a distressed expression. How the hell are you all doing your jobs? Why didn't you inform me that these people are important guests? Giant and Regius's jaws dropped at the turn of events. They couldn't believe that all they needed to do was mention Kyle's name for their treatment to change so drastically. James patted Neon on the shoulder. Come with me. There's no need for any of you to join the war. Kyle has earned a lot of credits in the past month. They are enough for all of you to train under the elders. He turned around hurriedly and tore open the space before him. A rift formed in front of everyone, and the group dazedly stepped through it behind James. Even Haley was surprised to see his master acting so strangely upon hearing Kyle's name. What he didn't realize was that Kyle was currently very important not only to James, but also to all the elders. Kyle had defeated 2 powerful shadow generals and destroyed 3 of Sino's fake bodies. Thus, the idea of Kyle's family joining the war unsettled James. No matter, he just could not afford to let the enemies exploit any of Kyle's weaknesses. Before long, they all found themselves standing on one of the floating islands. James extended his senses, and 2 powerful old elves emerged from the surrounding islands to greet him. They hadn't seen him in a while, so they were surprised to see him with a group of weak people and a beast on his arm. James instructed them to lead the group behind him to a living quarter near where Alec and his friends lived. It was quite late. Even without a sun or moon in the sky, the area had darkened significantly. James was certain that everyone would have returned to their living quarters by now, but how wrong he was. Suddenly, a thunderous explosive noise echoed in the dark sky, followed by an icy chill in the air that bit at their skin. All eyes turned toward the sky, just in time to see a sea of icy blue flames engulfing it in a cold embrace. Then, from the heart of the flames, a muscular man with a scar under his eyes was hurled out. Kurt cursed for the umpteenth time as he tried to regain his balance. His entire body ached with pain, but he chuckled and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth as Alec, Carcel, and Sinon were hurled after him, their bodies battered by the cruel human they called friend. Good to know that I am not the only one suffering this time. Ha. He choked on his laughter as the pain crawling on his skin became worse. Kurt had just swapped places with Elder Jane to return and fight Kyle again, despite having lost the previous 2 battles to the lad very, very badly. This time, the 3 kids joined him to take on Kyle, but who would have thought that even though they were successful in landing a few punches, the moment he unleashed his icy flames, they would suffer terribly. Alex spat out the blood that had pooled in his mouth. Kyle wasn't merciful at all. To make matters worse, his punches were heavy and packed with explosive power. Sinon, who was in even worse condition than him, just wanted to end this battle. He regretted his decision to join Alec and Carcel to overpower Kyle for once. Carcel simply straightened his wrinkled clothes. He was the calmest of them all. Kyle stepped out of the flames with amusement dancing in his eyes. The flames vanished with a flick of his fingers, and he rubbed his bruised chin where Alec had successfully landed a solid strike. Really? You just had to attack my face, don't you know I'm a married man now? Alec nearly coughed up blood. Yue, who was floating and watching the battle from a distance with Lara, Ellie, and Mia, rolled her eyes at Kyle's shameless words. Below on the island, unlike Han, Neon, and the others who were watching the battle in shock, Jian and Regius exchanged glances. The 2 smirked, and with a tacit understanding, they vanished and reappeared behind Alec, Carcel, and Sinon. Jian's mischievous voice echoed in the air. Need a hand to beat him up. Chapter 759, So Unfair. Kyle's eyes flickered with surprise as he glanced at the 2 familiar faces. He had not expanded his scent perception skill, as it had recently become somewhat overwhelming for him. This was due to the fact that he had achieved a breakthrough to the supreme rank a week ago, which had significantly heightened his senses. Sinon was equally surprised to hear Jian's familiar mischievous voice behind them. He had been so focused on the intense battle with Kyle that he concentrated all his attention to him, causing him to completely overlook his surroundings. Unlike the other 2, Alec and Carcel's eyes were filled with mirth. They had sensed Jian and Regius's presence the moment the 2 appeared behind them. Alec turned around, a smirk on his lips. His gaze met the mischievous red eyes staring at him before he glanced at the familiar elf floating beside Jian. Finally back, huh? You 2 took your sweet time coming back to meet us. He clicked his tongue and met Jian's gaze, feeling a twinge of bitterness when he saw the latter's strength through the system. It had increased and Jian's physique was almost as strong as his. Why are you asking for permission? Can't you see we're getting battered by that cruel human? Come join us. Let's beat him up, Jian laughed, already excited for a good battle. As a mage, he quickly moved back and took his place at a distance, ready to chant a variety of powerful spells, but that didn't mean he was physically weak. Following Kyle's advice, he had diligently worked hard to strengthen his physique, even though he mostly used the treasures he found that caused him a lot of pain. But despite the discomfort, he had no regrets as they didn't harm him in any way. He felt fortunate that his luck had dramatically improved since meeting his future self. Now, he was confident that even if he picked something up from the trash, he would discover a treasure or 2. Jian licked his lips, a wicked glint in his crimson eyes. He was eager to test whose luck was now greater, his or Kyle's. Seeing the red-haired man ready, Regius grabbed his short swords and positioned himself next to Alec and Sinon. Carcel and Kurt moved to the left side, joy dancing in the elder's eyes as he slammed his knuckles together. Kyle raised an eyebrow at being surrounded, amused that they wanted to overpower him with their numbers. So unfair. His words echoed in the air, igniting a thunderous roar of discontented cheers from below. The sound came from a few islands, where countless individuals had gathered to witness the battle between the Ice Monarch and other powerhouses. They had been silent, watching the intense battle, but seeing 2 more powerful opponents join the fight against Kyle displeased them, as many had placed significant bets on him. They didn't want him to lose. James's lips twitched in disbelief at the astonishing scene unfolding in his territory. He had only stepped away for a short time to go and locate the universe's will, yet Kyle and his friends had transformed it into their own personal battleground. He glanced at the two older individuals he had just summoned, but they avoided his gaze as if it had nothing to do with them. James rubbed his temples and sighed. He wanted to go check on Odiak and question how he could allow this to happen when the enemies were so close by. However, as he extended his senses, he was bewildered to discover that the old dwarf was actually among the many individuals cheering for the battle. All of a sudden, a very, very troubling premonition flashed in his mind. Damn, don't tell me he's betting too. He vanished, feeling a bit anxious at the thought of Odiak's bad habit of betting. He could only hope that the old dwarf hadn't wagered his entire wealth on Kyle in a moment of excitement. Neon, Han, and the group of individuals he had brought with him could do nothing but watch as he disappeared, not even leaving behind an afterimage. However, they were soon distracted by a powerful sound reverberating in the sky. Yet they couldn't see anything except faint, blurry lights flashing like lightning. Alec and Kurt had launched an attack on Kyle, but he skillfully sent them staggering before turning to counter a powerful flame spell from Giant, as well as the short blades of Regius and the explosive punches from Carcel and Sinon. Neon's eyes sparkled with amazement, pride, and joy after he saw his little brother, whose familiar figure now appeared much larger. Although he was the older brother, he felt as if Kyle had surpassed him, making him feel almost like the younger one. A broad smile spread across his face as he shouted alongside the enthusiastic crowd, wishing his brother the best of luck. Han blinked when a loud shout echoed beside him. He glanced at Neon's tall figure and chuckled, feeling a bit overwhelmed. It was difficult to believe that the rascal who once called him master had become so strong and formidable that he could now hardly keep up with him visually. Hearing Neon shout, Kelvin, Lumi, Faith, Niam, and all those dazedly standing with him jolted and joined in. Kelvin cheered for Giant while Lumi, Faith, and Niam cheered for Regius. The others simply followed their lead. Serena watched the youngsters with an amused smile and moved to stand beside Han, her husband, shocked that Han's troublesome student had come so far. Lily remained silent, her calm eyes fixed on the blurry lights in the sky. She could not even discern how they were fighting. Too powerful, it's as if everything I knew before was just a speck of dust, almost as if I am nothing. What do I need to do to reach the level they are at? She dug her nails into her palm, her eyes darkening for a brief moment with a hint of ambition and greed, but it quickly vanished as a sweet smile spread across her face. Beside her, Lucas and Sen were both dazed, wondering if the people in the sky were truly the same ones who had entered the ancient realm alongside them. How could the gap between them have widened so much in such a short time? Sen felt particularly conflicted. To think that Kyle, who had awakened a lower talent than him back in that small city where they lived as neighbors for a short time, and whom he had once cursed, had become so strong that now he couldn't even touch him. It filled him with a hint of displeasure and intense fear, a nagging worry that Kyle might seek revenge for their troubled past. He cursed his reckless mouth, regretting that he had ever messed with him in his younger days. Unbeknownst to Sen, Kyle didn't even remember him. If he had wanted to kill him, he would have done so long ago in the ancient realm on the blue planet. In the sky, Kyle's ears twitched at the cacophony of explosive sounds. The noise of the crowd below was just as distracting. He fought the urge to click his tongue when one of Giant's spells struck his arm, giving Carcel the perfect opportunity to land a punch to his abdomen from behind. Just then, a familiar male voice he hadn't heard in years resonated from the crowd below, cutting through the chaos and momentarily capturing his attention. Kyle turned his gaze toward the massive floating island where Han, Neon, and the others stood. His eyes widened when he saw his older brother's familiar figure. Brother, that brief lapse in focus was all it took for the popol surrounding him to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks. Instinctively, Kyle raised his arms to shield his face. They weren't holding back at all. He had to admit their attacks were anything but mild, with Alec's fists delivering the hardest blows that made his skin thrum with pain. It felt as if the group was exacting revenge for every punch he had thrown at them. That's it. Immediately, the air around him began to warp and crack, creating massive, violent rifts that tore through the atmosphere. The space trembled with a powerful, destructive suction force, causing those attacking him to finally retreat as the rifts threatened to consume everything in their path. Kyle chuckled softly as every inch of space around him came under his control. Seeing his glowing white eyes, Alec bellowed with a dramatic gasp. "You said you wouldn't use anything else except your flames and fists. That's cheating." Kurt followed suit with a justifiably indignant expression. Finally, he had the chance to beat this kid, but he had to go and manipulate a powerful natural law. Kyle's eyebrow twitched at their words. "What cheating? I never said I wouldn't use anything else. Do you all seriously expect me to stay in place and let you beat me?" He was speechless because, from their expressions, it was clear that they wanted just that, for him to remain in one spot while they roughed him up. Kyle wanted to snicker, but for reasons unknown to everyone, one of the slender fire arrows that Giant had conjured through a spell somehow managed to breach the cracking space around him. He shifted slightly to avoid it. With a blank face, he double-checked that he had truly controlled all the space around him, slightly doubting his own mastery over it, unaware that Jian's luck had gone up, allowing his arrow to slip through. Kyle's eyes narrowed as he stretched his neck. Slightly displeased, he let them land so many hits on him. He glanced toward his brother one last time before curling his fingers toward the people around him. All right, someone important to me that I haven't seen in a long while is watching. I can't let them down now, can I? It's time for me to get serious. A chill of excitement coursed through the spines of the group surrounding Kyle. He had been taking them lightly all this time, but now seeing him so serious, they knew he was about to go all out against them. But they all soon began to regret it when all hell broke loose. Kyle became so merciless in his attacks that they all actually started to consider fleeing. Jian was the first to disappear from the battle, as if he had never joined it at all. Chapter 760. Do you guys want to continue? A while later, Kyle suddenly clenched his fists together and raised them high above his head, his gaze intense and sharp. As he unleashed his attack, those attacking him felt their hair stand on end as the very air around them began to warp. Alec and the others scattered in every direction in a bid to escape the attack, but it was too late. With an explosive roar, the attack shattered the very fabric of space. Kyle's fists didn't make contact with anyone, but the force was powerful enough to send everyone hurtling away, while the ground beneath erupted in a deafening explosion, forming a massive crater. James grimaced, relieved that there were no floating islands directly beneath Kyle. He had stopped Odiak from betting, but the fight became so thrilling that he ended up joining the crowd watching from below. Kyle raised his gaze and deliberately paused in midair for a moment to assert his presence, so everyone below could see who had made whom miserable. His eyes locked onto the nearest person who had barely balanced himself, and with a burst of strength he vanished. Sinan's eyes widened at the fist zooming toward him. He wanted to manipulate the natural law of wind, but there was no time, so he could only retreat as he shouted, his whole body aching in pain. Wait, wait, wait. Time out, yet it was as if his words fell on deaf ears because the next second, his vision went blank, and he gasped in pain as his body was thrown straight toward the massive crater that had formed earlier. Kyle clenched his fist and turned back. Carcel flinched, knowing he was next and prepared to counter the attack, but oh how wrong he was. If they could hardly stop his attack when combined, how could he do it alone? In no time, his body followed suit behind Sinan, who didn't even dare to crawl out of the crater and just lay there sprawled like a jellyfish. Carcel coughed as clouds of dust swirled around him. A faint groan escaped his lips. He wanted to crawl out of the crater, but he was left speechless when he heard Sinan laughing at him, as if they hadn't both experienced the same fate. With a frustrated click of his tongue, he decided to stay still in the crater and wait to greet the others, whom he was sure would soon follow in their footsteps. In the sky, Regius raised his hands in defeat, a dry smile on his face as Kyle's gaze shifted in his direction. His clothes were already tattered. There was no way he could endure anymore. Bro, I'm done fighting you. Kyle raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement tugging at the corners of his lips as he titled his head. Oh, then let me send you away. He disappeared, and in the next moment, another shout pierced the air as Regius was also hurled into the crater. Kyle lifted his head to glance at Alec and Kurt, the only two left around him. Jian had disappeared as soon as he took a few punches, joining the crowd to watch. Alec chuckled as he staggered in the air, grabbing his waist and hissing in pain. You're merciless, you know. He watched as Kyle used instant teleportation to send Kurt's body toward the crater. With a sigh, he himself vanished toward the crater before Kyle could punch him down. It was better that way. Sinan greeted him with mocking sneer, but he shot back with a sneer of his own. What? Unlike you guys, I came here of my own accord. I'm in much better shape. Just as he finished speaking, another body suddenly crashed down behind him, forcing him to step back. As the dust settled, Jian's curse rang out in the air. Kyle, everyone erupted in laughter only to hiss in pain. Sinan finally propped himself up to sit. Wow, he didn't let you go either. Jian brushed the dust away with an aggrieved expression, clutching his chest, which he was sure was badly bruised. He had been hiding in the crowd when a portal suddenly lit up beneath him, and the next moment he found himself in front of Kyle, who punched him mercilessly. At least, he didn't use his full strength. That was the only saving grace, not just for him but for everyone around. If Kyle had truly used all his strength, they wouldn't just be bruised and battered, their bones would have been shattered. Kyle disappeared toward the crater below on the land, overshadowed by the floating islands. His feet touched down amidst the scattered bones that littered the ground, remnants of ancient battles fought in the Forsaken Land. As he gazed into the crater, he began to count heads. I see all here, so do you guys want to continue? His gaze swept over the people in the crater, and they were uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Elder Kurt raised his hand. I'm going back to guard the seals. This much beating is enough for today. Next time I will try to fight a minute longer. Sinan and Regius agreed with him and stretched their bodies, wanting nothing more than to shed their sweaty clothes, take a warm bath, and heal their fatigued muscles and bodies. Lara and Mia landed in the crater, amusement dancing in their eyes as they glanced at their partners. Mia looked at Kyle with resolve in her blue eyes. "How about we join in as well next time?" Kyle chuckled softly, his muscles rippling as he pulled up his pants and sat down on his feet to meet her gaze. "Why not? Sure, but remember I won't hold back, so it's not going to be easy." His voice was deep, and the carefree expression on his face, carrying a subtle coldness, made Mia stare at in Ned Untcarsel covered her eyes. "You shouldn't look at other men." His words were meant for her, but he was focused on Kyle. It was rare to see Kyle in such a good mood. Mia slapped his hand away with a chuckle. "He just looks like an ice statue." Just then, Yue and Ellie landed beside Kyle and overheard her words. Yue raised an eyebrow and glanced at Kyle. She had to admit he had become even more handsome in the past month since breaking through to the supreme rank. "And he does." Kyle lifted his head at the sound of her voice and met Yue's gaze with a smile. "I will take that as a compliment." He hummed and stood up. Alec rolled his eyes at his words as Lara helped dust off his clothes. "He's becoming more annoying." Giant nodded in agreement and glared at Kyle's back with accusing eyes, but he quickly looked away, whistling innocently when Kyle glanced back. Kyle shook his head and looked ahead. Suddenly, as if remembering something important, he halted in his steps and began to straighten his wrinkled clothes. Everyone behind him noticed the hint of nervousness that enveloped him as he smoothed out each crease. Yet, as if feeling unsatisfied, he quickly discarded his shirt and changed into a new long-sleeved white shirt. Sinan narrowed his eyes as he placed his arm over Regius's shoulder and whispered. "What happened to him?" Regius wanted to shrug, but when he met Giant's amused eyes, his expression shifted and he smirked. It seemed someone was getting anxious about meeting his family member after such a long time. Everyone watched silently as Kyle hurriedly rolled up his sleeves, and when he was sure he looked good enough, he disappeared toward the floating islands. Yue, Ellie, and the girls followed behind him, while the others disappeared to change into more suitable clothes first. Kyle appeared before the group from the Blue Planet, who were conversing with the two elderly individuals meant to guide them to their living quarters. As he arrived, all eyes turned to him, reflecting a blend of awe, respect, and fear. So many emotions were directed toward him as his gaze swept over each face before finally resting on Neon. He looked just as Kyle remembered, although Neon had grown a bit taller. Kyle opened his mouth, but so many thoughts swirling in his mind, he couldn't decide where to begin. Instead, he simply smiled, relieved to see that Neon appeared healthy and completely fine. Like him, Neon took a moment to assess him from head to toe. A smile brightened his face as he stepped forward. "You look great. No, even better. I'm really grateful that you're okay." He opened his arms for a hug, and Kyle hurriedly forced the coldness clinging to his skin to retreat back into his body as much as possible, ensuring his touch wouldn't harm him before returning the embrace. "You too," Neon frowned as he sensed Kyle's body temperature. It was cold and freezing. He also had a cold essence within him, one that Kyle had told his family belonged to the Ice Enchantress. However, his temperature was only slightly chilly, not enough for his touch to feel like ice. He moved back after a while, but before he could ask about his low body temperature, Hand patted Kyle's back with a chuckle. "Long time no see, young man." Kyle nodded at the old man. "It's good to see Master is doing fine." All right, his simple words were enough to shock every powerful individual secretly eavesdropping in the vicinity. Many eyes began to scan Han, as it was the first time Kyle had referred to someone as his master. Chapter 761, Then I Will Enjoy the Special Treatment. Odiak narrowed his eyes at Han and rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he noticed the array symbols adorning the latter's robe. Did Kyle learn the art of arrays from him? He is weak, but to guide someone so far, maybe he is a great master of arrays. James followed his gaze with a hum. Who knows, we have only observed Kyle for a brief time, but it was enough to realize that his memory and comprehension skills are exceptionally strong. That's likely why he can grasp natural laws with such ease. Unlike the two, the others were just disappointed when they heard the Ice Monarch refer to someone so weak as his master. But it wasn't like they had a say in the matter. They could only watch as Kyle greeted Han with the utmost politeness he rarely showed to anyone except his wife. Kyle shifted his gaze from Han and glanced at his brother again, who was looking at him with a proud smile that suggested he wanted to talk with him for a long time to catch up on everything he had been doing. He looked at the other people behind Han and Neon, but didn't recognize all the faces. So he simply nodded at them before shifting his attention to the two older individuals James had summoned earlier. "You should lead everyone to their living quarters and give them a tour of this place so they can familiarize themselves and start training as soon as possible." Yue, who was standing behind Kyle, suddenly interrupted him. "I will lead them." Kyle looked at her only to see a bright smile on her face. He blinked in confusion, but when he noticed her staring at some people in the group, he whispered, "Friends?" Yue nodded, And before he could ask further, she hurried toward a female elf with frost-colored hair and bright lavender eyes standing between three male elves. Lumi, Yue glanced at Lumi from head to toe, and Lumi chuckled with a teasing smile before stepping forward to grasp her hands. Who would have thought she would meet her friend again? Lumi had lost hope of ever seeing Yue after her talent was tested and revealed to be below S rank back on their planet, but fate is truly remarkable. Look at how she had broken the constraints of her talent, and now she was once again gazing into the amber eyes of her best friend. Standing behind the two women, Faith, Niam, and Isil smiled when they saw Yue. They had followed Jian and Regius even though the others didn't want to take them along, claiming the outside world is too dangerous. However, they did not regret their decision. After all, only by facing hardship can they truly grow. Niam reached out his hand to pat Yue's shoulder. They had remained friends for a year during their time at the academy. But he suddenly felt an intense stare directed at his hand and raised his head, only to see the familiar pair of green eyes staring at him. He blinked and glanced at his hand that was reaching toward Yue, then tentatively pulled it back. It seemed Yue had entered into a relationship with Kyle. Niam was not surprised, not at all. After all, even before the two left Blue Planet, he had sensed there was something going on between them. But he nearly choked on his breath when he heard Kyle's next words, and he was not the only one. Kyle patted his brother's shoulder and turned Neon's gaze toward Yue. I got married to a beautiful lady. I forgot to introduce her. Yue is my wife. Neon rolled his eyes, already aware of the news. Jian had informed him, Ray, and their father about the marriage, but it was clear the others were still in the dark, evident from their shocked expressions. Yue's face flushed. She shot a glare at Kyle, but when her eyes met Neon's, she offered him a nervous smile. Lumi chuckled at her nervous expression and draped her arm over Yue's shoulder, leaning in to whisper in her ear. I guess your taste has changed with him around. He no longer has long silver hair that was your preference. Yue wanted to slap her arm away but decided to drag her away instead. Then she called out to the others to follow her as she would give them a tour and lead them to their living quarters. Ellie watched her with a smile. She had met Yue later and become friends due to Nine, so she wasn't familiar with her old friends. She glanced at Lara and Mia, who had approached Han, their former teacher. The two greeted Han, and since they didn't know anyone else, they left the area with Ellie to check on Bia and Nox. The two beasts had been fighting in the war. Nox because he wanted to be stronger, and Bia because she wanted to ensure that the Lynx didn't become stronger than her. Neon glanced at Kyle, who looked satisfied and gave him a pat on the shoulder. Good job. I see you're quicker than your older brothers who are still single. Suddenly, he pulled out a communication crystal and tossed it to him. Talk to Father and Ray, you haven't reached out to them, they miss you. Kyle caught the crystal. He had not been able to contact his family because after leaving Blue Planet, he ended up in the No Mana land, a place entirely cut off from the outside world. Then he lost his memories and forgot about them. I will. I'm sorry I lost the coordinates for the communication crystals with you guys and couldn't get in touch. Neon shook his head. No need for sorry, things happened, it's good as long as you are fine. He wanted to follow Han and the others trailing behind Yue, but Kyle grabbed his shoulder. You should come with me. Neon stopped and glanced at him. Why, I thought the treatment here was the same for everyone. Kyle raised an eyebrow, suspecting it was James who had uttered these words. Not everyone. He began to float and Neon followed behind him, laughing. Then I will enjoy the special treatment. As the two left, the large crowd that had gathered on the islands to watch the battle began to disperse, heading off to either continue their training or take a rest. A day later, Jian and Regia stepped out of a building where they had secured rooms after realizing that Alec, Carcel, and Sinon were staying there, even though they had been offered another place to rest. Jian stretched his body, his crimson hair swirling in the air like a fiery halo as he took in the sky above, which had cleared and brightened considerably. There's no sun, no stars, and no moon in this place. But the air is cold, Regius hummed in response. They wanted to go and find the place where they were originally supposed to be sent by the guards to join the war and earn merits. However, after the stunt Kyle pulled last time on the battleground, the elders were already prepared. So the moment the two tried to leave the area filled with floating islands, they were captured by a few transcendent ranks and taken to the training grounds. Jian was dissatisfied, but he joined the training with Regius. He soon became excited as he witnessed his strength improve under the elders' guidance. The others training with the two were surprised by their rapid progress, but after seeing someone like Kyle and Alec, they had grown numb to such feats. As a result, Jian and Regius actually appeared quite normal in comparison. James was personally overseeing the training on the island, where individuals developed their mental strength in Sophia's absence. He nodded at Kyle when the man arrived with Neon and joined the others. He was instructing the crowd seated cross-legged on how to sense the nature around them and how to tap into it. Suddenly, he asked Kyle, the next person after him capable of controlling the most natural laws in the crowd, to share some words of advice. Kyle wanted to refuse, but with so many familiar eyes on him, he sighed and moved to stand beside James. He thought carefully and decided to speak about the natural law of time, as he was the most proficient in it. I'm not certain how it would manifest for others, but the first time I controlled time, it felt instinctive. As I began to focus on what I was doing, it felt like I was both stretching and contracting the moments. His eyes turned white as he slowed time around everyone without influencing them before making it rush forward. To slow it down, I envisioned pulling it backward, while to speed it up, I imagined stretching it forward. That's it. His explanation concluded, and James could only smile awkwardly before raising his hand to clap, as if urging others to join in even if they understood nothing. Only Jian's eyes lit up, as if he had uncovered a profound insight from Kyle's words, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, that's incredible, to control time itself, how thrilling would that be? Doesn't that mean we could travel through time to meet our future, past, and present if we fully understood the law of time? Damn, I'm going to learn the law of time at all costs." Chapter 762, What a Liar. Part 1, Time flew by like a breeze, and before anyone knew it, another peaceful month had slipped away in the Forsaken Land. Each day, everyone grew stronger, fiercely battling against the forces of the dark side, who finally began to retreat. The change in the war was drastic. It was as if the never-ending tide of fighters from the dark side was finally coming to an end. Aside from one or two supreme ranks, all the other supreme ranks from the dark side had vanished. The Shadow Generals also didn't show their faces. Yet James and the Seven Elders had a hunch that something was amiss. How could the vast dark army that had fought tirelessly against them for countless years suddenly start to show signs of retreat? Unaware of the growing unease in the hearts of James and the elders overseeing the war, Alec and his companions trained diligently to grow stronger. They focused mainly on enhancing their physiques and mastering the natural laws. However, it felt as though they were at a standstill, because after Sinon successfully comprehended the law of wind, no one else seemed to be making progress in that area. Nevertheless, they made tremendous strides in their physical strength under the guidance of Elder Kurt and Kyle, who would spar with them to toughen their bodies. Suspended above one of the floating islands, Kyle watched his brother, who was panting heavily across from him. His green eyes held a carefree light, and a thin layer of ice coated his body, causing his skin to shimmer softly under the dimly lit sky. "Come again," his deep, calm voice echoed in the air, causing those training around him to cast envious glances at Neon, who was being trained by the Ice Monarch himself. Neon clicked his tongue in frustration before raising his hands in surrender. His entire body ached. There was no way he could continue training. Can't anymore. He tossed his sword into the storage ring and floated down to land on the island before slumping onto the ground. A soft laugh escaped his lips. "Can you believe there was a time I actually beat you? Haha, I wish I could go back and tell my past self to treat you better. Now look at me, I'm the one suffering." Kyle, who had followed him to encourage him to continue after a short rest, shrugged in amusement upon hearing his words. "Unfortunately, we can't change the past." A familiar, firm, and resolute voice contradicted his words from behind. No, we can change the past, the future too. We just need to grow strong enough to manipulate time so profoundly that it will bend to our will." Kyle's lips twitched and he wanted to disappear. Not again. For the past month, Giant had done nothing but annoy him day and night with questions about the laws of time. It was as if the man was obsessed with the idea of controlling time. Neon lifted his head from where he lay and regarded the approaching crimson-haired man with a contemplative expression. "That actually sounds doable." Giant chuckled and rubbed his nose sheepishly. He shot daggers at Kyle's back. "I am here for another lesson. Let's continue from where we left off last time. Time is like sand." I still have not grasped this profound concept. With a reluctant sigh, Kyle turned around. The numerous people around them didn't attempt to interrupt. They knew better than to engage with Kyle after witnessing how he treated those he didn't know, as if they were mere shadows that didn't even exist. He stared at Giant, whose entire body was covered in shallow injuries and dust, clearly indicating that he had just returned from a beating by Alec and the others. "Do you need a helping hand in healing?" Kyle offered, but upon hearing his words, Giant jumped back a few steps with a shiver. "No, thank you, your spiritual energy is so cold. I almost turned into an ice statue the last time you offered help." He curled his fingers when he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and right leg, a curse slipping from his lips. "Damn that bastard Alec. He's always venting his anger from losing to you on me and the others." Kyle hummed in response. He wanted to tell Giant that he was the one who benefited the most from all the beatings he somehow provoked by annoying others. However, he held back. He wasn't blind. He had noticed how Giant's progress had surpassed everyone else's, as if the man only needed to breathe and walk casually to become stronger. This transformation was due to a shift in fortune. Unlike in the past when Giant's bad luck consistently landed him in challenging situations that forced him to grow, now his luck had drastically improved. presenting him with perfect opportunities. Coupled with his hard work, Kyle was sure that he could defeat Carcel and Alec if he achieved the supreme rank before them. The only thing Jian couldn't grasp was the natural laws, and that was because of his limited comprehension abilities. He needed enlightenment, which unfortunately no one could provide as there were few capable of manipulating natural laws. Moreover, those who could hardly knew how to teach it. Regardless, his agility and physique had become remarkably powerful. Kai mused as he looked at him as if delving directly into his very being. And his soul, it has also grown stronger. Jian waved his hand in front of him when he noticed he was lost in thought. What, even if you're not keen on giving me lessons, you know I won't let you off the hook, so come with me willingly or else. He stopped when Kyle's eyes narrowed. Or else, Jian chuckled and raised his hands. He could feel a familiar icy sensation creeping closer to his body and was sure his next words would decide his fate. I am joking. Kyle's lips curled upward. You better be. He waved his hand and turned back to Neon, who had stood up. Come back later. I'm teaching him how to wield a sword in a way that it can obliterate everything and everyone with a single decisive strike. Neon groaned at his words. He had never trained this much in his entire life, not even when the blue planet was attacked by the dark side. He couldn't even remember the last time he got a good night's sleep. I can't. I'm done for the time being. Kyle didn't stop him, just reminding him to continue training. If nothing went wrong, he would easily be able to break through to the pseudo-divine rank in a few months. Jian wanted to drape his arm over Kyle's shoulder, but before his hand could reach him, he felt a chilling coldness that made him pull back. He sighed and rubbed his arm. He knew it wasn't Kyle, but it was strange how Kyle's body was growing colder and colder. You're free now, right? Let's go. We can head to the island where Han and Lily are learning about arrays. The building there is the most peaceful. A dejected expression crossed his face as he recalled an old promise Kyle had made to him, the promise that he would tell him how he obtained his flames and icy power once Jian reached the transcendent rank. What a liar! Chapter 763 What a liar, Part 2. Kyle blinked when his ears picked up Jian's faint murmur. A liar, him? He furrowed his brows, contemplating why Jian would call him that. He didn't recall ever lying. It was true he had concealed many things, but he had never outright lied. The two of them left the floating island, flying side by side, one lost in thought and the other chatting incessantly. When they arrived at the island where the array masters resided and entered the main building atop the island, they spotted Han's familiar figure standing before a stone table filled with books on ancient array symbols, alongside Elder Raziel and a few other powerful array masters in the hall. The group of elderly individuals was engaged in enthusiastic conversation, asking one question after another. It was clear they were engrossed in their talk. Jian shut his mouth when he noticed the scene. He didn't want to disturb them like last time, which resulted in Elder Raziel hitting him with books. He gestured for Kyle and began to tiptoe away. Kyle shook his head at his actions. They were powerful and could easily create a barrier to silence their voices. But no, this man had to sneak around like a thief. He waved his hand, and an invisible shield of divine energy enveloped him and Jian as they passed through the hall, ascending the stairs on one side to go upstairs and find a quiet and empty room. But as they reached the second floor, they encountered a group of women engaged in a heated debate over some array symbols. They struggled to understand the symbols. Some argued they were destructive, while others maintained they were defensive. Upon seeing Kyle and Jian, the group fell silent. Only Lily and Lumi had the confidence to step forward to greet them. Lumi turned her gaze to Jian with a smile, but when she noticed him focused on Lily, she shrugged and turned her attention to Kyle. Hello, do you have a moment? Kyle, who was about to walk away, stopped in his tracks and nodded at her. He had not yet spoken with everyone who had arrived in the Forsaken Land Jian, but he had begun to recognize some faces since they seemed to appear before him every day. For instance, Lumi, who now frequently spent her free time with Yue, was the reason Kyle had been banned from entering Yue's room without permission. He would be lying if he said he wasn't annoyed, but Yue was too happy to be with Lumi, so he swallowed his grievance. Then there was Lily, his former classmate, who had grown closer to Lara and Mia. She trained alongside the two, but because she wasn't strong enough to match their pace, she couldn't always join them. Therefore, she would learn about arrays from Elder Raziel when she couldn't train with them. Catching Kyle's attention, Lumi wasted no time and got straight to the point. Yue had told her he wasn't a fan of small talk. We just started learning about arrays. I'm grasping this quickly since Elder Han shared a lot of knowledge with me. She grabbed a book from one of women behind her and held it out toward Kyle. Could you help us a bit? We're stuck. Elder Raziel gave us this old book to learn some symbols, but no one understands them, and the elders are busy discussing a powerful array, so we can't disturb them. Lily wanted to interrupt her. She wanted to be the one to say all this, but Kyle emitted an aura that made her unable to speak. Just like the other women behind her, she could only watch as he flipped through the book he took from Lumi. In a few seconds, Kyle returned the book. You know the basics, Lumi nodded, and he raised his finger toward her head. He didn't touch her, but a faint light emerged from his fingertip and entered her forehead. Lumi rubbed her head when Kyle moved his finger back. This, she gasped when she felt foreign information entering her mind. Kyle turned to leave. You will understand the knowledge if you know the basics and can draw symbols in the air. Just tell the others. He didn't pause even when a loud, enthusiastic thank you rang out behind him. It wasn't Lumi, it was the other girl with her. Jian said his goodbyes to the two girls. He also made sure to wave at the other women standing silently behind Lumi and Lily before he hurriedly followed him. He walked beside him, clicking his tongue as he recalled how Lily's face fell when Kyle didn't acknowledge her thanks. How rude, don't you care about the feelings of the fairer gender? Women's hearts are fragile, you know. Kyle didn't respond as they entered an empty room and settled down at a table in the center, surrounded by bookshelves. Jian immediately started to talk about the natural law of time. However, Kyle had other plans. He tapped his knuckles on the table to attract Jian's attention. This liar wants to talk. Jian's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. He called him a liar unconsciously. You heard, wait, I can explain. He stood up, planning to bolt out of the room and hide if things got messy. I didn't mean it, you know how my mouth is, it's always spouting nonsense. Don't hit me, I can't take it. Alec and James already gave me a lot of punches today. Kyle chuckled, and seeing his amused expression, Jian calmed down. Oh, you're just messing with me. He sat down again with a roll of his eyes. What do you want to say? Kyle hummed and raised his finger. Just like what he did with Lumi, he sent what he wanted to share directly to Jian's mind. I didn't lie, I just forgot the promise I made. Jian blinked, feeling nervous all of a sudden as he watched the faint light enter his mind. His crimson eyes widened comically when he uncovered Kyle's biggest secret. Klez, Kyle quickly interrupted him. It's a bit late, but you have reached the transcendent rank. You fulfilled your end of the deal and now I've done mine. Chapter 764, Something is Very Wrong, Part 1. A boisterous and annoying laugh reverberated through the bright sky above the floating islands, causing the group of people flying around him to scoff. Jian rubbed his nose with a sheepish expression, a wide grin on his face as he stared at Kyle with excitement. I should call you master, why don't you accept me as your first student? You are so good at teaching others. Kyle's eyebrow twitched as he met the white eyes staring at him. Another month had passed since he revealed the secret of his bloodline to Jian. In this month, more than 50% of the Dark Army had retreated from the Forsaken Land, leaving parts of the battlefield strewn with remnants of the brutal conflict. The fighters who had come here to join the war and dedicated themselves to the battle were finally finding moments to rest. The gloomy air had transformed into one thick with camaraderie, and the echoes of clashing swords and battle cries were now accompanied by hum of comforting voices that dared to hope for a brighter future, one free from the shadows of war. Kyle did not let his speechlessness show on his face and ignored the remarks of the red-haired man before him. He didn't teach Jian anything. In fact, he wasn't even sure what nonsense he had told him whenever Jian came to discuss the natural law of time. However, for some unknown reason, Jian had grasped it. Today, for the first time, he even managed to manipulate it. Kyle raised his fist silently to attack the man floating before him, but Jian had other plans. With the newfound power of nature he had finally grasped, he tried to freeze time to stop Kyle's movement. But he gasped as he lost his grip on time. Jian's eyes reverted to their normal color, and before he could process anything, he was struck in the stomach and hurled down like a discarded piece of clothing, crashing into the land below and creating a crater. Sinan, Regius, and Alec, who had been shocked and envious when Jian suddenly controlled time in the midst of their battle against Kyle, finally burst into laughter at the sight and cast him pitying glances. It was actually Carcel, the one who never mocked others, who spoke up. One should not be too arrogant simply because they have grasped the fleeting thread of greater power. Sinan interjected with a whistle. Oh, looks like someone just exceeded their word count for the month. I figured I wouldn't hear his voice for a week more. Carcel shot him a blank stare, and Sinan couldn't help but smirk, fully aware of how speechless he had left him. They didn't have time to banter further because, after trapping Lara in a barrier, Kyle made his way toward them. They braced themselves to face him. However, Kyle paused midway when Mia and Yue attacked him together. He didn't use his fists, but he certainly didn't go easy on them. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, sending them flying. But if one looked closely, they could easily see that he enveloped Yue's body in a thin layer of protection to ensure she didn't get hurt in any way. This was what one would call preferential treatment. Alec, along with everyone else, rolled their eyes as Kyle once again proved he was a cruel jerk. Throughout the battle, they had watched as Kyle ensured that not a single scratch touched his wife's body while he mercilessly beat them, showing no regard for their well-being or mental health. Sinan clicked his tongue and attacked Kyle with all his strength, a smile forming on his lips when the wind he controlled sent Kyle a short distance away from him. His massive wings fluttered as violent currents capable of tearing space itself surged toward Kyle, but as usual they couldn't touch him as he disappeared from his spot. Regius muttered a curse under his breath. I swear, whoever invented this skill never knew it could become the most frustrating weapon in someone else's hands. If only we had this skill too. The countless people training on the floating islands paid them no attention. For the past 2 months, the group of powerful friends had fought so frequently and displayed such immense power that the crowd had become numb to it all. Not to mention, they already knew the outcome of these battles. It was always the Ice Monarch beating everyone else. Kyle's figure reappeared behind Carcel, but the icy aura radiating from his body foiled the surprise attack he intended to land. He clicked his tongue when the golden-haired man slipped away like the wind. His green eyes turned to Alec, who stood his ground and took his attack head-on by folding his arms before his face. Kyle hummed and increased his strength and speed with each strike. He felt pleased sensing that Alec had progressed so much. Alec clenched his jaw but suddenly flashed a wicked smirk, and in the next moment the very air around Kyle seemed to warp as an overwhelming pressure bore down on him from all the directions. Kyle groaned as his movements slowed. He sensed the pressure and tried to fight it off as he murmured briskly, "First wind and now gravity, so now we're using natural laws in the battle, huh?" He was aware that Alec could manipulate the law of gravity, but he didn't realize that his understanding had evolved. Just as Kyle was about to unleash his full agility, despite the pressure gnawing at his skin, a soft weight plummeted from the sky, accompanied by a whispering voice that only a select few could perceive. James, one word, just one word, and Kyle's body froze. The voice was familiar, he thought. But the instant he stopped resisting the pressure weighing down on him from all sides, it took effect, and a thin streak of blood oozed from his lips. The deep crimson color stood out vividly against his icy skin as it trickled down his chin, only to freeze into ice. Alec's eyes widened, and he instantly halted using the natural law before rushing toward Kyle to check if he was okay. He had also heard the strange voice, but it carried no malice. It had called out James's name with a sense of familiarity, so Alec's mind didn't perceive it as a threat. Kyle waved his hand to signal that he was fine when he saw everyone rushing toward him. Everyone halted, but Yue frowned and unleashed her divine and spiritual energy to envelop his body for healing. This left the others in the area feeling conflicted as they glanced down at their badly bruised bodies. No one had come forward to heal them, yet just a single injury on Kyle had Yue rushing to treat him. Wasn't this a bit too unfair? Kyle didn't stop the energy flowing into his body as he glanced up at the sky, searching for the source of the voice he had heard. He sensed a pure and vibrant presence above him, and in the next moment, his eyes fell upon an old man whose body was entirely composed of nature floating high above. He narrowed his eyes, and his friends also took notice of the old man floating outside the boundary of the forsaken land. The old man, clad in white robes, seemed taken aback that so many young people could sense his presence so easily. He wasn't exceptionally strong and had remained at the pinnacle of the supreme rank since his birth. But as the will of the universe, only those who could manipulate at least one natural law could perceive his presence and true form. So how could he not be surprised by the multitude of gazes directed at him? He looked down directly at Kyle and the others with the kid, blinking in recognition as he recognized each and every face. How could he not? He had gone to check on all of them when they ascended to the transcendent rank. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Kyle. Oh, it's the kid with the celestial essence. He is still alive. His surprise grew the more he looked around the forsaken land. Everything had changed too much. More importantly, he couldn't sense many powerful individuals from the dark side in the war. What happened in my absence? He frowned. He had come here to check on the remaining seals of the realm of dream when he felt a strong, ominous sensation. But he had checked both seals and found no issues with either of them, which made him even more restless. That's why he had come to find James, one of the few people he had ever conversed with. As the will of the universe, he had the natural ability to sense if impending doom was near that could threaten the balance of existence. He couldn't interfere directly, but if the universe were destroyed, he would cease to exist. Therefore, he did everything in his power to protect the natural order. He snapped out of his thoughts when James appeared before him. His white eyes met Kyle's green ones for a moment, but he looked away, feeling a sense of urgency for some reason, and glanced at James. I have a feeling something is very wrong. Increase the guards around the seals. No, go guard them yourself. Take Odiak and all the elders with you as well. Chapter 765. Something is very wrong. Part 2. James's eyes flickered with confusion. He too had a troubling premonition, which was why he had been sending people to infiltrate the dark side's main base, but he had yet to gather any useful information. Regardless, he nodded at the old man in white before him. They couldn't afford to be careless when it came to the seals. Okay, I will go guard the seals myself and take the elders with me too. The war does not need us for now since nearly all the powerful enemies have retreated. He watched as the old man turned around, leaving behind a few parting words. I will stay around the seals as well. Kyle observed from below until the old man disappeared from sight. He hummed softly and then shifted his gaze away. Alec rubbed his chin, a serious expression crossing his face as he contemplated the situation. Just then Giant's voice sounded behind him, breaking the silence in the air. You guys heard what the old man said. All eyes turned toward the red-haired man who had flown out of the crater, and Sinon let out an exasperated sigh. Of course we did. They didn't attempt to conceal their voices. The group exchanged glances, the weight of the revelation hanging heavily in the air as they processed the implications of what the old man had just said to James. It was then that they heard Kyle mumbling. Why would I sense something similar to the Tree of Fate? Yue, who was closest to him, turned her attention to him. Kyle shook his head and called for Bia in his mind, asking her to return to his side. A grumpy voice replied okay as he instructed her to meet him directly at the location where the seals were present. He turned to the others. I am going to check the seals. I think I sensed something familiar around the seals the last time I was there. Alec hurriedly sheathed his sword and dusted off his clothes. I will go too. If two of them were going, how could the others stay back? They all followed behind as Kyle and Alec made their way toward the seals. Ultimately, only Giant was left floating in the air, deep in thought. I don't feel like going. James and all the powerful elders are leaving. It's not wise for all of us to abandon this place. I will just stay here until everyone returns. It's better to be safe than sorry. He had barely moved when James appeared in front of him, likely to inquire about Kyle and the others, but upon seeing him alone, he didn't ask anything. Realizing that the others must have already departed for the seal's location after hearing his conversation with the old man. Glancing at Giant one last time, James vanished as well. He had already informed the other elders nearby mentally and knew they would follow him shortly. Giant watched his figure fade before he noticed Odiak emerge from his building and leave after him calmly. He floated above in the sky with a frown for a long while as he observed the floating islands. After a while, Elder Raziel flew out of his building, accompanied by several powerful array masters. Raziel sensed Giant's gaze and appeared before him. You don't want to follow? Giant blinked and scratched his head. So many people have already gone there. I will stay here and assist if the dark side does anything in the Elder's absence. Raziel considered his words and let out a low chuckle. He was also worried about the dark side attacking the floating islands in their absence, but Odiak had activated an array around the area that would notify them if anyone dared to attack. Don't worry, there's a barrier surrounding this place. If anything were to happen while we're gone, we would be alerted and return before the dark side could breach it. Giant nodded, a bit relieved as he watched the Elder disappear with the array masters. I want to break through, he mumbled under his breath as he clenched and unclenched his fists, but he knew there was still a long way to go before he could reach the supreme rank. Tusk. There are times I feel envious of Kyle. Suddenly, recalling the source of Kyle's immense strength, he shivered. No, that doesn't mean I am jealous of that cheat he has in his body. It's powerful and otherworldly, but just as dangerous. I'm better off without something like that, and I really don't like cold things. He rubbed his arms, astonished by how Kyle could withstand such biting cold. The celestial essence had transformed his body into something almost inhumane, so cold and utterly unfeeling, but he is finally acting normal though, laughing just as he did in the past. With a chuckle, he set off to join Niam, Faith, Sen, Lucas, and the others to guide them in their training and release some of his pent-up frustration on them. They could only blame Kyle for making him so wicked. Kyle stared at the two massive, tall pillars standing amidst the icy terrain. He took in every corner of the place and enveloped it with his scent perception skill. A clear scent of multiple treasures protecting the pillars wafted into his nose, and he could even detect a subtle scent of spirituality from the pillars. But he couldn't sense anything similar to the Tree of Fate. Strange, floating above a small crowd of warriors and array masters, Raziel, Odiak, and Jane were conversing with Kurt, Hal, and Sophia, the ones who had been guarding the pillars for the past 2 months. James was inspecting the two massive pillars while Elizabeth floated beside him, discussing how there was nothing wrong with the seals since she had already checked them numerous times. Kyle had to admit that seeing so many supreme ranks together made him feel a bit weak. He wondered if the elders, along with James, all attacked him at once, whether he would be able to emerge victorious. He looked below. Aside from Regius and Carcel, who stood with the crowd, Alec and the others were wandering around the two crystal pillars with solemn expressions. They had no idea what to do, so they could only try to detect any issues with the seals through their senses and be prepared to help if the dark side suddenly attacked. Kyle chuckled softly, the corners of his green eyes crinkled slightly, yet the sharp contrast between his smile and the weight of his words was striking. Why is it so calm? It's almost as if there's not a war raging around us, but he raised his hand and placed it on his chest as if seeking answers. A profound sense of peace, that was what he was feeling. But it was so overwhelming that it bordered on suffocating. Why are you so calm? Shouldn't you be acting in a time like this? He hummed, and the smile and elation on his face disappeared, replaced by an eerily familiar emotionless gaze as he tried to summon his bloodline, which had been wreaking havoc in his body recently. He clenched his jaw when it refused to obey and remained holed up in him. Summoning his spiritual energy, he activated a skill he had not used in a long time. It had evolved and become more powerful when he stepped into the supreme rank, Bloodline Ability, Arcane Visions. Supreme Rank, the user can activate the skill to glimpse the potential paths they might take in the upcoming minute that have yet to occur, but only with enough spiritual energy. The skill might activate on its own if the user's life is threatened due to a specific path they are meant to take to help them. There's a chance to see something dangerous that is about to unfold. To Kyle, it resembled a weaker version of the natural law of time. It could only reveal potential futures that might occur or might not, depending on his own actions. Also, it consumed too much spiritual energy, unlike the natural law of time, which only required mental strength and understanding. He glanced at his luck stat, hoping his S+ rank luck would be useful as he aimed to activate the slim chance of catching a glimpse of something dangerous, the new capability of the arcane visions. He activated the skill. It was one of the skills he got from his bloodline. He thought it might try to resist him, but it didn't. Kyle stared at the empty air before him because, unlike everyone around him, he was seeing something entirely different. He saw himself floating in the same spot where he currently was, above the icy land before the seals for a long time, observing the various paths he could take, such as speaking with Yue, Alec, or the others. But that wasn't what he wanted to see. He wanted to know what would happen after the calmness that enveloped this land. And he smirked when the chance to see something dangerous from his arcane vision's skill suddenly activated. My luck is useful after all. Chapter 766, Realm of the Dead, Part 1. Kyle's smirk faded when a pair of very familiar eyes stared back at him, eyes he had not seen since leaving the lost treasure tomb that had exploded. They radiated a madness that was starkly different from the calm and emptiness he had grown accustomed to. Azazel's figure, laughing maniacally, looked at him from his position at the heart of what could only be termed devastation. Surrounding him, everything disintegrated into nothingness, echoing with the haunting and bewildered cries of confused souls. He mumbled frantically as he tore apart and destroyed every confused soul in sight without a hint of hesitation. Where is she? Where is she? Even after seeing Kyle, he paid him no attention, as if he were trapped in a trance. Kyle staggered from his position, his heart racing wildly at the sight he was seeing as if it were trying to escape his ribcage. His pupils burned and stung painfully, yet he refused to stop using his skill. He could see his breath coming out in erratic bursts and sweat dampening his palms. The reality of the present around him blurred at the edges as he stayed focused on what he was witnessing, determined not to look away or close his aching eyes, even as the weight of what was about to come threatened to crush him. The space around Azazel twisted and shattered into fragments, but he remained unfazed. A multitude of figures in white and dark robes, their forms obscured by layers of spiritual and divine energy, surged forth from the massive gray void that had formed where the two remaining crystal pillars of the realm of the dead should have stood. The figures tried to stop the destruction, to halt the man surrounded by darkness, and to gather the escaping souls, but they were all consumed by the purple and obsidian particles emanating from Azazel. The countless particles roared hungrily as they merged with the darkness, giving birth to a beautiful purple flower with numerous petals that bloomed to hold the falling sky. The flower petals radiated a faint yet brilliant purple light, but they were tainted by countless red and dark spots. Kyle spat out blood as he stared at the flower. His ears rang with the haunting cries of the souls being destroyed. But before he could lose himself in the future, a familiar voice cried out his name. His mind registered. Yue was calling him. Her trembling hands were gripping him. He needed to stop. He severed the connection with what he was seeing. But his head spun because if this was the future, then what had happened to him and all those who were in the Forsaken Land? What had become of them? Where did they go? How had the seals been destroyed? Kyle's lashes quivered as he blinked, the blood oozing from his eyes, and glanced at the worried people around him. Alec placed his arm around his neck and helped him land on the ground, which was covered in a thick layer of ice. He gritted his teeth as he pressed his hand against his back to transmit his spiritual energy into his body to heal him if he was injured. Why are you always worrying everyone? Carcel and Sinon did the same. Yue rubbed his palm as everyone surrounded him, calling out his name. They had no idea what had happened. Suddenly, Kyle's floating figure began to convulse, and blood started to pour from his eyes and mouth. Sinan was the first to notice his state and cried out to alert the others. James shouted toward Odiak, Elizabeth, and all the elders, urging them to gather every healing treasure they possessed. They couldn't let anything happen to the person who had given them hope for a better future, the one who had proved that the supposedly undefeatable Shadow Generals could be defeated. Alec and the others also retrieved all their healing treasures, but in that moment Kyle finally exhaled. He raised his hand to stop them as he calmed his racing heart. "We need to leave this place." He clenched Yue's hand, which was rubbing his cold palm, and tried to stand. Only then did he notice the condition of his body. It was beginning to freeze. Kyle's eyes widened as a very, very bad premonition welled up in his mind. Everything that had happened flashed through his mind. His bloodline silence, even though it had the ability to know the dangers that the future held. If it already knew what was about to happen, did it seek to exploit the chaos to fully merge with him? But how? Over the past 2 months, Kyle had come to understand that his bloodline required something powerful to strengthen his body enough for the final step to merge with him completely and transform his supreme physique into celestial. It was evident that if something happened, Kyle would leap into danger to protect his loved ones, so why was it acting this way? Why was it not giving him any hints about the dangers so he could escape? Why was it trying to stop him? There was something crucial he was missing. There was no way his bloodline was going to risk his life and endanger him by trying to forcefully merge with him in the chaos. It cherished its own existence and wouldn't jeopardize his life, knowing it would return to nature and cease to exist if he died. Yue's choked voice, filled with worry, snapped him out of his thoughts. "Why? What happened to you?" Kyle's jaw tightened as he fought against the cold, freezing his internal organs. "We need to leave now, His voice trembled as he struggled to explain what he had seen and how he had seen it. The faces of the people around him grew paler the more he spoke. James muttered a curse under his breath as he struggled to accept the future being described to him. He glanced at Odiak and the other elders with anxiety, only to see that their faces were even worse than his. Kyle hadn't even finished when a loud cracking sound suddenly echoed through the air, capturing everyone's attention. James's heart stopped, not just his. The hearts of every single person around the seals sank when they saw a large crack forming in the crystal-clear surface of one of the towering pillars. The moment the first crack appeared, another quickly followed, then another in no time. The will of the universe appeared in the clear sky, filled with snowflakes cascading down to accumulate on the land, and the old man cried out in horror. "No, no, no, this can't be happening." He tried to stop the two seals from cracking further by channeling all his spiritual energy into them. James and the elders shook off the terror that gripped their hearts and also spread their spiritual energy to prevent the cracks in the seals from worsening. Odiak shouted with all his strength, "Everyone, supply your spiritual energy to the seals, don't hold back." His words echoed, and without hesitation, everyone around the seals began to pour their spiritual energy into them. Alec, Carcel, Mia, Lara, and Regius also rushed to help. They couldn't let the seals break. If they did, no one in the Forsaken Land would survive. The universe would be plunged into chaos that couldn't be resolved even if they won against the dark side. Kyle forced himself to stand when he saw his friends leaping into danger right before his eyes. He grabbed Yue and Sinan, who were still beside him, and shouted as he summoned his strength to tear the fabric of space in the sky, creating a massive crack. "Leave go." He pushed them toward the crack but gritted his teeth when they refused to leave. Yue clenched his arm. "No, we can't leave everyone behind. The others are still on the floating islands." Dread and horror filled her entire being as she thought about the people fighting in the war and the many on the floating islands. Her friends and Nox and Bia, her mind supplied as she tried to rush toward the floating islands, only to be stopped by Kyle as he grabbed her waist. He panted as he rested his head on her shoulder, holding her tightly. "I will not let anything happen to them. I promise, please believe me, just this once, just for the last time." Yue froze when his touch became even colder, so much so that it pained her as if it were not a human hand but a block of ice. She glanced at the seals and took a deep breath to steady herself. She needed to stay clear-headed. "I will, okay, I will." Sinan grabbed Kyle as he staggered, his expression filled with concern and dread. "What the hell is going on? Everything was fine just a moment ago. Why the hell is this happening?" Seeing Yue calming down, Kyle relaxed a little as well. He knew that Yue and Sinan wouldn't leave without him and the others, so he didn't waste any time urging them and vanished toward the seals. Yue and Sinan followed behind. They expanded their spiritual energy just like the others to prevent the seals from breaking. At that moment, Damien's familiar voice echoed from the distance as he stepped out from a crack that formed in the air. "It seems I am right on time." He chuckled with pure amusement and mirth dancing in his azure eyes. "I would have regretted it if I had missed such a beautiful sight." Chapter 767, Realm of the Dead, Part 2. James's head whipped around at the familiar voice. He clenched his teeth so hard that he drew blood as he cursed the first Shadow General, who watched their struggle with a satisfied expression. You bastard. So this was the dark side's plan all along. That's why you and Cena were so silent. That's why more than half of the dark side retreated from the war. How the hell did you two pull this off? Damien chuckled, feeling the weight of countless piercing eyes upon him, as if they longed to tear him apart. Yet he didn't care. The dark side had already won. No one in this world could change that fact now. The corners of his eyes crinkled as he surveyed the scene before him. He could see fear, desperation, and panic etched on everyone's faces, and he felt a twisted sense of exhilaration. The sight was one of the most beautiful he had ever witnessed, igniting a thrill within him that he couldn't quite suppress. Are you sure you want to waste time chatting with me, James? Well, I am free, so I don't mind. But don't you have more important things to do, like preventing the realm of the dead from opening? He chuckled as he observed the expressions of everyone around the seal contorted in rage and horror. They couldn't stop what they were doing, which meant they couldn't fight him to shut him up. I wonder just how long you all can supply such immense spiritual energy to the seals. Tusk, it isn't even working. The will of the universe shuddered. Damien was right. No matter how much spiritual energy the people around the seals poured into them, the two pillars continued to crack, marred by so many fractures that they appeared on the verge of collapsing. James's eyes turned red with fury. He wanted to fight Damien in a life-and-death battle, but he understood the gravity of the situation they were in. He couldn't afford to stop channeling spiritual energy. The seals were already on the brink of breaking, and they needed every ounce of strength to hold back the impending chaos. That's why he clenched his fists and swallowed his anger, battling against the fear that threatened to engulf him. He knew that if the seals broke, it wouldn't just be his life at stake. The fate of everyone he cared about hung in the balance. Damien's smile faded, and he scoffed loudly when his provocation didn't work. Then, out of nowhere, his gaze landed on Kyle, the one person he most wanted to see gripped by fear and desperation. He had hoped to see him curse or glower at him just like the others, but Kyle did none of that. Instead, he dismissed his presence, as if he held no significance whatsoever. His green eyes were fixed on the seals as he channeled his spiritual energy into them and drew ancient symbols in the air that the first Shadow General couldn't recognize. Kyle's expression was calm and composed. If one overlooked the tremor in his body as he battled against the ice encasing his skin and his pained face, they might assume he was indifferent to everything and would not care even if the seals were to break. A vein throbbed on Damien's head. Even in such a bad situation, Kyle didn't show him any fear. He wanted to see the same fear he felt due to Kyle reflected in the latter's eyes. He wanted to see him break as he could do nothing but watch everyone he cherished perish before his very eyes. That son of the before he could rush toward Kyle and confront him, a hand grabbed his shoulder, halting him in his tracks. Enthrall sneered as he emerged from the crack behind him, accompanied by Sino. Are you an idiot? Don't you realize he is similar to what one would call the son of fate? Read some books in your free time. The villains always end up dead because they underestimate the son of fate. No one understood the nonsense he was spewing. Damien scowled and swatted his hand away, and like Senau, could only glare at him, hoping he would shut up. But Enthrall was far from finished. He continued to ramble on. Look, I know I lost to you badly when we battled last month. That's why you are still above me. I hate you and you hate me. To be honest, I wouldn't mind if you died, but it would be a shame for you to die when we are so close to achieving something big. It would be bad if you charge into battle thinking you can end him, only to find out that you're completely outmatched. That's it. That was the final straw. Damien raised his fist to silence him, but he froze when the icy air turned even colder. The three turned their heads and watched as a layer of familiar blue flames spread out to engulf the two crumbling pillars. Kyle panted, exerting all his strength to control the space around him. He felt the bewildered and shocked gazes directed at him and shouted loudly, "It's no use. We can't save the seals. Stop wasting your spiritual energy." The will of the universe shook his head in denial and attempted to pass through the icy flames to save the seals. No, that can't be." Kyle ignored the old man. He slashed his palm with a wind blade. The crimson blood floated before his eyes and merged with the symbols he had been creating in the air. Elder Raziel's eyes widened in shock when he saw the golden symbols that turned red after absorbing Kyle's blood. It wasn't just him alone. The eyes of several other array masters in the area also widened. Some of the symbols looked familiar. They had encountered them before. They were used to gather life force. They were not difficult to draw, but they were too dangerous because they drain life force, so not many dared to use them. So why the hell did the kid draw such dangerous symbols? Raziel and the array masters couldn't decipher the other symbols glowing in front of Kyle, but the ones they recognized were enough to raise their alarm. One of them raised his voice. "What are you doing? Don't be reckless." Don't you know that once the symbols that drain life force are drawn, they can't be undone until they have satisfied their hunger and fulfilled their purpose? Many others shouted as well. First, Kyle stopped them from pouring spiritual energy into the seals, and now this. What was he doing? All of their lives, along with countless others in the Forsaken Land, were in danger. If they couldn't save the seals, they needed to at least make a good plan to escape this place before it collapsed, taking as many people as possible with them. But he was wasting precious time. The will of the universe having failed to pass through the flames turned to Kyle. "Extinguish your flames," the old man's voice thundered in the air. He could not interfere, nor could he harm any living being in the universe. That's why he turned to James and the elders. "Stop him, what are you all waiting for? We don't have time." James clenched his fists and turned to Kyle, but he didn't stop him. He already had a premonition of what the man was trying to achieve. He understood it when Kyle said they couldn't save the seals. If they truly couldn't, then at least they needed to save themselves. The will of the universe gritted his teeth as James and the elders ignored his words. "Have you all lost your minds? You're entrusting everything to a kid who hasn't even lived long enough to grasp the vastness of this world." With that, he turned and resumed his struggle to pass through the icy flames to reach the seals. He couldn't allow the realm of the dead to open. Elizabeth glanced at James to determine their next actions, but he shook his head. It wasn't that they trusted Kyle with their lives, it was just that they had no other choice. If they tried hard enough, the two could escape this place with their friends. But what about the countless people fighting in the war? The ones on the floating islands? Yue, Alec, Carcel, Regia, Sinan, Mia, and Lara rushed to float around Kyle. They had no idea what he was doing or why he had created such dangerous symbols. But no matter what, they would trust him and defend against anyone who attacked. They all turned back when Kyle's voice echoed in their minds, asking them to help him complete the array he was trying to create. He needed life force. They weren't the only ones Kyle asked for help. James and the 7 Supreme Elders exchanged glances. Losing life force meant losing their strength, as it would reduce the number of years they could live. Their bodies were nearly immortal, allowing them to live for a long time since they had reached the supreme rank. But that didn't mean they were invulnerable. Alec glanced at the system panel, which was flashing warning signs of impending danger, and took a deep breath. Then he slashed his palm and watched as his blood was drawn into the glowing symbols in the air. Carcel and the others followed suit. Seeing them trust Kyle completely, James moved forward and also slashed his hand, choosing to sacrifice his life force. Odiak, Elizabeth, and the other Supreme Elders who believed in James followed suit. The other powerful individuals in the area were uncertain about what to do, but when they heard James's voice in their minds, they too followed without hesitation. Chapter 768, Realm of the Dead, Part 3. Sino's eyes narrowed as he stared at the glowing crimson symbols before Kyle. He had heard what the Array Masters said to the human. Not just him, but the other 2 Shadow Generals had heard it as well. Enthrall's eyes flickered with panic as he tried to comprehend the symbols. What is he doing? Don't tell me he somehow found a way to save the seals. We cannot let that happen. I have already informed Master. He will be here soon. Go stop him, you two. He remained still and asked Damien and Sino to go and stop Kyle. It was wiser to stay away from the source of distress, especially in times of extreme danger if one wanted to survive. Sino gave him a dark glance that conveyed his intention to hack him into many pieces once they were finished here, before vanishing toward Kyle. Damien closely trailed behind. He didn't dare to look at Enthrall one last time like Sino, fearing he might lose control at the sight of his face and choke him to death. However, they were stopped before they could reach Kyle by James and the elders, who stepped away from the crowd. Deafening, thunderous roars reverberated through the stilled air as the attacks from both sides collided in midair, shaking the very ground beneath them to its core. As each side unleashed their full strength, the land fractured and convulsed violently, while both factions unleashed a torrent of devastating skills at one another, entirely disregarding any restraint or concern for their dwindling energy reserves. The atmosphere crackled with raw power, creating a chaotic symphony of destruction that echoed for miles. Sino gritted his teeth when he was pushed back by Elizabeth and Kurt. Had he become so weak that now he couldn't even handle a few supreme ranks? This was all because he had lost far too many of his fake bodies because of Kyle. He wanted to tear that human apart. No, he would make him experience true hell if he ever got his hands on him. Sino chuckled darkly, and with that, a portion of the space behind him cracked. Another of his bodies stepped out of the rift, rushing toward Kyle. He only needed to disrupt whatever the human was trying to accomplish, and that would be enough. Suddenly, the sky shuddered as an overwhelming aura erupted from Damien's entire body, as he wielded the natural law of space to assert dominion over the very fabric of reality surrounding him. His gaze was fixed on Kyle, who was surrounded by a swarm of people as he drew unfamiliar symbols one after another in the air, and murmured spells to combine them with the red ones floating before him at a speed that appeared surreal. With a thunderous clash of his hands, everything within Damien's radius erupted into a deafening cacophony of explosions as he shattered the space. Sino seized the split second he gained because of Damien's sudden attack, and the air became impossibly dense under his command, pressing down on all those attempting to escape the area. James coughed up blood as the compressed space assaulted his body, struggling to remain afloat under pressure that felt like the immense weight of the universe bearing down on him. He cursed when he saw the state of the elders. Unlike him, some of them had already crumpled to the ground, desperately trying to rise. Damn it, these bastards! He used the natural law of space to help the elders escape the pressure. They also utilized the natural laws they had learned to re-engage the two shadow generals. But it was too late. Damien had already reached Kyle. Alec and Carcel tried to stop him, but their weapons were met by Sino's fake body blade. The two were pushed back. Yue and Mia created multiple shields around Kyle as Lara, Sinon, and Regius faced Damien's attack head-on. They were successful in stopping him in his tracks, but their hearts sank when they heard Sino's laughter echo behind them. Sinon turned around sharply. His second body, Alec and Carcel, who were engaged with Sino, widened their eyes at the sight. Far away, Enthrall, who was about to make his way to Kyle by taking advantage of the chaos, suddenly stopped. I guess I'm not needed, hee. At least Sino's fake bodies are still useful. Sino licked his lips with a wicked grin as he tore apart the barriers surrounding Kyle and clawed at his face to rip it apart. For some reason, he felt as though he could actually kill this human, especially seeing his weak, trembling body. Kyle stared at the hand reaching for his face and spoke with an emotionless gaze. Just a sec late. Sino's eyes dilated because just as his hand was about to touch Kyle's face, the symbols before Kyle glowed ominously in blood red, and a formidable aura, stronger than what Damien had released earlier, surged outward from them, sending everyone around him flying away. Sinon, who was closest to him after the second Shadow General, felt the full force of the sudden surge of power, which sent him hurtling through the air. He hissed in pain and shielded his body with his wings to minimize the impact as he crashed to the ground, creating a crater. Instantly, a torrent of curses erupted from his mouth, directed solely at Kyle. At least give a warning, you piece of his words were cut short as an unimaginable pain suddenly shot through his body, forcing him to let out a scream. Alec and the others also wanted to curse Kyle as they crashed down hard, but Sinon wasn't the only one feeling the sudden pain. All those who had fed their blood to the symbols experienced the same agony. James finally plummeted from the sky. He clenched his jaw and endured the agony as he felt his life force slipping away from his body, heading straight toward the glowing red symbols. He knew that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop it since he had willingly offered his blood. He glanced around and noticed the 7 elders enduring the same torment, but unlike the younger generation, they did not scream. They had experienced far worse to let this pain affect them. Chapter 769, Realm of the Dead, Part 4. Regius gritted his teeth as he crawled out of the crater, dragging Sinon along. This pain is going to end me, and I can't even demand compensation. Mia, Lara, and Yue couldn't even laugh at his sudden joke. They were too focused on the painful sensation in their bodies as their life forces faded away in front of him. They didn't scream and endure the pain, knowing it would distress Kyle further as the one who had drawn the array. Sino and Damien, having balanced themselves in midair after suddenly being thrown away by the powerful force, halted in their tracks at the sound of screams. Damien's eyes narrowed as he drew in a sharp breath, utterly shocked by the power those mere symbols possessed. He looked around and sensed what was happening. He is extracting their life force that can't stop the seals from breaking. Then what? His azure eyes suddenly widened as a realization settled in his mind, and he let out a loud, mocking laugh. Wait, is he creating an array to save the people on the Forsaken Land? Haha, I can't believe it. But just how many people can he save? 100, 200. Hearing his words, Enthrall immediately spoke in his and Sino's heads from the same place where they had left him. Ahem. One should not celebrate before claiming victory. Focus on stopping him instead of laughing foolishly. Damien's head throbbed with frustration, how he desperately wanted to go and pull his tongue out of his mouth. But he controlled himself with a deep breath. It wasn't the first time he had felt like killing Enthrall, that annoying piece of work who always got on his nerves. Unlike him, Sino's 2 bodies vanished toward Kyle after hearing Enthrall's words. It was true that the 4th Shadow General was annoying, but he wasn't wrong. Instead of wasting time, it was better to destroy the symbols to ensure Kyle wouldn't succeed in whatever he was trying, even by accident. As he got near Kyle, he was stopped by a barrier. Sino tried to break through it but was pushed back as the glowing symbols in front of Kyle twisted and coiled around Kyle's body like a sinister red serpent. Instantly, the symbols stretched out and morphed into a colossal array with Kyle at the center, serving as the main catalyst. The array pulsed ominously as it greedily absorbed the life force of all those who had offered their blood, shifting from a vibrant red to an abyssal darkness. Yet amidst it all, the most enticing life force came from the human floating in its center, radiating cold energy. Kyle heard the people around him screaming and knew his friends were among them. He didn't care about others. He never did, but the thought of having put the ones he cared for through this pain as well made his chest tighten. He never wished for any of them to suffer, nor did he appreciate the idea that they had to serve as the power source for the array. But he needed a large amount of life force to activate the array that would forcibly tear the sky and create a massive spatial rift above the entire Forsaken Land. That rift will forcibly draw in every single living person in the Forsaken Land, whether they are willing or not, and teleport them all far away from the danger. And his life force alone was not enough for the array. Kyle had an idea of the pain his friends were enduring, perhaps all too well. After all, he was experiencing far more than what they were going through since he had made himself the main catalyst of the array. The realization that, unlike him, they didn't know what he was going through offered him a strange sense of relief. He smiled faintly, and the emotionless expression on his face softened slightly. I will make sure they never discover the truth. That way they'll believe they have all endured the same suffering as I have. Bia's shouts echoed in his mind when she sensed his life force dimming. Kyle sighed, realizing he couldn't hide anything from her, and assured her he was fine. His skin cracked as the dark array around him expanded further, and a powerful beam of dark, golden, and crimson light surged from the array toward the darkened sky. Sino, who had been watching everything, paused in his attempts to break the barrier and jumped away from the array. His golden eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the man encased in ice, floating at the center of the devastating beam that tore through everything in its path. Kyle chuckled with a blank expression, amused at how shocked Sino appeared. It was quite a funny sight. He shook his head and glanced up. The sky fractured as the beam of light reached a certain point, erupting outward in all directions in a devastating display. The crack expanded alongside the chaotic light of the beam with frightening speed. In no time, the crack expanded to cover the entire sky above the area where the seals were present, engulfed in icy blue flames. It continued to spread without pause. The will of the universe halted when he sensed the overwhelming force above him. He glared at Kyle but said nothing and continued with what he was doing. At a distance, James released a sigh of relief as he realized that his life force had finally stopped draining from his body. He began to heal his injuries and looked around, noticing that everyone else in the vicinity was also breathing more easily. The ones who had been screaming had fallen silent as well. However, many wore dejected expressions, and who could blame them? They had lost a considerable amount of their strength. Even James felt the impact. His rank had plummeted from the pinnacle of the supreme rank to the second stage. He took a deep breath and floated to observe the beam of light. It's worth it, as long as we can save everyone in this land. Alec checked his body and joined his friends. They felt their strength diminish, but they had no regrets. At least this time, they helped Kyle, unlike every other time he had risked his life alone. Under everyone's gaze, the crack in the sky quickly expanded in all directions to cover the entire Forsaken Land. The countless people training on the floating islands were the first to notice the massive crack. They were alerted and tried to stop it, but their efforts were in vain. Giant observed with a grim expression as the crack consumed the sky above. I knew something was wrong. I can feel Kyle and the others' life force within the crack. What the hell happened? Chapter 770, Realm of the Dead, Part 5. The soldiers fighting in the war looked up as the sky grew dark. The stronger ones tried to figure out the source of the crack that was swallowing the sky, but all their attacks were absorbed by it. They initially believed the dark side was responsible, but even the dark side was astonished by what they were seeing. Both sides on the battlefield suspected each other of being the culprit, believing it to be a trick the enemy was using to gain the upper hand. This suspicion escalated the ongoing battles in the war. Suddenly, for some reason, the few supreme ranks from the dark side still on the battlefield vanished, leaving only the weaker fighters to continue the battle. This sudden absence made those fighting to save the universe increasingly anxious. But what happened next shocked both sides to their very core. The moment the crack, filled with violent crimson, dark, and golden sparks, consumed the sky over the entire Forsaken Land, it burst forth with a thunderous roar, unleashing a powerful suction force that surged outward. Like a colossal wormhole, it began to consume everyone indiscriminately. The countless people fighting in the Forsaken Land cried out in terror as they were drawn into the massive crack, desperately trying to find their footing and thrust their weapons into the ground to hold on. Panic-stricken screams filled the air. Even those from the dark side still battling in the war were horrified as they too were drawn in by the crack pulsing with energy. Then suddenly, Odiak's familiar voice resonated throughout the entire Forsaken Land, cutting through the chaos. All those who followed the Grey Sword stood with James to fight for the universe. Don't resist. Leave this land through the rift, for staying here any longer is dangerous. The gray sword on your clothing signifies your allegiance, and all who are aware of it will always be welcome to gather and seek refuge until the seven elders have established a new base. The cries in the air lessen considerably when they hear the loud voice. Even if they don't recognize the voice, they are aware of the gray sword engraved on their armor. This weapon symbolizes their strength. It was wielded in the past by an ancestor who was the first to stand against Azazel. The sword never broke, even in battle against Azazel. Ultimately, its owner was sealed away alongside all their companions in the second realm by Azazel, never to be seen again, and the weapon was lost. High above the floating islands, Giant silently observed the dark sky as those around him were pulled into the crack. After hearing Odiak's voice, almost all the people on the floating islands allowed the crack to draw them in, leaving the area willingly and without resistance. Giant's gaze shifted when he heard his name. He glanced toward Kelvin, Neon, and all the familiar faces he recognized as they gathered above an island, calling his name and trying to resist being swept away. He knew he couldn't remain on the forsaken land much longer, as the force from the crack was becoming increasingly difficult to resist, even for him. He could have left alongside the group, however, he didn't depart immediately. With lightning speed, he left his spot and reappeared before Kelvin, his childhood friend, wearing a wry smile. "Sorry, bro, I promise we will train together until you reach the same rank as me. But I have something important to do, so I can't leave with you guys." Kelvin let out a chuckle. Even without knowing the details, he had a feeling that something significant had happened. "It's okay. It's not like it's the first time you've broken a promise, just stay safe." Giant scratched his head and laughed with an apologetic smile. He nodded at Han, Lily, Lumi, and a few others he was familiar with before pausing to meet Neon's gaze. Neon simply shook his shoulder. He wasn't worried about Kyle. He had already seen just how strong his little brother was. In fact, he was more concerned about the enemies. "Kyle is way too strong and has grown up, so I am not too concerned about him. Just focus on staying alive yourself. Let's meet again after you're all done, but I'm pretty sure that's not happening anytime soon." Giant's eyebrow twitched as he noticed the proud look in Neon's eyes. He was tempted to tell Neon that Kyle was a crazy bastard, and that he was completely sure Kyle was likely the one responsible for the crack in the sky. But he held back since he cared about that crazy bastard. Giant watched as they all left. He was also being pulled into the crack, but he resisted and disappeared toward the seals. But he wasn't prepared for what he saw when he finally arrived before the seals. The land had shattered beyond recognition. Amidst the devastation, only the supreme ranks floated while everyone else struggled to avoid being drawn toward the crack. Sino and Demain were battling against James and the seven elders. Alec and the others were assisting them while struggling to avoid being pulled into the sky. However, for some reason, all of them seemed weak, very, very weak. It was almost as if they had lost a big portion of their strength. Giant rushed toward Alec and the others to help. Only then did he realize why they were fighting the Shadow Generals. Not just Sino and Damien. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the dark-haired human floating amidst the destruction, surrounded by a massive dark array. On Kyle's side, the two seals were enveloped in icy flames. Sino's two bodies and Damien seemed resolute in their mission to obliterate the array surrounding Kyle. Meanwhile, James, Alec, the seven elders, and the others were trying to stop them, aware that the human at the center of the array was maintaining control to keep it active and looked as if he would collapse at any moment. Chapter 771, Realm of the Dead, Part 6. Giant cursed fiercely when he spotted another figure floating far away, watching the chaos unfold with a twisted sense of amusement. It was Enthrall. That fucker. I want to gouge out his eyes, what's so damn amusing? With a surge of adrenaline, he darted across the battlefield at blinding speed. His eyes turned white and the air around him stilled. Not just the air, but everything in his surroundings froze as time halted under his command. Giant murmured a powerful spell aimed directly at Enthrall. The sky erupted in a torrent of blazing flames, each flicker shimmering with a sinister hue of deep crimson. Enthrall jolted in surprise as the flames morphed into 1,000 deadly arrows, raining down upon him mercilessly. Sino and Damien were also alerted and scanned their surroundings immediately when they sensed that time had come to a standstill around them. They initially thought Kyle had joined the fray to attack, but their confusion turned to surprise as they noticed an unfamiliar face wielding the nature to control time. Damien sent Odiak sprawling with a kick and fixed his sharp gaze on Giant. "Kill him?" His words were loud and clear, causing everyone around him to turn toward the red-haired man rushing toward Enthrall. Carcel grabbed his spear and hurled it toward Sino's body, which was just inches away from Giant with all his might. Alec and Regius did the same. However, they failed to realize that the command Damien gave was not meant for Sino. Enthrall, who was leaping to evade the fire arrows aimed at him with a mocking smile, froze when the dark five-petal flower on his body reacted. His amused sapphire eyes instantly turned deadly serious. After all, if Damien had suddenly resorted to using the flower to assert his command, it meant that their master was near. Now he can't be a salted fish, can he? He tilted his head toward Jian's approaching figure with a sinister smile. I am cautious. His words were followed by a powerful force that swept aside all the arrows raining down on him as he vanished from his spot and reappeared directly in front of Jian. That doesn't mean I'm weak. Jian's eyes dilated as he failed to react in time, and the man before him plunged his nails deep into his heart without hesitation. He spat out blood as he tried to stop him but failed when Enthrall clenched his fist. The cries of his friends echoed in his ears, but they all faded into the background as he became fixated on the sapphire eyes gazing at him with a mesmerizing light. Enthrall smirked when they saw the dazed look. SHHH, sleep for eternity or destroy those you care about. What will you choose? Faint blue particles surged from his fingertips, spreading through Jian's body to turn him into a mindless person, just like the monsters he had turned mindless the last time he visited the blue planet. So even if his soul survived today and formed a new body for himself in the future, it would be pointless, as he would lose all capacity for reasoning and would attack ruthlessly anyone who dared to approach him. That's what death meant in Enthrall's dictionary. If the person he wanted to kill didn't die, they would either become his slave or a mindless individual who would ultimately be killed by their own people. Alex summoned all his strength and even jumped to the initial stage of the supreme rank for a short while with the system's help to stop him. He raised his fist, his eyes red and his expression filled with fury. You fucker, yet his attack was intercepted by one of Sino's bodies, which spun and absorbed the blow head-on before sneering at him. You have too many people to care for. Don't you know that is what usually leads people to their downfall? Alec wanted to attack when a cold, deep, raspy voice echoed in the distance, causing them both to freeze. Not just them, but everyone else in the vicinity also froze. Oh really? It wasn't fear that paralyzed them in their spots. The voice carried an overwhelming pressure that rendered them motionless. Kyle blinked to regain his focus and glanced at everyone around him. He had lost all his senses for a short while when a significant portion of his life force was drained away by the array, causing him to fail to stop Enthrall in time. His dark hair turned silver as he stared directly at Sino with a chilling smile that resembled nothing like a smile. Doesn't that mean I have the same weakness as him then, since I also cared for many people? And one of them seems to be dying right in front of my eyes. The array around him buzzed with joy as a powerful life force surged from his body for it to consume. Kyle stepped out of the array and walked above it as its illusionary form solidified into a dark mass of energy. The icy flames danced around him, intertwining with the faint particles emanating from his body, creating an ethereal spectacle that pulsed with an overwhelming power capable of destroying everything. I wonder if it's painful, dying I mean. With each step he felt the coldness enveloping his body, intensifying in strength to halt him. The will of the universe turned to him when it sensed his aura but gasped at the sight of his body cracking like glass. Kyle blinked and in the next second he was floating directly behind Enthrall, who tried to turn back and attack him, but couldn't move. Kyle's eyes met Jian's hazy ones and the green within them turned to white. Everyone in the vicinity hissed as space shattered in a blur, and time rushed back with an anguished noise as if forced. The sky erupted with a powerful roar, and the will of the universe rushed to stop him when it realized what he was doing. Stop, you can't toy with nature so recklessly. He wasn't allowed to interfere, but as the will of the universe, he couldn't let anyone disrupt nature. It was one thing for Kyle to try to turn back time in his vicinity, but he was trying to alter events that had already transpired to save someone. Damn it, it's not like the kid's going to die. He can create a new body for himself, so why are you doing this? Kyle tilted his head and the old man rushing toward him was stopped by the icy flames. He wanted to say just because. However, considering his condition, he refrained. He watched as the hazy red eyes he had been staring at began to return to normal. Time turned back and with each moment his skin cracked further. He had already lost too much life force due to the array, which was still operating in the distance, and now his body was suffering for doing what he was forbidden to do. Jian blinked in surprise as if his thoughts had returned to him and he blinked again. He glanced down at his body and released a harsh breath when he saw no blood, not even a hint of it. He was sure his heart. Even the thought made him shudder. This, oh my, he pressed his palm against his racing heart and a hint of excitement flashed in his red eyes, so one can really turn back time enough to alter events. He whipped his head toward Kyle with a grin, but the smile faded when he saw his condition. Chapter 772, Realm of the Dead, Part 7. Jian's face paled, and he hastily lunged forward to grasp Kyle to help him, seeing his skin marred with cracks. But before his hands could reach him, a brutal kick sent a jolt through his midsection, knocking the breath out of his lungs. Gasping, he doubled over, struggling to regain his balance in midair. But it was futile, his body flailed like a cloth, and he was hurled backward before crashing hard to the ground. Giant coughed violently as blood spilled from his lips. There was silence in the air as everyone watched Kyle lower his leg. Alec's mouth hung open at the sight. He was closest to Giant, so he saw clearly how the latter's body was flung away. Giant struggled to get to his feet, his expression wounded as he wiped the blood from his chin and lips and stared straight at the silver-haired man floating far away. What was that for? Kyle met his gaze with a cold expression, making Giant shut his mouth. It's for getting injured even after all this time training with me. Giant stared back at him blankly as his body was hoisted up toward the crack above. A faint laugh escaped his lips. Seriously. That's what you care about when it looks like your body is about to shatter any second, you bastard. He fought against the force pulling him up, but his injury made his struggles feel futile. Kyle disregarded him and turned his attention back. His eyes fell on Enthrall, who floated in the distance, astounded by the events that had just unfolded. The Shadow General was in disbelief that even his body had traveled back in time. His sapphire eyes locked onto the green ones, and just as Kyle's fingers reached out to grab him by the neck, he leaped into the rift from which he, Sino, and Damien had emerged earlier, disappearing from sight without a moment's hesitation. Kyle stared at the empty space before him and blinked once before turning toward the other two Shadow Generals. He is quite elusive, isn't he? Sino flinched at his words and looked at Damien, who wore a grave expression. For some reason, they sensed an overwhelming cold aura radiating from the human in front of them, prompting them to hesitate before confronting him head-on. Kyle wanted to eliminate them, but it was at that moment that the last two seals binding the realm of the dead finally disintegrated into dust, causing the entire Forsaken Land to tremble as a massive void to the realm of departed souls opened in their place. The icy flames enveloping the area dissipated into nothingness as an aura of pure divine and spiritual energy, along with something entirely beyond the realm of the living, surged forth from the void, followed by a cacophony of mixed sounds filled with confusion and surprise. The will of the universe cried out in pure horror as everything around the void began to disintegrate into nothingness, devoured by the energy radiating from it. The old man wanted to intervene, but he was too weak. In the end, he could only leave everything to fate and vanished. James shouted to his people as he rushed toward the crack in the sky. "We need to leave, now." The 7 elders gathered to escape the terrifying scene, their hearts pounding as a blinding light erupted from the void. Odiak paused suddenly and called out to Alec and the other youngsters to come as well, but his eyes widened when he saw them all rushing toward Kyle. He gritted his teeth and floated after the other elders while assisting Raziel. Once he and James sent the others away, they both turned back to urge the kids to hurry up. The array maintaining the crack in the sky trembled and lost its power as the energy from the void consumed it. The crack in the sky began to close the moment the array disintegrated. Kyle's body trembled as he sensed the air quickening and a very familiar presence tearing through the space behind him. In contrast, Damien and Sino's eyes sparkled with excitement and respect. Their hearts raced with awe as a layer of darkness intertwined with something otherworldly spread out to envelop the space. The air crackled with an overwhelming surge of power, and a pair of obsidian eyes peered out from the tier behind Kyle. James's breath hitched at the sight, feeling a suffocating pressure grip him, threatening to engulf everything in its wake. Yue rushed toward Kyle. "Come with us." Not only Yue, but all of his friends rushed toward him except for Jian, who was quite far away. He shouted in denial as he realized he couldn't move, feeling the weight of the dark gaze behind him fixed on his back. "Go," Kyle screamed and without hesitation invoked another natural law to manipulate the space. The area before Yue cracked open, and her eyes widened as the fissure forcefully swallowed her. Carcel, Sinon, Regius, and Mia, who were together in the distance, met the same fate and were swallowed by another crack. Alec, who was closest to him, reached out with gritted teeth, desperate to grab him. He wanted to use a teleportation bead to bring Kyle with him. They could figure out how to heal his body together. But his eyes widened as a teleportation portal flared to life before him and swallowed him. Lara froze in her tracks at the scene. With one last glance at Kyle, she hurried toward Jian, determined to pull him away toward the closing crack in the sky where James and Odiak were waiting. She understood there was no point in trying to help Kyle if he didn't want it. He would do the same to send her away. So, instead of letting him waste his energy trying to send her and Jian off, it was wiser for them to make their own escape. Kyle didn't turn back to look at the person watching him. Instead, he focused on Lara as she reached Jian. He wanted to send them away as well, but there wasn't an ounce of strength left in his body. He heard it loud and clear when a figure stepped out of the tier behind him. Kyle clenched his fists. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, he wanted to. It was just that the icy power within him, combined with the dark gaze on his back, was forcing him to stay. A deep, crazed, familiar voice rang out behind him. Finally, after such a long time I can get my hands on at least one of them. Chapter 773, Realm of the Dead, Part 8. A chill ran down Kyle's spine at the sound of the voice. He turned his head to his left and saw the familiar figure of the man he hadn't seen in a long time arriving beside him. Azazel didn't glance at him again. His obsidian gaze was fixed on the void in the distance from which the cries of confusion and bewildered souls were emanating, as he mumbled something no one could hear. His eyes brimmed with a madness and darkness that signaled he wouldn't hesitate to annihilate and obliterate anything that obstructed him at that moment. Kyle couldn't breathe when he sensed the aura radiating from Azazel's body. It was so dark and powerful that it made him feel like the strength he possessed at that moment was entirely insignificant. Damien and Sino also seemed to sense that something was very wrong with Azazel. Instead of waiting for praise from their master, they both turned and vanished without looking back, their hearts pounding loudly in their chests. Kyle stared hazily at the back of the tall man who let out a menacing, crazed laugh before rushing toward the void. He turned his gaze toward Lara and Jayan, panic flashing in his eyes when he saw they were still far from the crack. He wanted to help them, but when he tried to, his body began to shatter. His bloodline stilled and finally allowed him to move. Ah, a soft cry escaped his lips. It was agonizing, so much so that he wanted to scream. But he didn't, because he didn't want to attract the attention of the crazed man peering into the void in the distance. Ultimately, he lifted his hazy eyes to look at Odiak and James, who snapped out of their daze under his intense stare. Without Kyle needing to say anything, they instinctively understood what he wanted. Lara and Jayan gasped as they witnessed what was happening to Kyle. With startled eyes, they saw his body shatter. But before the two could comprehend the situation or rush toward him, Odiak activated a strong artifact to transport both of them away. Odiak shut his eyes at the sight of the gleaming icy blue particles floating around the purely golden soul amidst the darkness. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. It was not that he hadn't seen individuals lose their bodies and create new ones as long as their soul and consciousness were intact, but after knowing Kyle, he never imagined Kyle would go through it. James glanced at Azazel's figure, witnessing dark energy erupting from his body and engulfing everything. He wanted to help Kyle, so he tried to use the natural law of space to assist his soul in escaping the area, but it was as if an invisible barrier enveloped the soul, rendering his strength ineffective within Kyle's vicinity. He gritted his teeth and decided to try again with an artifact this time, but suddenly a burst of purple energy surged from Azazel, shattering everything in the vicinity. The sheer force was so powerful and overwhelming that both James and Odiak were violently propelled back into the crack. They groaned in pain as the closing crack fractured under the relentless power. By a narrow margin, they both managed to escape the crack with their lives. Hazy, that's how everything appeared to Kyle. Cold was the only sensation he felt. It was as if he were naked, yet simultaneously encased in chilling ice. He felt vulnerable, weak, and powerless. He couldn't speak, nor could he feel his body, but he remained conscious as he felt himself plummeting downward. The scene before him was very familiar. Darkness intertwined with swirling purple particles. Azazel's figure loomed, laughing maniacally at the heart of the devastation as he unleashed his power on the void. Countless souls surged from the gray void, only to be annihilated without hesitation by Azazel as his dark eyes flicked around, just as Kyle had seen in his vision. Kyle gazed silently at the sky as everything around him disintegrated into nothingness, echoing with the cries of lost souls. He felt his own presence in the sky directly behind Azazel and thought. Ah, this was the moment when he used his skill to catch a glimpse of the impending future. Azazel noticed him but ignored him. It seemed the man cared about nothing else but the person he was searching for among the countless souls. He mumbled frantically as he tore apart and destroyed every confused soul in sight without a hint of hesitation. "Where is she? Where is she?" Kyle watched silently. He wanted to ask Azazel if the man was searching for Lilith's soul, the woman who had betrayed him in the past. But he didn't have a body, so he couldn't speak. Perhaps it was because he had lost his body, but now he felt no fear even as he saw the sky collapse. Kyle had believed that losing his physical body would be difficult, and that it would take him a long time to form a new one, especially since he didn't know how. However, he sensed his bloodline working to craft a new body for him, almost eagerly. He questioned why it forced him to stay when he could have escaped the place, and he received his answer in the next moment. As Azazel destroyed everything, a half-glistening, golden, palm-sized core rolled out from the area near the massive void. It stopped beside Kyle's soul, and he desperately wanted to laugh, as its scent was eerily similar to the Tree of Fate. Now he understood why the last two seals sealing the realm of the dead had suddenly cracked and turned to dust. The Shadow Generals had used the fragment of the Tree of Fate's core they had stolen from the elven planet and concealed it near the seals. in a location where its scent was entirely obscured by the scent of the seals, which is why Kyle couldn't detect it. That core's power destroyed the seals. His bloodline was aware of everything that was about to happen, as he could sense it consuming the glistening core nearby and shaping a new, more powerful body for him, one that could merge with it. Chapter 774. Where is she? The space around Azazel twisted and shattered into fragments, but he remained unfazed. Numerous figures in white and dark robes, their forms obscured by layers of spiritual and divine energy, surged forth from the gray void before him. The figures attempted to stop him and gather the souls escaping from the void, but they were consumed by the purple and dark particles emanating from his body. After a while, 5 more figures, 3 old females and 2 old males emerged from the void, clad in golden robes. Unlike those in white and dark attire, they did not attempt to stop Azazel. One of them closed his eyes and sensed every living being that possessed a form of energy in their bodies throughout the entire universe. A somber look settled on his face, obscured by spiritual and divine energy. There's no other celestial in this universe except for the man floating before us, let alone one who has reached the peak. His words filled the other 4 figures floating with him with a grim sense of foreboding. If there was no other celestial, then who would close the void leading to the realm of the dead in this universe? Who would stop this madman wreaking havoc before them? The balance of the universe had already been shattered. They were the 5 eternal guardians of the realm of the dead, tasked with judging the souls that naturally found their way to the realm after they had truly died. Each soul faced judgment according to the life they lived. Virtuous souls were rewarded with peace and enlightenment, while those who committed serious misdeeds endured torment, ensuring they fully grasped the consequences of their actions. After the souls had served their time in the realm of the dead, they would reincarnate into a new life according to the karma they had accumulated during their previous existence, allowing them to live anew. However, this cycle was now disrupted. In fact, it was completely shattered, as the only entrance to the realm of the dead in this universe had been destroyed. As a result, the souls currently within the realm were being forcefully ejected, and those who would arrive after death would also fail to find their path. These souls lack consciousness. They could either be destroyed by others or become malevolent entities, possessing weak living beings and wreaking havoc. The balance of life and death was thrown into turmoil, leading to a reality where they could no longer guide the souls. One of the 5 guardians suddenly looked up at a distant point, her brows furrowed. We must reach out to the celestial realm. This universe requires help. I am certain the celestials who guard nature would respond to us. This universe is one of the biggest, and if the realm of the dead here remains unsealed, it will face destruction, and the other universes will be affected as well. The guardian who had spoken earlier replied with a solemn expression. There's no use, I just tried to reach out, but the only gate leading to the celestial realm is sealed for some reason. The 4 guardians around him gasped in shock. The celestial realm was sealed, but how and why? Wasn't that realm always open for those who reached the celestial rank to prevent them from disturbing the balance of the universe with their overwhelming power? One of them clenched his fists. I don't understand why the celestial before us is still in this universe. Shouldn't he have departed after reaching the celestial rank? This situation already violates the rules. The others had the same questions, but they didn't have time to seek answers. They had no time to figure out why the celestial realm was sealed, why a powerful celestial was still in this universe, or why no other celestial had forced him to leave. They all spoke for a moment before deciding to communicate with Azazel to understand his intentions. They had no other choice. After all, even though the 5 of them possessed immense power, it was only in the presence of souls. Before a true celestial at the peak, their strength barely compared to that of a transcendent rank. Even though they had talked for so long, only a few seconds had passed. Yet in that brief moment, the entire forsaken land had turned into nothing but a mass of energy. The guardian who had previously checked the universe and tried to reach the celestial realm stepped forward. He was the oldest among them and also the leader. He spoke loudly, noticing that Azazel wasn't in the right state of mind. What are you searching for? No, let me rephrase that. Who are looking for? His voice rang out so loudly that even those outside the forsaken land could hear him. Azazel finally paused. He had ignored everyone around him, every single person. The only thing he wanted was to reach the one he desired, but even he knew that if he entered the realm of the dead and checked every single soul there, it would take him countless years to find her. The madness in his gaze subsided. The moment he calmed down, he stopped the beautiful purple flower with multiple petals that had bloomed to hold up the sky above him from consuming the souls. It let out an aggrieved sound, as if it were dissatisfied but remained obedient. Azazel's obsidian gaze fixed directly on the 5 floating figure clad in gold, looking so out of place amidst the surrounding darkness, so pure, so clean. I want her, give her to me. I know she has not reincarnated. She hasn't, or else I would have found her. She isn't here. He mumbled loudly, lamenting how he had searched the entire universe for her soul, but it wasn't here. Not here. The guardian speaking to him sensed that the energy from the realm of the dead had left the forsaken land and was wreaking havoc in the surroundings as well. He glanced at the other guardians. They needed to stop the foreign energy or at least seal it temporarily, or else it would consume the entire universe. Believing they could somehow persuade the man before them, who seemed to be the one who had opened the realm of the dead, to close it as well, the old guardian intervened with impatient eyes. "Who is it? Give us her name and birth date. We can find her soul for you." Sacrificing a single soul was trivial if it meant saving countless others. Also, they couldn't be held accountable, considering that soul had made an enemy of the wrong individual herself before death. Yes, they would be violating some natural laws, but it was for the greater good. They would sacrifice that soul for now to temporarily protect the universe while they found a way to reach the celestial realm. "We will give you the soul you seek." In exchange, the guardian who had been speaking to Azazel couldn't finish his sentence and shut his mouth when he heard the name of the person the madman was searching for. Lilith. Her name is Lilith. The one known as the Ice Enchantress. The five guardians fell deadly silent when they heard the name, exchanging panicked glances. How could they not know? Lilith, it was a name they would never forget. After dying, that soul refused to enter the cycle of reincarnation for over 1,000 years, despite having committed only a minor amount of wrongdoing in her life. She endured punishment for her nearly non-existent bad deeds countless times, to the point that even the guardians could no longer bear to witness it. Lilith's soul had entered the realm of the dead with her consciousness intact and her strength at the peak of the supreme rank. Yet somehow she had no memories. The only thing she was certain of was that she did not deserve to reincarnate and felt she needed punishment for something very wrong she had done in her life, though she could not recall what it was. However, after so much time, even the strongest soul would break. Around 2,000 years ago, Lilith's soul began to fracture. The guardians couldn't just watch as her existence vanished into nothingness. So they forcefully attempted to restore her memories and reignite her spirit. They believed that if they could help her remember the truth of her past, she might find the strength to forgive herself and enter the cycle of reincarnation to live a new life. However, they failed. In the end, her soul shattered and vanished before their eyes, returning to nature never to exist again. How could the Lilith that the guardians knew have made an enemy of this man? And how could this man still remember her after more than 3,000 years? The guardians were in disbelief and utter panic. Noticing the guardian's silence, Azazel's impatience grew. He opened his mouth, his voice deep and hoarse as he spoke again. "Where is she? Give her to me. If not, I will annihilate every single soul here to find her myself. And believe me when I say that none of you will exist to witness it." Chapter 775. Consume everything. The five guardians turned pale as they sensed the air around them growing violent, feeling as if an overwhelming weight bore down on their shoulders beneath the gaze of the obsidian eyes fixed upon them. One of them, an old woman, attempted to speak in an effort to manage the situation. "That, Lilith's soul," she stammered, struggling to find an answer to curb the madness spilling from the man before her, but before she could articulate her thoughts, she gasped as a hand tightened around her neck. The other four guardians surrounding the woman were sent hurtling away by the aura radiating from Azazel, as if they were mere feathers caught in a tempest, insignificant in the wake of his power. Azazel growled at her, the obsidian in his gaze fading to reveal two sharp purple slits, signifying that he had not yet unleashed his full power. The massive flower holding the falling sky emitted a dark and otherworldly aura capable of annihilating anything. Red veins snaked along his neck, leading to the area between his collarbones. The woman in his grip punched his arm desperately, trying to break free from the fingers clutching her neck. She screamed as a dark aura seeped into her eyes and mouth. A low, hoarse whisper echoed near her, sending chills down her spine. "Time's up, you don't have to speak anymore. I will find out on my own." The other guardians hurriedly found their balance and witnessed him tearing apart the woman's mind and soul to absorb all her memories. They shouted in horror and attempted to stop him, but they couldn't even get close, let alone intervene. In the end, they could only watch as the woman's body transformed into golden dust that vanished into the darkness. Azazel's breath came out in quick, erratic bursts as he stared into the air, watching the golden dust slip through his fingers. He saw her, he saw Lilith. He saw the person he had been searching for in the woman's memories, but she had already vanished into nothingness. What now? One of the two people who had made him the way he was today was already gone. What was he supposed to do now? For so long, the only thing that had driven him was revenge, the thought of finding the two people he cared for, the very ones who had taken his last shred of sanity, to give them 1,000-fold of what they had done to him. But now he was discovering that one of them had already ceased to exist. Azazel felt as if everything was mocking him, mocking his agony, his struggles, his relentless quest to find them. He felt small, very small, despite the overwhelming power he possessed, and lost as he plummeted downward, not really caring where he was falling as he stared into the darkness. It started as a faint, almost inaudible, choked, mocking laugh. That immediately transformed into a heartrending scream as he clawed at his stomach, the very place from which those two, his dear friends, had extracted his celestial bones. The scream echoed loudly everywhere, reverberating through the emptiness around him, a haunting testament to his anguish. The four remaining guardians froze, struggling to breathe at the sound that tore directly at their very beings. They could not believe a voice could contain so much pain. Each cry that echoed in the air served as a reminder of the betrayal and the unbearable loss Azazel felt, intensifying the pain that surged through him like an unrelenting tide. The massive flower that held the sky dissolved into purple and black particles that trailed behind Azazel. They formed a shield beneath him to halt his falling figure in the center of the energy mass that was once known as the Forsaken Land. He gasped and struggled to gather his scattered thoughts. After screaming for a while, he simply knelt above the glowing purple shield, surrounded by darkness, staring blankly into empty space. In that moment, he was not a figure of power. He was a shattered soul, grappling with the weight that clawed at his core, threatening to consume him. A faint whisper slipped from his lips, causing everything around him to quiver. Consume everything. With that, the power within him surged outward and began consuming all in its path. The remaining four guardians, fighting to keep their consciousness, cried out once more as they witnessed the purple and dark energy devouring everything in its wake. The gray void leading to the realm of the dead was also being consumed. In a final bid to save the universe from collapse, the guardians gathered and used themselves as catalysts, alongside countless other souls, to stop the devastation. They managed to save the realm of the dead, but the balance was lost. Now no one in this universe would be able to find a new path after death. Souls would be forever lost, leaving them with no chance for another life. Before the Guardians' bodies crumbled to golden dust, they somehow reached out to the will of the universe to inform him that they could only buy 2 decades, even with their lives and countless sacrifices. Now, it was up to the inhabitants of this universe to either gain the strength needed to save it, or discover a way to reach the celestial realm for help, within the fleeting time their sacrifice had afforded them. They didn't need to find new guardians for the realm of the dead, as new guardians would naturally be born in that realm. They just needed to close the void and restore the lost balance in the universe. The 4 guardians shattered their souls and created a thin gray barrier around the mass of energy to prevent the aura of the realm of the dead from spreading further. As for the purple energy, it had returned to its master for reasons unknown. Then the guardian vanished into the surrounding darkness, leaving behind the haunting cries of the lost souls, those who could never find peace echoing in the void. But no one could help them. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads. Chapter 776. What are you all doing? Outside the massive mass of dark energy that had just moments ago been known as the Forsaken Land, millions of people from various races, those who had escaped the land through the crack, and those who had gathered from numerous nearby planets due to the commotion, could only watch with horrified and grim expressions. Many of them saw the inky darkness engulfing the vast expanse of land. It consumed everything so swiftly that they couldn't even gather their thoughts to take action. However, when the darkness began to spread outward, threatening to consume everything in its vicinity, many regained their composure and attempted to halt its advance, but ultimately failed. Amidst the chaos and the growing crowd, many also witnessed the massive, beautiful purple flower, blooming to support the collapsing sky above the land. Its beauty was so captivating that the crowd was mesmerized, only to gasp in horror and dread when they realized the exquisite flower was trying to drain their strength by manipulating their thoughts. The flower was surrounded by an enchanting darkness. Its petals radiated a faint yet brilliant purple light, but they were marred by countless red and dark spots. James and Odiak gathered with the elders. Though too injured to take any action, they called out to the crowd to assemble. The countless fighters who had just moments ago been fighting in the war quickly assembled under their command, but those who had come from nearby and didn't know them ignored their calls. However, the moment Odiak unfurled the familiar banner of the gray sword, everyone present obeyed James's command. They would be fools not to recognize the symbol used by the side battling Azazel and the Shadow Generals to save the universe. Just like the crowd, the people from the dark side who had also survived due to the crack were captivated by the flower, and a wave of pure ecstasy washed over them at the sight of the devastation. Unlike the others, they knew the flower belonged to their master, their leader, who was all-powerful. But all of a sudden, a loud scream reverberated, shaking everything in the surroundings, and the flower vanished. Then before their eyes, a thin gray shield completely enveloped the mass of energy and successfully halted its advance. They were stupefied. Many from the dark side fled when they saw that, under James and the Elders' command, the crowd had begun to form a battle formation. Still, many of them were killed mercilessly. The scene was chaotic, filled with battle cries. Countless powerful beasts who had also been saved by the crack Kyle created attacked opposing sides, further disrupting the balance and intensifying the chaos. The air crackled, and the very fabric of space shattered under the force of their immense power and powerful skills. Nox and a few other powerful beasts led the beasts on their side to drive away at least some of the strong beasts on the enemy side in an effort to reduce the casualties. However, even amidst the chaos, Nox's eyes were locked on the crimson phoenix that soared far away, silently observing the mass of dark energy. Bia hadn't said anything, nothing at all, even as the Forsaken Land crumbled. Alec and the others were nowhere to be found, and Nox learned from Yue that they had all been teleported to a planet quite far away from this place. Alec, Yue, Mia, Regius, Carcel, and Sinon were together since Kyle was the one who sent them away, and it would take some time for them to reach this place. As for Lara and Jian, who were teleported away by Odiak using an artifact, no one had any idea where the duo currently was. Seeing the thin barrier that enveloped the mass of energy, many of the supreme ranks under James's shout tried to push forward and force their way in, as James and the Elders still wanted to save Kyle's soul. However, it was surrounded by a type of energy that harmed their souls. In that moment, the will of the universe appeared in front of them. The old man confronted James, his teeth clenched. "What are you all doing? You didn't help when it mattered, and now you are trying to destroy the barrier that was forged through countless sacrifices, which has granted us 2 decades of time to save this universe, all to rescue someone who may have already ceased to exist." James paused in his actions, regarding the old man with a calm facade, but inside he was boiling. Normally, he held the will of the universe in high regard, but witnessing the old man's indifference toward their lives and his obsession with the seals had shifted his perspective on this man. Elizabeth grasped his shoulder, trying to calm him, and to her relief, it worked. James sucked in a deep breath, his mind racing as he contemplated the words uttered by the will of the universe. "What the hell are you saying now? I know Azazel is in there and it's dangerous for us to enter the area, but we need to save Kyle's soul. He has the potential to reach the celestial rank, and I'm certain he will." He shouted so loudly that even amidst the battle raging in all directions, every single person in the vicinity heard him. Those who understood the gravity of his declaration inhaled sharply. Celestial rank, it was a rank that many had only dreamed of, a level of power and enlightenment that few could even fathom. But the question lingered, could anyone truly achieve that rank? After all, not even James had reached it. Aside from Azazel, the leader of the dark side, and the first and second shadow generals who were said to have approached the initial boundary of that rank, no one had ever attained it. The will of the universe clenched his fists. He too knew that a capable youth like Kyle shouldn't simply perish. However, saving the universe was his highest priority. What's the point of reaching that rank if this universe doesn't exist by the time he achieves it? Tell me, James, what's the value of power if it serves no purpose? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads. Chapter 777, Just Let Him Come Back. James wanted to argue to refute the old man floating before him by saying no. Kyle didn't need to save this universe. He didn't need to endure suffering simply because they wanted him to be their hope. It wasn't his duty. And who were they to dictate the purpose of his strength? Kyle had already saved so many by sacrificing himself. He had given everything, and now they couldn't even save him in return. How tragic it was. The injustice stung, and James wanted to express that true power should be about choice, not obligation. But he couldn't find the words. After all, he knew that if the universe were to collapse, they too would vanish alongside it, as they couldn't leave and go to another place. The realization hit him like a cold wave, and his muscles tensed as he stared at the will of the universe, who scoffed at his silence, aware of the weight his words carried. Odiak was the one who broke the tension by suddenly interrupting the two. He looked at the old man and mentally told Elizabeth to take James away to calm him down. "I believe we have more pressing matters to discuss. What did you mean when you said that we only have 2 decades to save this universe, and who made sacrifices?" His words made all the elders stop whatever they were doing and listen, but what they uncovered only made their hearts race with dread. The universe they inhabited was teetering on the edge of collapse. The guardians of the realm of the dead had sacrificed themselves, along with countless innocent souls, to prevent the aura of that realm from consuming everything. The balance of life and death was lost. Now no one in the universe would be able to find peace after death. The souls of the departed would be forever lost. To make matters even worse, the thin shield the guardians created could only last for about 2 decades. After that, it would collapse, and the lethal aura trapped inside would spread everywhere, consuming the universe and reducing it to nothingness. Every supreme rank that had been attempting to destroy the flickering shield under James and the elders pulled away, their faces etched with horror. What were they doing? Were they truly trying to destroy the shield that had been forged through countless sacrifices and had granted the universe precious time? It was true that Kyle had the potential to reach the celestial rank, but would his so-called potential save them? No, the moment the shield broke, the aura inside would annihilate them all, and who knew if Kyle's soul still existed? Everything inside the shield had turned to nothingness, so how could only his soul have survived? His soul must have vanished too. The powerful figures before the shield turned to side with the will of the universe, no longer willing to save the person who had just moments ago saved thousands, perhaps even tens of millions. Their expressions were somber as they glared at James and the elders, filled with anger and frustration. How could the ones who had been battling the dark side all this time to safeguard the universe put them in a situation that would lead to their own end, all for the sake of one single individual? James and the elders felt a sense of disbelief and pain deeper than anything they had ever experienced at the sight. They couldn't help but want to laugh at the sheer irony of it all, yet they were no different. After learning what the will of the universe had revealed, they made no additional attempts to save Kyle's soul. Odiak wore an aloof expression as he straightened his clothes and regarded the people around him with an indifferent gaze before turning to give one final glance at the will of the universe. We know now, we know, but what about Azazel? Is he not affected by the aura of the realm of the dead? Not even a little, he's in there too. Everyone held their breath, but their hopes were dashed when the old man clenched his fists and shook his head. He is completely fine, so much so that he even tried to destroy everything. Odiak rubbed his temples, his aged voice weary and slightly hoarse. If that's all, you can go. The will of universe narrowed his eyes at him for a moment before disappearing. Elizabeth stepped forward and in a commanding voice asked everyone around her to join the battle unfolding around them and to end the people of the dark side. No one hesitated and quickly scattered, leaving the elders alone. James shut his eyes for a moment before taking a long, deep breath. He glanced at the shield and whispered softly, "I guess I can only say sorry for being so weak and truly." "Thank you." The elders understood he was referring to Kyle, so they silently watched his back. At that instant, Bia, who had been listening to their conversation from a considerable distance, let out a snort. A brilliant crimson light flashed around her imposing form as the phoenix transformed into a beautiful lady with golden hair, clad in a feathery golden and crimson dress. She reached James in no time. No need. If Kyle were here, he wouldn't accept this fickle apology either. Also, he didn't make the crack to save you all. I know he didn't. He wanted to save me and those he cared about. Everyone else was just lucky to be saved in the process. James blinked at the gaze fixed on him. He sensed that the lady was Bia, but it felt as if he were looking at a different person. Her eyes had blue slits in the center, encircled by shades of gold and crimson, and at that moment they appeared cold and utterly indifferent. "We won't help the elders anymore. I believe what we have done is enough." With that, Bia turned to leave. She knew that if the supreme ranks couldn't break the shield, how could she do it alone? As for Kyle, that bastard, even she had no idea what happened to him. His presence had completely vanished. The bond they shared had also disappeared, but this wasn't the first time, it wasn't. So unlike before, this time she wouldn't lose her calm, she would wait for him to return. "I'm going to pull out all his hairs, just let him come back." Chapter 778, Move Aside. Bia took a deep breath and whipped her head sharply toward the lynx, fighting the other monsters fiercely for the people she no longer gave a damn about. "Nox," her voice resonated through the air, so powerful and loud that Nox almost forgot how to fly, despite it being second nature to him, all because of sheer fear. He turned his frightened blue eyes toward the phoenix, who had been silent all this time. Bia's eyes flickered with anger. "We're leaving to find you, eh? Take Neon and the people we know with you. It's time to grow stronger. Follow me before I pluck all your beautiful scales," Nox cried out inwardly. What had he done to get on her nerves now? He had just been fighting to end the people of the dark side, but he didn't dare to question Bia. The multiple powerful monsters fighting around him scoffed at the phoenix and telepathically told Nox to reject her. They had all formed a friendship with him after fighting alongside him for several long months, so they were confident he wouldn't abandon them for Bia, who always beat him up for no reason on the battlefield. But they were dumbfounded when Nox turned and disappeared toward the phoenix without even sparing them a glance. Damn, he didn't even look back. Bia glared at James and the 7 elders one last time. Then she turned and swept her gaze across her surroundings. The blue in her eyes deepened to an almost icy hue, but she didn't notice. Before long, Nox was flying beside her in his human form, along with Neon and many familiar faces. James could only massage his temples as he watched their figures disappear. "Why do I feel like we angered the wrong person? Kyle is someone who doesn't care about all this, but Bia," Odiak patted his back, "there's no use. She knows we can't do anything, even if we want to. She can't too. Now it's up to Kyle to survive. He has to, and if he can't," he didn't dare say anything more. James turned and joined the battle occurring in the surroundings alongside the elders. As they killed the remaining people of the dark side, their minds raced with thoughts of what to do now that they had only 2 decades to either save themselves or face oblivion alongside the entire universe. First and foremost, they needed to convey the grim news about what had transpired to every single person in the universe. Then, they had to establish a new battleground. With the Forsaken Land gone, the dark side could now launch attacks anywhere. And they were correct, as Sino and Damien, who had escaped in time after witnessing Azazel's condition, had already begun issuing orders to their people to conquer every planet in the universe. The Shadow Generals believed they would leave for the Celestial Realm alongside the powerful leader they served as soon as Azazel achieved what he wanted. They were determined to grow stronger, indifferent to the universe's future. Alongside many individuals from other races, the Demon race and its subsidiary branches, the Dark and Nightkin race under their command, were entirely oblivious to the impending doom. And even if any of them were aware, they believed that if anything occurred, Azazel would shield them since they were fighting for him. As a result, they had no concern for the devastation that the future held, but would Azazel truly protect them? That was something that not many consider. Giant and Lara both were the first to arrive before the expansive thin gray shield that contained the dark mass of energy. The people of the dark side in the surroundings had been already eliminated, while the powerful warriors fighting under James and the elders were either retreating to their home planets or seeking refuge on nearby planets until the influential figures could identify a new battleground. The crowd had also thinned, leaving only the older supreme and transcendent ranks alongside James and the elders as they discussed their next course of action. It was then that they noticed Giant and Lara. The duo was panting heavily, and it was evident from their injured bodies that they had struggled a lot to reach this place. Giant gritted his teeth as he remembered how Kyle's body had shattered before his very eyes and couldn't do anything. He unleashed his strongest skill to shatter the shield surrounding the mass of energy in an attempt to reach Kyle, but his attack was stopped by Elder Hal and Sophia. The eyes of all the supreme and transcendent ranks floating in the vicinity widened in shock at his actions. Giant cursed loudly and unleashed his powerful aura, glaring at Hal and Sophia. "Move aside, you two. Why have you all not destroyed this thing and reached Kyle yet?" Lara arrived beside him to help him destroy the shield. She had thought Kyle didn't need assistance when he was sending everyone away, but upon seeing his body shatter, she realized there was no way he was fine. Alec, Yue, and the others didn't even know what had happened. She glared at the elders who were stopping Giant. "What's the meaning of this?" Her voice was calmer than Giant's, but she had also unleashed her transcendent rank aura. James hurriedly positioned himself opposite the duo. "Listen first." "All right," Giant cut him off. "What's there to listen to? Kyle isn't okay. We need to find his soul. He lost his body right in front of my eyes. Move aside. I will break that shield if you all weaklings can't." His voice was hoarse as he tried to push his way through everyone in front of him. Instantly, whispers of disapproval filled the air, expressing how arrogant this red-haired man was for daring to challenge so many powerful figures. The powerful individuals who hadn't joined the war and had recently gathered due to the commotion had no knowledge of Giant and were displeased. But they shut their mouths when James and Odiak darkly glared at them. Giant cursed when he was pushed back in the distance. James quickly formed a barrier around him and let out a sigh. "Kid, I know I have grown weaker since many of us sacrificed our life force, but I am not weak. You won't be able to last long if we all fight against you. So listen to me first and then decide what you want to do." Chapter 779. Where were you? Part 1. Giant clenched his fists, feeling irritated. Time was of the essence. The thought of what Kyle was enduring inside that place with none other than Azazel weighed heavily on his mind. However, even though James and the elders had weakened after losing a large amount of their life force, Giant knew he couldn't defeat so many supreme-ranked individuals, even with Lara by his side. He wasn't sure if he should feel glad or distressed about not being among those whose life force was drained. The reason was that he had arrived at the battle last, having stayed behind on the islands. Now he regretted it. He should have followed Kyle and the others when they left to check the seals. To make him feel even guiltier when he did go there, he put himself in a situation where Kyle had to help him. He was certain that Kyle's condition had worsened because he had invoked a powerful natural law to save him. So, he suppressed his emotions and gestured briskly for James to speak his mind quickly. Yet the more he and Lara listened to what James had to say, the darker their expressions became. Giant clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his mind racing as he tried to comprehend everything he had just heard. But unlike James and the elders, it took him less than half a minute to make a decision that shocked everyone. "Are you seriously saying that you all wouldn't save Kyle's soul because breaking the shield would jeopardize the universe? But so what? The dangers that could arise 2 decades from now could just as easily happen today. If the universe is destined to survive, it will do so now. If it isn't, then even with those extra 2 decades, no one can prevent its downfall." James and the 7 elders exchanged glances, their thoughts unmistakable. They knew Kyle and his friends all came from the same planet, but they never imagined their friendship was this deep. The faces of the other supreme and transcendent ranks turned ugly. Was this red-haired man insane? To save a single person who might very well have already ceased to exist, he wanted to kill them all. They all immediately expressed their anger and indignation by unleashing their aura. One of them scoffed. "You must not have a family. That's why you're thinking this way," another followed. "There are countless lives in this universe and you want to jeopardize them all for the sake of one person. Dream on," James glared at them. He immediately unleashed his aura to shut them up and the elders followed suit. They had lost a portion of their strength, but that didn't mean they were weak. These people never came to help, yet now they were using their worthless words. James refocused his gaze on Giant again, who wore a livid expression. Giant shot a dark look at everyone who had just spoken up, conveying that he would remember each of their faces. It was true that he did not have a real family. His parents had died when he was young. However, he had Kelvin, who was like a brother to him, along with many friends and others he cared for. He would never put any of them in harm's way. The reason he insisted they should save Kyle was that he had faith in all those who stood by his side. Once they saved Kyle, they would find a way to stop the dark aura within the shield. He was confident of it. Before Giant could speak further, a very familiar voice he hadn't heard in a while echoed behind him. "Calm down." His red eyes widened as he whipped his head back. Lara, who was floating beside him, was also taken aback upon seeing the familiar figure clad in a silver button-down shirt over dark pants, emerging silently from a crack far behind them, so quietly that they hadn't even noticed. Seeing the familiar golden eyes that now gleamed with a touch of icy aloofness and an aura of detachment, Giant's nerves, which had been on edge since he witnessed Kyle's body shatter, finally began to ease a little. He opened his mouth to explain what had happened, to tell him about Kyle, but in the end he couldn't say anything. 9 appeared beside him in no time, so quickly that Giant couldn't even react. He passed through the barrier James had created around Giant with ease. Outside the barrier, Lara's eyes widened. Even she hadn't been able to pass through that barrier. Only then did she realize that she could no longer sense 9's rank. It was true that she had lost a significant part of her strength when she lost her life force, but to think she couldn't sense even a hint of his strength, that was astonishing. James's eyes flickered with disbelief as well. Had he truly grown so weak? He was certain he had put at least 80% of his power into creating that barrier around Giant to prevent him from fighting against him and the elders, yet 9 had passed through it as if it were a breeze. Giant stared into the golden eyes fixed on him, the thin threads moving within them emanating an aura that conveyed wisdom he couldn't comprehend. He couldn't help but wonder what 9 had been doing over the past months to transform into this. 9 patted his back, his words resonating directly in Lara's and Giant's minds. "He is fine, I am sure of that, so there's no need to waste time here, he wouldn't like it." Giant blinked twice, and the meaning behind 9's words finally settled in his mind. He was saying that Kyle was fine. That bastard, he better be fine. He stopped releasing his aura and rubbed his temples. For some reason, he believed what 9 had told him without hesitation, even though just a while ago he had been ready to fight James and the elders to break the shield and find Kyle's soul. Now that the weight had lifted from his shoulders, the exhaustion of everything he had endured finally came crashing down on him like a wave. His eyelids stung, and the injuries on his body throbbed. Well, Kyle had kicked him pretty hard after all. Plus, Kyle had even sent him and Lara to a place they couldn't easily escape from, filled with powerful swamp monsters. I guess I could use a good sleep. But I'm sure the scene of Kyle's body shattering is going to haunt me until I see him again. Let's leave before I end up torturing some people who got on my nerves. Giant swept his gaze across the supreme and transcendent ranks in the area, a clear warning that he would ensure they learned a lesson if they ever crossed paths with him again. And they all shivered as they felt the coldness in his crimson eyes. Chapter 780, Where Were You? Part 2. 9 chuckled at Giant, the aura of indifference in his eyes fading to a more casual and friendly one. He too had been shocked and on edge when he heard what had happened with the Forsaken Land. And lo and behold, he heard it from a powerful transcendent rank demon. He had spent the last few months near the Sea of Consciousness, where he had gone to learn the natural laws. But that place was surrounded by members of the demon race, so he had to blend in. At first, he thought he only needed to stay safe from the demon race. But soon, he realized how mistaken he was. He had easily blended in with the demons by transforming his appearance and aura to match theirs through a camouflage spell. The real threat was the Sea of Consciousness itself. The moment he entered that sea, he nearly died. It was so painful that he screamed himself hoarse. In the end, an old demon fishing to catch fish monsters in the Sea of Consciousness had fished him out, just as he had done to many young demons who would leap into the water to try their luck and learn natural laws, and sneered at him with disdain. The demon called him a moron and a complete fool for scaring away all the water monsters in the area, which were sold for high prices everywhere due to their exquisite and delicious taste and the aura of nature they possessed. While eating the water monsters couldn't help anyone learn the natural laws, their presence in a place abundant with nature sometimes allowed the eater to resonate with the essence of nature. The old demon, who wasn't even S rank, had shooed Nine away with a wide mocking sneer. If entering the sea of consciousness is so easy and all one needs to do is jump in for a good dip, why do the demons in the surrounding area stay so far away, as if they would perish if they approached? Nine learned it the hard way. He couldn't simply jump into the sea of consciousness without proper preparation. That's why he snooped around and gathered information about the sea from the demons in the area while pretending to be one of them. Then he finally began to touch the seawater inch by inch until he found a way to stay submerged for a short amount of time. It was painful each time, and even now he shuddered, but he had gained a lot from the sea of consciousness. He had grown significantly more powerful. If not for the fact that, as usual, he had gone to a nearby hotel to rest for a day after enduring pain in the sea and heard from a powerful demon who was rejoicing after receiving news of victory from above, that the forsaken land had turned into nothingness, he would have never left that place and might have stayed longer. Nine shook his head to push the thoughts to the back. He stole one last glance at the massive energy within the expansive shield before turning to Giant and Lara. Let's go find Alec and the others. I have already heard what happened here, which is why I rushed back. He tore the fabric of space in front of him to create a rift with his bare hands. Giant and Lara's eyes widened in shock. Giant cursed under his breath in amazement. Why the hell do you guys keep getting stronger the more I try to surpass you all? First Kyle and Alec, and now you too. I'm telling you, you're going to spill everything you've been doing. How have you become so strong? Using natural law of space, and your control over it is incredible. He wasn't the only one curious about what Nine had been doing. Lara chimed in with a nod, eager to know as well. I would like to know too. Learning natural laws wasn't an easy feat. They had also learned some natural laws, but their control over them wasn't nearly this powerful. Nine hummed softly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Of course. I wouldn't hide anything from you guys. Let's find and gather the others first, and then I will gladly lead everyone to experience what I have experienced. I am sure you will all enjoy it. It's just a pity only Kyle won't be present. When he mentioned Kyle's name, the air tensed once more, but he quickly pushed Giant into the rift, with Lara following suit. Nine glanced back at James and the 7 elders one last time before entering the crack that vanished behind him. James closed his eyes and released a heavy sigh, massaging his temples before releasing a faint, weary chuckle. Unlike Lara and Giant, he had sensed Nine's rank and it filled him with deep regret. I am certain we made a mistake. Nine has reached the supreme rank and has even grasped a natural law. Giant and the others are not weak either. Even with Kyle gone, they are a formidable force we shouldn't have lost. But we did. Odiak and the elders behind him, fully aware of the immense power Giant, Alec, and their companions possessed even without Kyle, nodded in agreement. They had indeed made a mistake. The group of young individuals who seemed destined to conquer and achieve greatness in their lives would no longer fight alongside them in battle. However, they couldn't be blamed. Circumstances had forced their hand. They would have helped Kyle if only they had been a bit stronger to bear the burden. They would have done everything to save this universe so that the younger generation wouldn't have to suffer like they did in the battle that began due to the mistakes of the older generation. But they were too weak to change the course of fate. Now, all they could do now was hope that this group of kids wouldn't be tempted to join the dark side. Otherwise, they feared they would truly lose this battle and perhaps the entire universe along with it. James turned to eyes at the other supreme and transcendent ranks in the area, whose presence had only worsened the situation with Giant earlier, his expression icy. You all, I trust you now realize that the future is nothing but grim. Therefore, I hope that instead of just speaking empty words, you will take meaningful action to help us, rather than hiding as you did before when your support was needed in war the most. Chapter 781. Can you sense him? Amidst the countless distant twinkling stars and planets, Yue's gaze was fixated on the swirling mass of energy wrapped in a gray shield, her expression unreadable. Nox's massive form floated a short distance behind her, with Bia seated on his back in her human form, her expression relaxed and strangely calm. The two watched Yue's back as the elf stared at the gray shield, now protected by countless armored warriors. Each one had a large gray sword symbol engraved on the front of their armor. The guards, though powerful, felt a bit uneasy and tense as they observed the two powerful beasts alongside the familiar elf, who would return to this place every few weeks to gaze at the shield. They had been assigned by James and several other powerful individuals to protect the shield from the dark side and any daring souls who might attempt to cause harm. If they found themselves unable to handle the danger, they were also to inform the elders. who had scattered to combat the dark side that had begun to attack all the planets. However, they never understood why so many powerful individuals would come to stare at the seal, especially these three. After a while, Yue withdrew her gaze and turned to Bia with a calm expression. "Can you sense him?" Bia leaped down from Nox's back, her golden hair cascading behind her like a shimmering waterfall. She wore a blue-gold dress paired with matching shoes. It was clear that she had begun to somewhat like her human form. No. She closed her eyes and tried once more to grasp the faint, thread-like connection she still had with Kyle but failed. Fiddling with the storage ring on her finger, she retrieved a yellowish fruit and took a bite. "It's only been 2 months, don't worry about him, he will show up soon." She trailed off and changed the topic. "Anyway, what are you going to say to the Elven Queen? She reached out to you and Regius to help save the Tree of Fate. She mentioned that the tree is a symbol of your race or something. Tusk, I don't want to help. I am going back to join the others who are near the Sea of Consciousness." Yue remained silent. This wasn't the first time the Elven Queen had asked her and Regius for assistance. It intrigued her how persistent the elves were just because she and Regius belonged to the elven race. She knew that the Elven Queen wasn't seeking her and Regius's help because they were exceptionally strong. It was because she knew that if they agreed, Alec and the others would naturally follow them. "Let's talk about it later." For now, her words were abruptly interrupted by a loud explosion that resonated from afar. Instantly, all eyes in the area turned toward the horizon, where they witnessed a planet erupting into a cloud of debris. What followed was the sinister laughter of the demon and Nightkin race erupting from the destruction as their dark, distant figures pursued the fleeing people of the planet, who desperately tried to escape. Many of the powerful guards surrounding the Grey Shield immediately rushed to help the inhabitants of the planet and eliminate the Dark Aid people with seething eyes. To think the dark side had become so bold as to attack a planet near this place. They had passed the point of caution. For the past 2 months, it was true that the entire universe had been thrown into complete chaos, with the forces under the Shadow Generals assaulting every planet in sight. However, they had not attacked the planet near the shield, as it was heavily guarded by many powerful individuals. Yue also grabbed her weapons. She had followed Nine 2 months ago and mostly stayed near the Sea of Consciousness in camouflage after he assured her that Kyle was fine and stopped her from tearing down the Grey Shield to find him. Nine had advised everyone to focus on getting stronger to fight the challenges ahead, rather than fretting over those who wouldn't hesitate to abandon them the moment they lost their usefulness. As a result, she hadn't witnessed the gruesome sight the three Shadow Generals were creating by spilling rivers of blood on every planet without fear, even though many of their forces had been getting killed. Still, there was no way Yue would stand by and watch as the demon and Nightkin race hunted others like mere animals. "Bia, Nox." Her voice echoed through the air as she vanished toward the battle. Bia clicked her tongue, but she quickly turned serious as she followed behind Yue. Nox sighed and trailed after the two. He wondered how these two women still had the strength to fight. His entire body ached since he had recently tried to enter the Sea of Consciousness because Nine told him it was nothing and that the others were just exaggerating the pain. He regretted trusting that evil human. He just wanted to get stronger, but given that his strength was at the end of divine rank, he nearly died after just a single dip in the sea. He was traumatized and had sworn he wouldn't even go near that sea again. "I don't understand how that evil human managed to coax all the men to jump into the Sea of Consciousness, and I believed him despite seeing how the other before me screamed themselves hoarse." Far away, the air crackled with sparks of electricity and explosions as the dark side launched their assault on those they were pursuing. Their evil laughter faded when they realized their noise had drawn the attention of even more people. Yue and Bia attacked them with all their strength, alongside the guards, but they were all dumbfounded when the members of the dark side suddenly fled the area. It was as if they were only there to destroy the planet and kill as many as possible. They didn't even look back, their lips stretching in eerie smiles as they vanished. Chapter 782, What Are You Staring At? Nox narrowed his eyes sharply at the scene. Indeed, the guards Yue and Bia had killed some of the demon and Nightkin race members, but most of them fled. What's the meaning of this? I thought they were crazy and would fight without fear for their lives. Why did they run off? Yue and Bia shared the same confusion. The air was thick with the echoes of cries as the small group of people who had just survived the dark side's assault wept. Their red-rimmed eyes fixed on the remnants of the planet they once called home, now reduced to mere fragments. The souls of those who perished in the explosion were scattered everywhere, never to find peace. It was not just the loss of so many lives that left the people distraught. It was the haunting realization that even in death they could not find solace. This thought brought forth their tears, a deep sorrow that echoed through the air. The guards in the vicinity couldn't even offer any words of comfort to the grieving survivors. They had witnessed countless deaths and the destruction of planets, but what was happening now was inhumane. 2 months ago, James and the elders had announced to the universe that the realm of the dead had been destroyed and that there was now no peace after death. The weight of that knowledge pressed heavily on every heart in the area. Yue felt a deep ache when she saw the scene. She glanced at one of the oldest people in the group who had survived and patted the old man's shoulder. Stay strong. This is a time when we need to remain resilient and fight the enemies to ensure that others don't endure the same. Her words offered little reassurance and be aside when she saw Yue's ashen face. The phoenix understood that things were about to go wrong, and she was right when she heard Yue's next words. I will accept the Elven Queen's request. Bia grumbled but didn't stop her. If it were Kyle, she knew he would have ignored this sight. But Yue didn't have a hard heart like him, not to mention seeing such a scene even the strongest would feel the pain. I will follow you, she whispered before quickly adding. It's not because I want to help those elves. I just want to make sure you stay safe. Bia turned around and left. Yue smiled at her fading back. And with one final glance at the destruction before her, she too turned and followed behind the phoenix with Nox. She had made a decision, but it wouldn't just impact her. She was well aware that many would follow her once they learned she was going to help the elven race. At the same time, near the Sea of Consciousness inside a restaurant, Nine's eyes narrowed, feeling as if someone were bad-mouthing him. He turned and fixed his gaze on the red-haired man glaring daggers at his back, letting out a chuckle. What are you staring at, you ugly demon? He taunted, and Jian nearly lost it. This cruel bastard had just a while ago pushed him into the Sea of Consciousness and watched as he screamed in pain. Yet he didn't seem regretful at all. Jian wanted to punch him so badly, but seeing that they were surrounded by many powerful demons, he controlled his anger. Still, he shot back with a sneer. You misunderstood. What's there to stare at when you're uglier than me? Nine's eyebrow twitched. They were all using a powerful camouflage spell, which meant they looked just like the demons in their vicinity. But to be truthful, the demons were not ugly. Each had 4 wide, large dark-colored wings behind their backs and white slit pupils. The only problem was the dark veins crawling on their skin and the dark aura emanating from their bodies. Tusk, he clicked his tongue and turned his gaze to the beautiful elven woman seated before him, who didn't even glance his way. My dear, this place is filled with flies. Why don't we go somewhere nice and quiet? Ellie shot him a glare and left his table, treating him like he was invisible as she joined Lara and Mia's table. Nine had left the Forsaken Land without telling her, and now that they had met up, he wanted her to forgive him that easily. No chance at all. The restaurant, teeming with demons, buzzed with a symphony of sounds as the clinking of wine mugs and the clatter of dishes reverberated through the lobby, which was filled with wooden tables surrounded by multiple chairs. Yet even in that loud atmosphere, Jian's mocking laughter grated on Nine's nerves, who had just been ignored by his girlfriend for the nth time in the past 2 months. To make matters worse, Sinan and Alec joined the red-haired man in laughing at him. Nine had made them all suffer when they first arrived in this place, so why wouldn't they revel in his misery? He had coaxed all the men in the group to jump into the Sea of Consciousness without any preparation, claiming it was not painful at all. But damn, only when they jumped did they realize how much of a liar he was. In the end, he fished them out, saying that they should experience the hell he had gone through since they were friends. The atmosphere around the group was good, but that changed when Regius arrived with a grim expression and a communication crystal in his hand. Carcel, who was closest to the entrance, stood up to find out what was happening. Regius sighed as he tossed the communication crystal into his mind space before speaking directly in their minds. It's Yue, she just contacted me. She said she is going to help the elven race. She is going to accept the elf queen's request. No one was surprised. After leaving with Nine, they hadn't gone to help James and the 7 elders, but they knew they weren't heartless. Sooner or later, one of them would go to help those suffering, and they would all follow that person. Chapter 783, Then what are we waiting for? Alex stood up, causing his chair to skid backward as he cast a glance at Nine before turning his attention to Regius. Then what are we waiting for? Getting stronger is something we need to prioritize, but we can't just remain in this place while the universe is crumbling around us. Carcel rose after him. We also need to return and check on the blue planet. It's concealed behind a shield, but we can't underestimate the dark side. They are attacking every planet. Some of us should go and defend our home. Mia and Lara agreed with them. They had been getting stronger since they arrived in this place and blended with the demons, but they couldn't always stay here while countless people were dying. Ellie glanced at the 2 girls. She would undoubtedly follow them. She cared about Nine, but he was strong and could protect himself. On the other hand, she needed to become stronger so he wouldn't see her as someone who needed protection. Her eyes glimmered with a determined light. She had successfully broken through to the divine rank. Now all she had to do was put in the effort to reach the next rank. Still, that was easier said than done. Sinan hummed softly, his eyes fixed on Nine, who remained silent. He then shook Jian's shoulder, the second quiet person in the group, with a mischievous grin, causing the red-haired man to hiss in pain as the discomfort from earlier, when Nine had pushed him into the sea of consciousness, had not yet completely faded. Jian glared at him. "What's with you? You should learn to understand my silence. I will follow them. It's not like me to be left behind." Sinan chuckled and raised his hands in surrender, hoping to avoid provoking the bristling man. At that moment, Jian was the strongest among them after Alec and Nine, and Sinan had no desire to face his wrath. "Don't be mad. You know you've been the luckiest among us lately. You even found a beautiful golden pearl filled with the aura of nature when we were wandering around the sea of consciousness. I just wanted to make sure you were going." Jian scoffed confidently, fully aware of his incredible luck, rubbing his aching body as he stormed out of the restaurant. Soon, the others followed suit when they noticed that their conversation had begun attracting the attention of the demons nearby. As they left, numerous pairs of white slit pupils narrowed at their retreating figures. This group of individuals had appeared in this land out of the blue, and the demons had no idea where they had come from. However, each of these young demons radiated a formidable aura that indicated they were not to be trifled with. As a result, no one dared to lay a hand on them. One of the demons muttered loudly, "They are powerful, so why aren't they helping the main army under the Shadow Generals and fighting for a higher position? Why are they wasting time here?" With his words, suspicion spread among the demons seated in the restaurant lobby. The clinking of wine mugs came to a halt. Even the waitstaff appeared perplexed. One of them glanced at the plates of food they had served to the tables occupied by Nine and his companions, humming with an inscrutable expression. Again, none of them touched the food that contained dark energy. "Fascinating." His words seemed to silence the gathered crowd even more. A female demon spoke, shocked at where all this was heading. "They are demons who all emanate powerful dark energy, but why do they avoid eating what we would do anything to have?" Her words seemed to seal the fate of the moment as everyone's expression turned grim. One of them licked his lips and turned to his communication crystal to inform the higher-ups who ruled this place, saying, "Something is wrong with these people. We aren't strong enough to confront them. It's better to let the powerful deal with them." He was right, they weren't strong. The strongest among them, an old woman, had barely reached the SS rank. Before long, every demon agreed with him. However, they couldn't directly contact the higher-ups, so they decided to reach out to the person in charge of this area. That's why the demons in the lobby all gathered around the middle-aged demon, initiating the connection to testify, knowing that the fat demon they were reaching out to would certainly whip them to death if their news lacked credibility. But who would have imagined that Nine, who had just left, would stroll back into the lobby at that exact moment? Amusement danced in his golden eyes as he watched the cluster of demons conversing into a single communication crystal. Jian followed closely behind him and let out a loud tisk, successfully startling every demon in the restaurant and capturing their attention. The demons' hearts thundered as their eyes locked onto the deep golden and fiery red ones, which stared at them as if they were already dead. The red-haired man flicked his fingertips, and an aura of pure spiritual energy spread throughout the restaurant, separating the space it occupied from the outside world. Jian bumped into Nine's shoulder as he observed the demons, who all paled. "I freaking hate snitches. Let me handle them. I am not in the best mood." Nine cast a glance at his tall figure before turning and exiting the lobby to wait outside the restaurant for him to finish. Jian didn't disappoint. In just a minute, the entire restaurant disappeared, along with the many old and young demons inside, as if it had never existed in the first place. Feeling quite satisfied, he stretched his arms and approached the brown-haired man standing guard outside the space he had separated from the surroundings. Behind him lay a piece of devastated land as his spiritual energy faded and the veil concealing the area dissolved. Nine glanced at the shops surrounding the spot where the restaurant once existed and noticed the demons gasping in shock when they realized how an entire establishment had just vanished into thin air. He sighed. "How many times do I have to tell you to eliminate the people here discreetly? The demons you killed failed, but the ones who just witnessed an entire restaurant vanish will definitely inform their superiors." Jian chuckled and shrugged. "That's something we don't need to worry about right now. Come on, the others must be waiting." Chapter 784, Destroy This Place. A month later, on a planet far from the Sea of Consciousness, the sky that should have been filled with twinkling stars was instead shrouded in dark energy, echoing with the sickening laughter of Nightkin race. Their pale, ghostly skin stood in stark contrast to the oppressive darkness that emanated from them, and their crimson pupils gleamed with satisfaction as they watched the helpless inhabitants of the planet being dragged through the rubble of their once thriving cities. Buildings lay in ruins, reduced to mere skeletons of their former glory, while the air was thick with despair and the acrid stench of smoke. The agonizing, loud cries of the oppressed filled the air, a chilling echo that only seemed to amuse their captors. As the people of the Nightkin race reveled in their victory, the planet's vibrant life was slowly being extinguished, leaving behind a wasteland of fear and hopelessness. Suddenly, one of the Nightkin, a powerful supreme-rank old woman dressed in fitted crimson attire, shouted to another. "Destroy this place, I checked, there is no trace of any celestial spirit here." His command was met with laughter of agreement, but before they could ignite the planet and activate the scattered artifacts to explode it into pieces, a powerful kick struck the woman who had just given the order, causing her to cry out in pain. Her cry startled her people in the vicinity, and as they turned they were met by an angry, bloodshot pair of maroon-gray eyes. Asher wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and laughed maniacally. "I am still alive, you witch. How dare you destroy my home right before my eyes?" The golden scales that filled his exposed skin beneath the tattered, bloodied outfit, along with the horns on his head, shone brilliantly even in the darkness. The people of the Nightkin race, who were frightened when they saw their leader being kicked away suddenly, sighed and snickered upon seeing the half-dragon. Asher was one of the strongest on this planet, yet they had already defeated him. They would have killed him too, but the first Shadow General had ordered them not to eliminate powerful individuals. Instead, they were instructed to enslave them by forcing them to sign dark contracts. Therefore, they had no idea how the hell this supreme-rank half-dragon had escaped from where they had imprisoned him after their victory. Many of them surrounded him as the old, dark-haired woman he had just kicked flew back toward him with seething eyes. "How dare you lay your hands on me? It seems you didn't appreciate the chance we gave you by sparing your life." Despite being gravely injured and surrounded by so many powerful enemies, Asher still managed to sneer at her. He had returned to find his family after parting ways with Kyle and the others, only to discover that his parents had died during the long time he spent trapped in the lost treasure tomb. This left only his siblings, whom he had always competed against. However, they looked so aged that they resembled his great-grandparents. In the past, he often felt inferior for being the weakest. But witnessing his siblings, who had grown so old and appeared so frail, filled him with pain. He realized he should have spent more time with his family instead of chasing strength. Still, it was too late for regret. So he decided to spend his time with his people and become a guardian of his planet as one of the strongest. But who would have thought that peace wouldn't last? The Nightkin race attacked. He and his people fought with all their might, but due to the explosive artifacts the enemies used, they had to prioritize protecting the citizens, which ultimately led to their defeat. He and many other powerful individuals were captured and thrown into a dark place where they were tortured and asked to sign dark contracts or face death. He managed to escape, but he never expected to see such devastation upon his return. Asher pressed his tongue against his teeth, wearing a disgusted expression as he looked at the old woman floating before him. "Not my hands. Do you think I would touch something as filthy as you?" "It's my foot." The woman saw blood and raised her hands. A long, spiked maze appeared in her grip, its metallic surface glinting ominously as she struck him mercilessly. Asher blocked the attack, but he couldn't evade the strikes from the other members of the Nightkin race surrounding him. He gritted his teeth as the numerous injuries on his body, which hadn't even healed properly, stung painfully. But he didn't back down. He was here to end them all. That's why he lashed out at them with all his remaining strength, unleashing one skill after another. He hadn't comprehended any natural laws, but spiritual energy was his strongest suit. He was confident that he possessed double the amount of spiritual energy compared to most ordinary supreme ranks. As he fought against the woman and the others, no one noticed a few more figures stepping into the planet's boundary. James's eyes narrowed at the devastation. He was about to turn back when he noticed that the planet had already been conquered. However, among the group of people with him, the two men who had recently joined him thought differently. Alex's eyes widened when he saw Asher's familiar figure and his poor condition. He unsheathed his sword and shouted, "Attack! Kill them all!" Giant's crimson eyes darkened at the sight. He didn't even wait for Alex's command and had already disappeared to fight the woman and the popal attacking Asher. A merciless punch landed on the supreme-rank woman's abdomen, sending her flying back into the air as she cried out in pain. Giant didn't turn back to look at Asher's shocked figure as he kicked and punched the other people around the half-dragon away. When he was done clearing the space, his deep and oppressive voice echoed across the entire planet. "I am just going to kill you all, and that would be a mercy. If Kyle were here, he would have tortured you severely for even laying a hand on our friends." Chapter 785, Another Job. Inside a beautiful forest, Sino sat cross-legged atop a rock, healing his soul while absorbing a powerful treasure he had acquired after defeating a supreme-rank water monster. A dark phoenix perched lazily on a nearby tree branch observing him. It had no idea why the second Shadow General had asked for it, but it didn't really care. After all, even though the dark phoenix was weak, death was something it never feared. Suddenly, its eyes flashed with the memory of Bia, the crimson phoenix, one of its kind. It couldn't help but think about her, as it had been so many years since the Dark Phoenix had encountered another of its race. The Phoenix race had dwindled over time, as many sought to possess them for their beauty and power. This ultimately led to their demise when the Phoenixes refused to form bonds with those who hunted them. To the Dark Phoenix shock, that Crimson Phoenix had broken through the potential limit of their kind. Bia had surpassed the divine rank and reached the transcendent rank. Therefore, the Dark Phoenix couldn't shake the intense desire to go and find that Red Phoenix. It was itching to slice open her body and uncover the secret of how she achieved such an extraordinary feat. A low male voice resounded in the air as the Phoenix transformed into its human form, with two beautiful dark wings. "Why did Second Master summon me?" Sino opened his eyes, and the golden color within his gaze deepened a lot. Yet he didn't smile. Instead, he punched the space in front of him, shattering it completely. Why can't I heal my soul? My strength isn't increasing." Ah, the Dark Phoenix quickly retreated to a distance, but he was still injured due to his slow reaction. After all, he was only at the peak of divine rank, unlike Sino, who was at the supreme rank. He coughed up blood as he observed the second Shadow General's outburst. His dark pupils crinkled, and a bored yet amused smile curled at the corners of his lips. "To think I would see the most composed Shadow General like this. Interesting. It's because of that human Kyle, isn't it?" He didn't dare to voice his thoughts aloud, for while the Dark Phoenix didn't fear death, that didn't mean he had a death wish. Silently, he watched as Sino obliterated everything around him. The once beautiful forest was reduced to ruins. After several long minutes, Sino finally took a deep breath and smoothed out his rumpled clothes, as if his emotions hadn't just spiraled out of control once again. Well, one couldn't blame him. He had once been one of the strongest in this universe, but now his power had faded to a mere shadow of his former self. A disbelieving laugh escaped his lips. To think he, Sino, had once stood at the threshold of the celestial rank, just one step away from breaking through to that otherworldly power that no one except Azazel had attained, just one step. But now he wasn't even at the peak of the supreme rank, all because of a single human, a single damn human. He had been striving to regain his true power, but all his efforts had been in vain. The treasures he discovered to heal his weakened state were proving useless. To make matters worse, he couldn't even ask his master, Azazel, for a reward for his sacrifices in destroying the last two seals of the realm of the dead, since the man had disappeared without a trace. A smile spread across his face as he thought about how Kyle had died. Yes, the one responsible for his suffering had finally met his end. That human, that bastard he could never kill, was gone. He had received the news from Damien, who informed him that Kyle hadn't been able to leave the Forsaken Land in time. "The only regret I have is that I couldn't torture him until he begged for death but couldn't die. And that I couldn't get my hands on the power within him. Now he just needed to wait for Azazel to show up and bestow upon him the rewards for all his sacrifices. Only then could he reclaim his lost strength. The moment he got it, he was going to hunt down every single person connected to Kyle to unleash his anger. He couldn't make Kyle suffer, but he would make his friends pay." Sino hummed as he gazed at the Dark Phoenix floating in the distance, observing him in its human form. He had summoned the Phoenix to reward him, as this was the same beast that, with Damien, had placed the piece of the Tree of Fate's core they had obtained near the two seals in an advantageous position. "Come here," he spoke calmly. The handsome young man clad in a feathery dark outfit floating in the distance hesitated, but he moved closer. Sino shook his shoulder. "Good job. Damien and I have been busy, but we haven't forgotten what you did." He tossed a storage ring in the air, and the Phoenix hurriedly caught it in his hands. "This is your reward." "I heard the demon you bonded with had died in the war," Sino continued in an impassive tone as the Phoenix nodded. "It must have been painful to lose your bonded partner, but do you wish to form a bond again? Your inherited skill, which can make your presence invisible even around supreme ranks, is truly powerful." He was truly surprised when the Phoenix rejected the idea of forming a bond again. One forced bond was enough. The second Shadow General chuckled at his boldness. But he did nothing to bind him, as he could sense that, like many strong monsters on their side, this one also had a dark flower on his body beneath his clothes. "Then how about I give you another job? The rewards would be plentiful if you are successful. I know as a Phoenix you can't go beyond the divine rank due to your racial limitations, but I can give you a drop of my supreme rank essence that will help. You will be able to surpass your limitations." For the first time, the Phoenix's dark eyes, which held nothing but boredom, shone with something beyond indifference. "What does the second master require of me?" Sino chuckled at his enthusiasm. He was surprised by the depth of darkness this little beast concealed behind his indifferent face. He could sense the dark aura seeping from the man before him. The Dark Phoenix was weak, yet at the same time he was not. "You need to completely alter your appearance and infiltrate the enemies. Steal what remains of the Tree of Fate's core. I want to absorb it to heal my soul." Chapter 786, Why Didn't You Contact Us? Part 1. Completely oblivious to the Second General's schemes, on a planet inhabited by an old race linked to the golden-scaled dragons through their dragon blood, Asher's shock at seeing a familiar figure was quickly replaced. His red-rimmed eyes flickered with a hint of relief as he watched the red-haired man floating before him. "Thank you," he uttered very quietly, and if not for Jayan's keen sense of hearing, he would have never caught the soft whisper. Jayan finally turned to look at the half-dragon with a scoff. "No thanks between us, why didn't you contact anyone when you needed help?" Asher was tongue-tied for a moment. In that brief time, Alec had also arrived beside Jayan, a dark grin on his face that suggested a thirst for vengeance. "Leave everything to us. Now that we are here, no enemy will escape alive. James, seal this planet. It's time to inflict double the pain the Nightkin race has caused the inhabitants of this planet." James felt conflicted. This planet was already in ruins, and it was clear that the Nightkin had devastated everything. With his senses, he sensed that nearly 90% of the inhabitants were dead. The only remaining threat was the complete annihilation of the planet itself. If it were up to him, he would have chosen to go to another planet, one with more lives to save before it was too late. That seemed like the best course of action given the current state of the universe. But James was reluctant to further damage his relationship with the two supreme ranks who had recently joined his team. He had already strained his relationship with this group of youngsters when he and the elders failed to save Kyle's soul, and that was more than enough. Now, he didn't want to deepen their resentment toward him, so he complied with Alec's request. Well, he also couldn't bear to witness the remaining weak inhabitants of this planet being slaughtered by the Nightkin race. With those thoughts, James clapped his hands together and tapped into nature. It was true that he had grown weaker, but that didn't mean he was any less powerful than an average peak supreme rank. Within seconds, he sealed off the planet and commanded the bewildered group of old and young individuals behind him. "Attack, what are you all waiting for? Go eliminate the enemies." The group of people clad in garments displaying the emblem of a familiar gray sword, who had accompanied him for the past few months as they eliminated the forces of the dark side and saved many planets, jolted in surprise. However, after the initial surprise, they obeyed his command and vanished to kill all the enemies on the planet. Their mission was to save as many innocent people as possible, not waste time on trivial thoughts. In the past few months, they had fought countless life-and-death battles alongside James and now trusted him completely. James also spread out his aura, ready to unleash a bloodbath, and he did. Leaving Alec and Jayan alone with the half-dragon, he vanished to kill the enemies on the planet. Quite a distance away, the supreme-rank woman from the Nightkin race, who had been kicked brutally twice in a very short time, growled in boiling anger, prepared to blast the entire planet. But her body froze when the tip of a glistening sword was placed against her neck, and a powerful aura from someone who appeared to have just attained the supreme rank enveloped her. Alec's eyes narrowed as he looked at the woman who was already marked as dead. "It's about time I test my strength against enemies stronger than me. You will serve as a good punching bag for now." His words made the already enraged woman laugh maniacally. Veins bulged on her forehead and neck, making her ghostly pale skin look even more grotesque. The red in her eyes nearly turned pitch black. She couldn't believe that a mere ant who had just barely stepped into the supreme rank dared to challenge her. "A good punching bag? Let me show you what a punching bag really is," she shouted, using her agility to evade the sword pointed at her neck and lunged at the blue-haired man, exuding an air of calm and utter nonchalance, with her maze filled with dangerous spikes ready to tear him apart. Still, Alec wasn't intimidated. Instead, he sneered, matching her ferocity equally. No, he even overpowered her, causing the woman to see red in humiliation. Jayan clicked his tongue softly as he watched Alec fight the strongest enemy. Still, he felt no disappointment. He would address the issue of Alec stealing the strongest enemy in spotlight later. Cracking his knuckles, he turned his attention to the other powerful figures from the Nightkin race he had previously kicked and punched. With a speed that bordered on teleportation, he engaged them all, eliminating them mercilessly without leaving a single intact corpse behind. He would have released their souls after erasing their consciousness, but knowing there was no realm of the dead anymore, he opted to destroy their souls as well. So to prevent the souls from roaming free and possessing weaker individuals or beasts, thus averting potential future problems. Watching them fight, Asher finally stopped floating. Exhaustion and pain from what he had endured made his eyes heavy. He knelt onto the ground, surrounded by nothing but the ruins of what was once a thriving large city, and took a deep breath to steady his troubled emotions. "I need to save those who were captured to sign dark contracts. I can't rest yet." He closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries. The sounds of those fighting and crying around him gradually began to fade with each passing second. About 10 minutes later, a hand rested on his back, channeling spiritual energy into his body to help mend his wounds. Jayan let out a sigh. You didn't answer, why didn't you contact us? I know we have only known each other for a brief period, but we are friends. There was a moment of silence. Asher rubbed his thumb across his injured wrist, hesitating slightly as he opened his eyes. Then he finally decided to come clean. I did try to contact you all. Jayan moved to sit beside him, a deep frown creasing his brow as he wondered which of his idiotic friends hadn't responded when one of them needed help. He seriously contemplated breaking their bones. Who did you contact among us? Asher glanced at him with a faint smile. Kyle, I tried to reach out to him a month ago, but he didn't respond. Chapter 787. Why didn't you contact us? Part 2. Jayan bit his tongue when he finally discovered who Asher had tried to contact. He was not surprised that the half-dragon had reached out to Kyle instead of anyone else, given that Kyle was the first person he had met in the Lost Treasure Tomb. Now, seeing Asher's expression, it was clear to Jayan that after Kyle didn't respond, the half-dragon hadn't attempted to reach out to anyone else, thinking they no longer wanted to stay in touch with him. Jayan wanted to explain why Kyle couldn't respond to him or come to help. After all, he knew that the news about Kyle's soul being trapped in that vile place was known only to those who had witnessed it and those who had heard. It was evident that Asher had no idea what had happened to Kyle, but he couldn't find the right words. Asher noticed Jayan's silence and grew even more distressed, convinced that his belief about Kyle ignoring him because he found him annoying was ultimately true. Well, I won't blame him, it was me who forced our friendship. He even ignored me at first, but after being trapped in the Lost Treasure Tomb for 100 years alone, he was the first person I met. So I wanted to make him my friend at all costs. Jayan quickly cut him off. Wait, it's not what you think. I know Kyle can come off as indifferent and has a cold demeanor, but he genuinely cares for those who are close to him. He would have never ignored you when you reached out, given the current state of the universe. He paused for a moment. Only if he was truly okay. He's been missing for a few months now. Asher frowned as he processed the meaning behind those words. Kyle had disappeared. There was no way he would believe that anyone could harm that crazy man, especially after witnessing how easily Kyle fought against countless powerful undead in the Lost Treasure Tomb, even while only at the divine rank. Before he could ask more, Jayan hurriedly explained everything that had happened. Asher's maroon-gray eyes widened as he listened to everything they had endured in such a short time. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, and the shock and disbelief were clearly reflected in his expression. Hold on, so you're saying that Kyle sacrificed his body to save all of you. And now you have no idea where his soul is? He inhaled deeply when Jayan nodded. So Kyle hadn't been defeated by anyone else. Instead, he had put his own body on the line to create a dangerous array just to save his friends. For some reason, he blurted out, "He's fine, I'm sure of it." Jayan glanced at him deeply and agreed. Nine had said the same thing. "We know he is, that's why no one's freaking out and patiently waiting for him to show up so we can beat him." He settled down comfortably. Still, I asked James and some other powerful individuals. They explained that it takes time for a soul to form a new body for itself, since the soul has to sacrifice its own power and gather energy from nature. The process can be expedited, but only if someone uses treasures to assist that soul which has no physical form. But since we can't help him, we can only wait. Asher remained silent as he looked up and watched Alec cleanly behead the supreme rank woman who had inflicted the most suffering on him and his people. His thoughts wandered to that powerful, cold presence he had sensed in Kyle's body. If it was a natural treasure, then forming a new body wouldn't be difficult for Kyle. The only problem was the dangerous location where his soul was currently trapped. With a contemplative expression, he muttered, "It usually takes a month or two to form a new body with their previous physique if the soul is powerful. However, the stronger the physique of the body being formed is, the longer the process takes. Just how much stronger must the physique of the body that Kyle's soul is forming be to take so much time?" Jayan caught his words and tried to lighten the gloomy atmosphere with a joke. Not less than celestial. Asher wasn't the only one who heard him. Alec, who had finished off his opponent and landed nearby to join them, also heard. The duo's eyes widened, and their expressions clearly showed that they were seriously considering what Jayan had just said. Alec turned around and frantically called out to Soul, his face ashen as if he had just discovered the biggest setback of his life. "Soul, tell me the likelihood of what Jayan mentioned actually happening. Tap into your ability to calculate the potential future and whatever else you can. I need to know." The system that had grown stronger and gained greater consciousness since Alec broke through to the supreme rank groaned upon hearing his loud, ringing voice. "Calm down for a moment. You do realize that ability costs me a lot, and it will cost you too. All your spiritual energy will be depleted the moment I try to use it." Alec paced around. How could he calm down? No, he could never calm down. If Kyle really formed a body with a celestial physique, then would not he be left behind in terms of strength once again? He already couldn't defeat him, and if Kyle had a celestial physique, there was no way he could even touch him in this life. Sensing Alec's sudden crisis, Soul, like a good companion, tried to reassure him. Why are you getting anxious? You're growing stronger at a steady pace. The likelihood of Kyle forming a celestial body is very, very low. There is a reason why this universe only has one celestial. If forming a celestial body were so easy, many would have already done it. Alec didn't calm down. He would be happy if Kyle became stronger, not just Kyle. He would be happy if any of his friends became stronger. But his own lack of strength in comparison was what made him feel bitter and panicked. Soul, did you forget about Kyle's bloodline? He has a celestial bloodline, something no one else in the universe has. There's more than a 50% chance he would show up with a celestial physique next time. Chapter 788, A Big Decision. Suddenly, Alec paused as he made a big decision on the spot. He needed to work even harder. Yes, that's right. Be ready, I am going to increase the intensity of my training. We are even going to hunt powerful monsters with bloodlines. There's no way I'm going to stay weak. If he is going to reach the celestial rank, I am going to prove that I can as well. The system had no clue whether it should laugh or cry. Its host had truly lost his mind. The training Alec was doing was already enough to scare everyone. Just how much harder did he want to push himself? But it could say nothing to reason with him. It just hoped that when Alec stood at the peak of the supreme rank, just a boundary away from the celestial rank, but couldn't cross it despite everything, he wouldn't be too disappointed. Alec stomped toward Giant, who looked a bit startled by his determined expression, as if he had made a significant decision. What are you chit-chatting about? Hurry up. We have many enemies to eliminate. Before Asher and Giant could even speak, he turned and left, determined to take down all the members of the Nightkin race alongside James and the others. This was too a form of training all to become stronger. Giant stared at his back and blinked. What happened to him all of a sudden? Asher shook his head, equally confused. Remembering that he needed to go and save his people who were being coerced into signing dark contracts, he stood up despite his injuries not being fully healed. Giant also stood up and followed him. They fought their way to the place where Asher's companions were imprisoned. Giant's blood boiled when he discovered they were being forced to sign dark contracts, and he killed every enemy even more mercilessly. They saved almost all of them, except for a few who had chosen to self-destruct. None among them had signed the dark contracts. They believed that dying was better than becoming a slave to the dark side. A long day came to an end as the battle raged on across the planet. However, it was evident that James' side had already won. Asher and many of his people watched from high above. The Nightkin race had killed so many of their own. But now they were the ones being slaughtered. Many couldn't help but wonder how long this cycle of death would continue. Suddenly, Asher recalled an important detail. Many of the people of the Nightkin race were searching for celestial spirits on their planet, similar to the one he had seen in the lost treasure tomb. When Giant arrived to inform him and his people that all the powerful enemies above mortal rank had been defeated, and that the remaining foes were also being eliminated, Asher shared this information with him. Giant cursed, startling everyone when he heard about the celestial spirit. Shit, they're also searching for the celestial spirits. Azazel showed up in the lost treasure tomb just to get the celestial spirit that appeared because of Kyle. We're also looking for the celestial spirits. James, who had arrived behind him to inform him that they would leave instantly once they finished eliminating the remaining enemies, paused when he heard him. He instinctively muttered something he had been telling everyone recently. We can't let the remaining celestial spirits fall into the hands of the dark side. Azazel isn't just searching for the celestial spirits to open the celestial realm, despite the fact that the entire universe would suffer. He's consuming them to become stronger. Giant rubbed his temples. He knew that Azazel was searching for the celestial spirits, but he didn't realize that even after damaging the realm of the dead badly, the Shadow Generals were still trying to seize their only chance to save the universe. The will of the universe had already revealed much to James about the sealed celestial realm, and how they can no longer open it without causing further harm to the universe. Alec and Giant, who had recently joined James, also gained this knowledge. However, after the ancient memories they had witnessed in the lost treasure tomb, they were able to piece together all the information more effectively. According to James, the celestial realm was sealed by someone from the other side who had departed from their universe. He didn't disclose the identity of the individual, but Giant and Alec immediately recognized that Nathaniel was the one who sealed that realm from the other side after he attained the celestial rank and left. They just didn't understand how the hell that sick bastard managed to accomplish it. They discovered that the spirits are powerful guardians who protected the gate of the celestial realm before it was sealed. They possess immense power, so much so that they can't be harmed by the inhabitants of the universe. However, they scattered after the realm was sealed, and Azazel began hunting and consuming them. The spirit's spiritual power can open the celestial realm, but according to the will of the universe, which had also begun looking for the spirits but couldn't sense them due to their unique and pure spiritual presence, it was discovered that many of the spirits had already been consumed by Azazel. The dark side leader sought to gain more power and forcefully tear open the path to the celestial realm, ignoring the fact that the pressure from such an action could completely destroy the universe. Now, the only way they could contact the celestial realm without causing more harm was to gather the remaining living celestial spirits hiding from Azazel and attempt to establish a connection with the guardians of nature in the celestial realm. However, the challenges were, first, they were unable to locate the celestial spirits, and second, the celestial spirits were far too powerful for them to subdue. Giant turned to face James. We know you don't have to repeat it. Let's just start an all-out war against the planets inhabited by the races that are siding with the dark side. In that way, at least the dark side would have something to worry about and wouldn't search for the celestial spirits. James considered his words. But he still needed to consult many others to finalize this sudden plan. Their forces were already stretched thin since they needed to save the planets under attack. Waging an all-out war against the planets protected by the Shadow Generals would be challenging. I will talk with the Elders and the many other supreme ranks on our side. Chapter 789, Saving the Elven Planet, Part 1. Far away from the dragon planet that Giant and Alec were helping alongside James on the largest elven planet, Luminara. The very planet where the Tree of Fate stood. Its branches, as always, were visible even from outside the planet's boundary, extending beyond the clouds. However, it had withered, leaving not even a single leaf on its once magnificent branches. The tree's once majestic form had been reduced to an empty shell, a mere shadow of its former glory. Below, chaos reigned as battles raged fiercely. Countless elves who had once sought refuge beneath its from were now fighting in a brutal manner. Samara, the familiar supreme-rank demon who had escaped from Kyle last time with her life, watched with gleeful malice as the demons under her wreaked havoc, reveling in the suffering of those who had once been sheltered by the Tree of Fate. The air, which had once been filled with spiritual energy, was now thick with dark energy and utter despair. A sinister smile curled on Samara's lips as she absorbed the chaos around her while seated on a dark throne in the distance. The screams of the elves echoed in her ears like a sweet symphony of victory, truly magnificent. I couldn't get my hands on the fruit of fate due to that bastard. She gritted her teeth in fury at the thought of Kyle but soon smirked widely. In a way, it was all thanks to that human that she was now the strongest demon in the universe, standing at the peak of supreme rank. Just who could have thought Samara would return to this planet even stronger and crush the once mighty elves? Haha, her eerie laughter echoed through the air, making the hearts of the elves who could hear her contract and race wildly. She was happy because now she also officially held the title of queen of the entire demon race, a stark contrast to before when she had only ruled a small part of her race. Samara licked her lips, satisfied. Well, who needs the fruit of fate when I can simply claim the entirety of the Tree of Fate? Now I don't even need to feed it dark energy, I can just dig out its life core. Even though it has already been harmed by the Shadow Generals, the power contained within the remaining core would be enough to make me even stronger. She had already been summoned by the Shadow Generals, and after witnessing her formidable strength, they appointed her as one of those who would receive the title of Shadow General upon Azazel's return. Her body already bore a flower symbolizing her loyalty to the dark side. Now the only thing left was to inform Azazel of her presence. All she had to do for now was wait, and all her dreams, which were already 90% fulfilled, would come to fruition. A glass of fruit wine was poured for her by the demons behind her as she sipped, and leisurely observed the devastation her race was inflicting all around. While she reveled in her already secured victory, she failed to notice 3 elves and a human entering the boundary planet, accompanied by a phoenix and a lynx. Regius furrowed his brows. We're late. The Elven Queen requested help first, but we paused midway to assist the planets along our route. I didn't anticipate the situation here would be this dire. His senses swept across the entire planet as he ran his fingers through his green hair, now slightly longer than usual. Regius's brownish eyes darkened at the sight before him. He didn't care much for the elven race, but in the end he was still an elf. How could he stand by and watch those similar to him perish? I can't sense Wesley and Ronan. What about you all? Bea, in her small bird form, landed on his right shoulder, silently shaking her head. The aura of darkness on this planet was overwhelming, making her uneasy. Nox hurriedly followed the phoenix's lead and settled on Regius's left shoulder. Yue and Ellie both floated behind Regius in silence, trying to connect with the Elven Queen, Ariana, through their senses, hoping the old woman was still alive. Nine narrowed his eyes. Let's just attack, we'll find them if they're alive and fighting. The dark energy here is too powerful, it's hindering our senses. No one argued with him. He was the first to unleash his supreme rank aura, enveloping the entire planet and asserting his strength. Regius followed suit, having also finally broken through to the supreme rank. All of this was thanks to Nine, this bastard who didn't hesitate to push or throw them into the sea of consciousness despite the excruciating pain that came with it. Nine glanced at the two women behind him. Ellie had yet to forgive him even after so many months. A helpless look crossed his face as he looked at the love of his life. "Ellie, stay close to me," he said softly, and she nodded, fully aware that she was the weakest in the group. With that, the three vanished toward the battle below, leaving Yue and the two transcendent rank beasts behind. Yue also spread her powerful supreme rank aura, and the moment she did, both Bia and Nox turned serious and transformed into their massive forms, letting out powerful roars. The sky erupted with golden flames as the Phoenix unleashed her power, accompanied by an aura of faint suffocation as Nox also unleashed his most powerful skill. Chapter 790, Saving the Elven Planet, Part 2. Samara finally sensed the presence of the new arrivals. The silver barrier surrounding her was indeed powerful enough to stop all attacks aimed at her, but that didn't mean she had shut down her senses. She rose from her throne with a deep frown. Who are these ants now? Why are they here when James had already sent an elder to help save the Tree of Fate? She clenched her fists tightly, frustrated. Why the hell are these people interfering when it was clear the elves had lost? Her forces were slaughtering them. She had killed the strongest elf on this planet, the Elven Queen's shadow, with her own hands. With a shout, she commanded the numerous slaves she had acquired in the past months, after making them sign dark contracts to attack the newcomers. The people, though reluctant, could do nothing but obey her command when a painful dark force gripped their souls and forced them to comply. Only one among them refused to heed her order. Silently enduring the pain, he sneered at her with an indifferent and cold face. "You can kill me, but I will never follow the command of someone as filthy as you." Samara moved away from her throne and slapped him, causing him to spit out blood. SHH, I won't kill you, not yet. I will make you watch the end of your people. I heard you contributed a lot in the war. And also that human Kyle, you're acquainted with him, right? That's my revenge." Ronan wiped the crimson blood from his lips as he was forced to kneel before the demon he could only describe as vile. He had no idea how Samara had discovered that he and Elder Hal had helped Kyle the most when the nature favorite eliminated all the people of the dark side in the sacred divine land after emerging from the lost treasure tomb. But just because he was connected to Kyle somehow, Samara didn't kill him like the Queen's shadow. Instead, she forced him to become a slave. His cyan hair fell over his forehead as he lowered his head, his eyes bloodshot. If only he could tear this woman apart, he would gladly do it. That was his last wish. Samara wasn't the only one who had noticed the newcomers. The old elven queen, Ariana, surrounded by countless demons trying to reach her, also looked up at the magnificent phoenix and lynx. "Finally they are here, I thought they wouldn't come," she muttered, her voice hoarse and parched. The old elf Wesley, the one who watched over Yue when she traveled to the sacred divine land, Oldius, and three other aged supreme ranks, who had all formed a circle around her to protect her, heard her but couldn't follow the queen's gaze. The reason? They themselves were standing on death's door with their bodies marred by countless injuries. Now, the only thing left that they could do for their people was to sacrifice their souls to kill as many enemies as possible. But all of them were stalling for time so that at least their queen wouldn't die. They had been fighting non-stop for the past few months, and they would have won as well if only the Queen's shadow hadn't fallen at the hands of Samara, and Ronan, the second strongest elf on their planet, hadn't been captured by the demons and forced to sign a dark contract. Wesley kicked another demon, his breath erratic as he let out a faint whisper. "They are late, I know. I shouldn't say this, but if only they had come sooner, so many elves could have been saved." He didn't dare to say that it was their responsibility to help them. James had sent help. Even one of the 7 powerful elders, Kurt, was fighting in the sky. However, it wasn't enough this time. They had been severely outnumbered. The demons surrounding them noticed the hope in their eyes and laughed, their white slit pupils gleaming with amusement. One of the supreme rank demons, who had just attained this powerful rank thanks to Samara, scoffed in pure disdain. "Just a few youngsters trying to act tough. Do you really think they will save you all? No, you are all already finished." Another demon chimed in with a snicker, pointing at the sky with her wing where Bia and Nox had already been surrounded by those enslaved by them, who had joined the fight after Samara's command. "Look, the demon queen has sent the slaves to deal with the newcomers. They're going to be buried alongside you all." Her words were abruptly cut short, and a heart-wrenching scream erupted from her throat as a sword sliced through the 4 expansive, dark-colored wings behind her back with a brutal precision. Nine seized her shoulder and flung the demon into the air, moving with a speed so swift that it was barely perceptible to those around him. Instantly, he cleaved her body in 2 before quickly obliterating her soul. An indifferent expression concealed his features, and his golden eyes darkened to a nearly molten hue as he clicked his tongue, shaking his sword to rid it of the blood. Talk less. Fight more? Wesley stared at the familiar human who had fled from the elven planet after Glacia brought him to the elven planet with Yue and Ellie. The old elf opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted by the cries of the demons around him, who had finally snapped out of their daze and realized that one of their own had died at the hands of a human. Regius arrived next to Nine and swiftly killed another demon. His eyes narrowed at the golden eyes as he shook his head. Don't act so cool, it only fits Kyle. Nine's eyebrow twitched, but he didn't say anything. Together, they began to eliminate all the demons surrounding the old elven queen with ease, as if they were facing not the strongest demons but the weakest. Ellie appeared beside the elven queen. An aura of spiritual energy emerged from her body as she helped heal the old elves in her surroundings. She also provided them with healing potions and treasures to expedite the process, even though her healing skill was the strongest after Nine. At the same time, she raised her bow to assist Nine and Regius in defeating the enemies. Chapter 791, Saving the Elven Planet, Part 3. Farther away from Nine in the sky, Yue glanced down at the devastation. She could hear the desperate cries of countless elves battling the demons. Nevertheless, she stayed calm, not letting the bloodbath happening all around affect her as her graceful figure wove through the throng of demons surrounding her with a speed that bordered on teleportation. She used spells and skills to unleash powerful attacks on the demons to reach Bia and Nox. The two beasts had finished eliminating the demons in their vicinity, but some powerful unfamiliar individuals had suddenly surrounded them. Yue wanted to get to them as soon as possible. However, when her spiritual and divine energy began to wane, she drew two silver blades from her mind space, their surfaces gleaming ominously in the dim light. With a fierce glint in her amber eyes, she engaged in close combat. The air trembled under pressure as she lunged forward, her blades dancing in a deadly rhythm. Each strike of her gleaming blades was precise, a seamless blend of elegance and ferocity as she sliced through the bodies of her enemies. The demons, sensing her shift in tactics, also stopped using their skills and spells, but their confidence wavered in the face of her relentless assault. They murmured loud curses as they regrouped, attempting to counter her swift movements, but they failed. Her thin blades were too fast, and before the victims could react, their bodies were already cut. Finally, a deep sense of fear settled in the pits of the demons' stomachs, and many of them attempted to flee, but it was too late. Cries of pain erupted in the air as their bodies fell one after another. With the last of the enemies gone, Yue shook her blades to clear the dark, murky blood from their surfaces as she calmed her breathing. Not bad, a familiar voice whispered softly in her mind, and her grip on the blades tightened as she recalled the time she practiced her close combat skills with Kyle. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the thoughts that surfaced, muttering to herself. He couldn't even give me a decent compliment. Next time I am going to coax a lot of compliments out of him, let him just show up again. Of course, she was talking about Kyle. With the demons around her dead, she moved to help Bia and Nox, feeling grateful that she had become proficient with blades. She had always been skilled with many weapons, but as a mage, her true strength had always lain in ranged fighting. However, that was no longer the case. Now her close combat skills had become so powerful and refined that she couldn't help but remember the one responsible. Just like Neon and the rest, she had also fought and received training from Kyle. However, unlike the others who always ended up badly bruised and battered, Kyle was particularly indulgent with her. Perhaps that was the benefit of being his lover, which often made the others, who got beaten up, feel sour to the core. One could say he never attacked her. He only dodged whenever she tried to strike and would sometimes get quite handsy. Still, he trained and taught her just like the others, without mercy, particularly in how to wield blades with such precision that her enemies couldn't evade her attacks. Bia noticed Yue's approaching figure, and with a powerful surge of divine energy, she flapped her massive wings and conjured a tornado of blazing golden flames to distract the enemies surrounding her and Nox. Bia and Nox snickered as they swiftly transformed into their human forms when Yue tossed her blades at them, whispering while sweat trickled down her nape. Finish them. I can only hold their bodies still for a short time. Fear and terror finally flickered in the eyes of the people surrounding Yue and the two transcendent rank beasts as they witnessed her manipulating the natural law of gravity to the extent of immobilizing them. They wanted to run, scream for help, and explain to the beasts who had transformed into two beautiful humans right before their very eyes that they were compelled by dark contracts, which was the reason they had attacked them. Yet they found themselves unable to speak or move, forced to watch in horror as their life force was extinguished. On the land, Nine and Regius, who were eliminating all the demons surrounding the Elven Queen and the Supreme Rank Elves, also sensed the gravitational pressure. Regius glanced up for a brief moment. The pressure affected not only the enemies but every single person on the planet except for the people at the Supreme Rank. They don't need help, Nine hummed in agreement. Yue was not weak, and with Bia and Nox by her side, he knew she could handle the enemies. Chapter 792, Saving the Elven Planet, Part 4. Nine glanced at Ellie and formed a golden barrier around her to neutralize the effects of Yue's natural law. His eyes also glowed with a white hue as he harnessed the natural law of space to manipulate the surroundings and eliminate the enemies who were already trapped under Yue's gravitational pressure. Regia smirked and followed suit, causing the land to stir under his control. The entire planet quivered and began to swallow the demons who cried out in fear. The Elven Queen, Wesley, and the old Supreme Rank elves drew in deep breaths. Their shocked eyes took in the one-sided battle raging in the sky, where Bia and Nox were mercilessly slaughtering the enemies around them with relentless ferocity. They shifted their gaze to the two men before them, who were eliminating the demons with equal, if not greater, ferocity. No one among them could fathom the sudden shift in the atmosphere, followed by the utter devastation wrought by just three individuals wielding the power of nature. The questions in their eyes were evident. When did natural law become so powerful, and when did people begin to master these laws to such an extraordinary extent? Ariana couldn't help but mutter. These youngsters have become so powerful in such a short time. Wesley and the old Supreme Rank elves nodded, and they weren't the only ones. In the sky far away from Yue's location, one of the seven elders, Kurt, who had come to assist the elves at James's command, also noticed the sudden shift in the atmosphere. After all, he was affected as well. He had sensed the familiar presence of Nine, Yue, and the others with them when they arrived and began fighting. Kurt kicked the Supreme Rank demon before him, which refused to die no matter how hard he tried, like a stubborn ant, and finally glanced around in search of the youngsters. Amidst the chaos of the battle raging all around, the first person Kurt spotted was Yue's floating figure, followed by Bia and Nox in their human forms. As his gaze continued to scan, he also spotted Nine, Regius, and Ellie. The elder hadn't seen these youngsters since the destruction of the Forsaken Land. Now, seeing them again, more powerful than before, filled him with astonishment. The three of them have reached the Supreme Rank. I sense that, but they have even mastered natural laws to this extent. Incredible. Just what the hell did they do after leaving us that day? He sighed. After the initial shock, he felt a sense of relief that they were all right. Ever since Giant and Lara left with Nine in anger after he, James, and the other elders had stopped them from breaking the shield surrounding the massive energy, he had felt a strong urge to reach out to them and have a heartfelt conversation with them. But he was unable to because not many of them answered their communication crystals. The fact that he, James, and the other elders weren't able to save Kyle weighed heavily on his conscience, filling him with guilt. He knew they had messed up, but he still wanted to personally apologize. Kurt had held Kyle in high regard. After all, he was always with Alec and the other kids when they battled against him to train and practice. If it had been up to him, he would have done everything possible to save that kid's soul, but fate had other plans. I should tell James the kids are fine. He couldn't finish his words because the Supreme Rank demon he had kicked away earlier had crawled out of the crater. Cursing loudly under his breath, Kurt immediately engaged the angry demon once more, along with the many other demons that had surrounded him. He defeated the Supreme Rank demon. In that moment, Bia, Nox, and Yue arrived to assist him in eliminating the enemies. While the fighting elves finally saw a glimmer of hope for revenge and a chance to save their planet with so many powerful enemies falling, at a distance, Samara, the demon queen, shattered the glass of wine in her hands in a fit of rage upon witnessing how the tide was shifting with the arrival of just a few newcomers. She kicked away her throne. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing. Her fury was palpable and her eyes blazed with an intensity that could ignite the very air around her. "What the hell, you fools? Kill them!" she shrieked loudly, her voice piercing through the chaos of the battlefield toward the foolish demons who were falling like headless chickens. How could the slaves she had acquired succumb so easily? Damn it. There are just freaking two damn beasts, a human and three elves. How the hell can't you all even subdue them? Surround them. She summoned her remaining dark forces and alive slaves, her commands sharp and authoritative, driven by a desperate need to regain control of the situation. With a flick of her wrist, a long, dark whip materialized in her grip, crackling with energy as she prepared to plunge into battle herself. There was no way she could allow these pathetic insects to derail her meticulously crafted plans to conquer the elven planet and get her hands on what remains of the Tree of Fate's core. Victory was close, just within her grasp. How could she possibly accept defeat? Ronan, who had been kneeling before her all this time, also noticed the change. He sensed many powerful demons falling and snickered to catch Samara's attention. But inwardly he aimed to stall for time so his people could eliminate more enemies. "What? I thought you were just going to watch. What now? Did the mighty queen finally decide to step into the battle, huh?" His words were laced with sarcasm, successfully capturing Samara's attention as she turned and lashed her whip at him. Ronan closed his eyes, bracing for impact, but the anticipated pain never came. He blinked open his eyes and was astonished to see Samara's eyes seething with rage, dark veins crawling across her neck. Just as the whip was about to strike him, a hand had grasped it firmly. Regius hissed as the dark energy from the whip tore at his skin and he flung it away. I shouldn't have grabbed it. Nine, who had arrived directly behind him, swiftly grabbed his collar and immediately dragged him back just as Samara reached out with her claw, aimed at his heart. Regius shivered, narrowly avoiding those sharp, long, terrifying nails, but he was left speechless when he heard Nine's voice. Who asked you to grab her whip so boldly just to act cool? Regius shoved him away, truly unsure whether to laugh or cry when he realized his own words were being thrown back at him and finished his sentence. Yeah, I know it only fits Kyle. No need to repeat. Chapter 793, Saving the Elven Planet, Part 5. Samara's eyes blazed with fury as she watched the two who dared to interrupt her attack casually chatting right before her. A loud, mocking chuckle escaped her lips, a vein pulsing on her forehead. Very good, her voice boomed, filling the air with an overwhelming force as the full power of a peak supreme rank was unleashed. The entire planet quivered, and even the Tree of Fate, which had remained silent all this while, trembled slightly in discomfort. Everyone on the planet felt a chill run down their spines as a pillar of darkness erupted from the position where the Demon Queen floated, engulfing everything around her. Regius shut his mouth, and Nine's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as well. They were unprepared for the surge of darkness that erupted to engulf them. They jumped and rushed back, dragging Ronan by the collar. But who would have thought that the elven man, who had been lucid all this time and had refused to listen to Samara's command, would suddenly turn violent and attack them both? His deep eyes devoid of reason as if his mind were under someone else's control. Regius cursed and released Ronan's collar, hurriedly dodging the punch aimed at him. Shit, what the hell? I thought he was in control of his mind. Nine grabbed his arm and flung him away as he noticed a familiar whip striking at him from his peripheral vision, coming from the approaching sea of darkness. Talk less and focus, he shouted with a deep frown. He didn't think Samara would be this powerful. She had already reached the peak of supreme rank, and there was no way they could kill her easily, especially after witnessing her mastery of the natural law of darkness. Without hesitation, Nine ripped open the space before him and stepped into the rift to distance himself from the darkness as soon as he noticed that Regius had left in the opposite direction. He appeared far away from Samara and glanced at Ronan, who seemed to have lost all sense of reasoning. For some reason, it seemed Samara did not use the power of the Dark Contract to force him all this time, allowing him to witness the destruction of his race as a form of torture. But now that she had finally unleashed the true power of the Dark Contract to control his mind, they couldn't do much to save him. It's a good thing we freed Alec from that Dark Contract. Otherwise, the future would not have been bright for us, he muttered, feeling relieved. In the distance, Kurt, Yue, Bia, and Nox, who had eliminated the demons they were fighting, rushed toward Nine to join him and Regius when they saw the Pillar of Darkness and heard Samara's sinister voice. Even the Elven Queen and the other supreme-rank Old Elves, having somewhat recovered from their injuries thanks to Ellie, hurriedly rushed to join the battle. They had seen Samara's strength firsthand and knew they couldn't simply stand by and watch. Samara's figure didn't emerge from the darkness, but everyone surrounding her fled the vicinity when her whip lashed out from the dark pillar and struck the ground beneath her, causing it to fracture. Instantly, a massive crack opened up, swiftly tearing through nearly one-third of the planet's land and swallowing everyone ally or foe who was unable to escape. Her satisfied laughter echoed through the air as her white pupils glowed ominously in the darkness, surveying the people around her as if they were already dead. Regius quickly invoked his natural law to lessen the impact of the whip as numerous cries filled the air. He managed to seal the crack and shouted urgently, "We need to remove her from the planet. If we also unleash our full power, the planet will collapse under the strain of this fight." Everyone heard him, but the main problem was how the freaking hell they were going to drag this evil woman off the planet. Before they could devise a solution, the darkness surrounding Samara quivered and formed numerous enormous, razor-sharp blades that hurtled toward them. As if that weren't enough, Ronan also unleashed his full power upon them, forcing them to adopt a defensive position. Nine cursed as he soared in circles to evade the attacks. He could see that the others weren't faring well either. His golden eyes dilated when one of the dark blades nearly plunged into his shoulder. Damn it. Everyone help me shatter the space around her and teleport her off the planet. We can't fight back at this rate. The weaker elves and demons fighting around them cried out and fled from the chaos, desperately trying to escape the planet as every structure caught in the onslaught shattered into fragments. The mountain peaks splintered, and the planet began to tremble violently. Dust and debris swirled into the air, obscuring the already dark sky in a shroud of despair. While everyone was running around, evading Samara and Ronan's attacks, and Nine, along with those who could control space, waited for a good moment to create rifts around Samara to send her out of the planet, another figure entered the planet. The Dark Phoenix was astonished by the scene before him. He considered watching for a moment but soon grew bored. After all, he had witnessed even greater battles. Well, they have made my work easier. Now I don't need to blend in with the enemies. I can simply take what I came for. With that, he transformed into his human form and casually made his way toward the Tree of Fate while making himself invisible. The massive branches of the tree trembled as if sensing danger but could do nothing due to its weakened state. A bored chuckle escaped the Dark Phoenix's lips as he sensed the tree's agitation and panic. Hey, why panic? Huh, don't worry. I will ensure the process isn't painful. His dark eyes crinkled, and the beautiful dark wings behind his back fluttered as he entered the cluster of branches, searching for the remains of the Tree of Fate's core without any intervention. Chapter 794, Saving the Elven Planet, Part 6. It didn't take long for the Dark Phoenix to find the remaining fragment of the Tree of Fate's core. The tree was powerless to stop him as he extended his hand and seized the glowing orb nestled among a dense layer of branches. A significant portion of the core was missing on one side, suggesting that a part of it had already been stolen. His palm tingled as he carelessly tore the core from the branches. However, he didn't know that the moment he took the core, the Tree of Fate would emit a piercing, painful screech, and its branches, already devoid of leaves, would begin to wither, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Haha, I messed up big time, know what? His palms turned clammy and sweat gathered on his temples as he sensed many powerful figures arriving around the tree. The pressure emanating from them nearly suffocated him. He placed the glowing half-orb into his storage ring and pulled out a teleportation artifact. Now, a sensible person would have activated the artifact to escape, but he was far from sensible. He was crazy and bored. With a wild smirk, he clutched the small, round teleportation artifact in one hand and soared out from the center of the withering branches, eager to taunt everyone who had appeared around the tree to eliminate him for various reasons. He wanted to make sure they knew who had taken the remaining part of the core right from under their noses, relishing the chaos he was about to unleash. His heart thumped loudly for the first time in ages as he emerged from the branches and faced the hostile gazes of numerous people. Samara's white-slit pupils narrowed dangerously at the dark-haired man who had the audacity to steal right under her nose. To add insult to injury, he had taken what she desired. But as she surveyed the many elves and the few youngsters who had killed so many of her powerful people surrounding the tree, she swallowed hard and quickly changed her tactics. She couldn't allow the remaining part of the core to fall into anyone else's hands. Hand over what you just stole. Okay, I can sense the dark energy inside your body. You are one of us or not you. The Dark Phoenix chuckled softly as the pressure around him intensified, almost crushing his body. Blood poured from the corner of his mouth, yet his dark eyes glimmered with amusement. He wondered what this demon woman would do or say if she discovered he had been sent by the second Shadow General. He hadn't met Samara before, but he could sense her immense power. The Elven Queen and the group of supreme-rank old elves floating behind her were the next to exert pressure on him. Their faces were ashen and pale at the turn of events, their hearts pounding in their chests. They couldn't believe they had overlooked the Tree of Fate, the most vital symbol for them and their people. The Elven Queen was ready to sacrifice everything to obtain the remaining core of the Tree of Fate and save the dying tree. So she took out countless treasures from her mind space items for which anyone would gladly risk their lives. Her voice trembled as she gazed at the Dark Phoenix. Give it to me. I will offer you all these treasures and many more. Just return what you have stolen from us. Seeing her present so many treasures to entice the dark-haired man, the other older elves also stepped forward, revealing their own valuables for all to see. The Dark Phoenix's eyes flashed with a smile, clearly tempted by the offerings. But what a pity he couldn't accept them, or else the second Shadow General would kill him. Samara's anger flared. She was ready to kill this man who had appeared out of nowhere if he dared to give the orb to anyone else. Extreme silence enveloped the space as everyone around the Tree of Fate stared at the man floating in the center, anxiously awaiting his decision. Their breaths were erratic, and all the weak demons and elves still on the planet knew it was the calm before a big storm that could either destroy the planet or save it. Nine's eyes narrowed at the dark-haired winged man. He wanted to silently attack and kill him, but he knew that with so many people surrounding him, he couldn't. They needed to retrieve what he had stolen first. All of a sudden, Bia transformed into her phoenix form and let out a cry, capturing everyone's attention. She wasn't alone in this. Nox also shifted into his beast form. Unlike the others, they had already sensed who this dark-haired man was. He wasn't demi-human, he was a beast just like them. They had felt his presence during the war. They were stronger than him, so all they needed to do was assert their dominance and he would comply. It was an unspoken rule among the beasts. Regardless of their identity, they couldn't disobey those who were stronger than themselves. The Dark Phoenix sensed their intentions. His expression shifted. The mirth in his eyes faded, replaced by a hint of rare panic as he inwardly cursed himself for being so dumb. He had forgotten that there were two beasts stronger than him in the vicinity. He planned to activate the teleportation artifact in his grasp and vanish, fully aware that his fun time was over. However, just as he was about to make his move, Samara lashed her whip toward him, sending his body hurtling through the air. She disappeared behind him, intending to seize him and leave this planet for the time being. She planned to take him to a remote location and torture him to extract what she desired from him. The elves closely pursued her to prevent her from getting her hands on that man. Regius and Kurt also followed behind them. Instantly, the focus of the fight shifted. Now everyone's goal was no longer to win or kill the enemies, but to obtain the remaining core of the Tree of Fate. Bia's eyes blazed with anger. "That's my prey, you witches. I have a score to settle with that Dark Phoenix." Nox jolted at her shout and followed behind her, even though he knew they would likely be beaten in the battle of supreme ranks. In the end, only Yue and Nine remained. They glanced at Ronan's unconscious figure and decided to send the man away from this place to avoid fighting him again. Chapter 795, This Better Be Something Important. While numerous individuals were battling for the remaining fragment of the Tree of Tate's core, Sinon, Lara, along with a group that included Neon, Lumi, Niam, and a few others, finally arrived in front of a familiar planet concealed behind an invisible barrier. Sinon turned back. With a heavy sigh, he hurriedly counted the number of people who followed him and Lara after parting ways with Bia and Nox, but he blinked. Huh. 3 individuals are missing. Lara patted his shoulder and shook her head, noticing the deep dark circles under his eyes. They had all been out of sorts since they had to fight non-stop on their journey to reach their home planet. "You just noticed, it's Lily Han and his wife. They separated from us a while ago near the sacred divine land." Sinon scratched his head. "Yeah, just remember, I need sleep. I'm going to collapse if we fight again. Jian asked us to send everyone back. I just hope the low head count won't put us in danger. They're all under Kyle's dad's protection." He glanced back and entered the barrier around the blue planet. Fortunately, the area around the planet wasn't crowded with many other planets, except for one that had long been conquered by the dark side. So their planet was safe for the time being. Neon smiled at Sinon's words. Well, his father was going to make a scene about the fact that Kyle didn't come back. As for the others, the old man knew they were old enough to take care of themselves. He and everyone else quickly followed behind Sinon, followed by Lara. The invisible barrier they all stepped into shimmered and rippled as they gradually disappeared from sight, one by one. The moment they crossed the planet's boundary, all the old inhabitants above S rank felt their presence as they didn't hide it. Kyle's older brother Ray, his father Ohan, and King Astallion were the first to abandon their tasks to investigate. The planet's air was clean, with peace prevailing everywhere, a stark contrast to the bloody war raging everywhere else. Sinon and the group of people following him had just approached the nearest city visible on the horizon when Ohan's figure clad in a white robe arrived before them. The old man greeted them with a warm smile. "You are all back already. It's only been a few months." His aged eyes darted around as if searching for a familiar face. He spotted Neon and nodded at his second son before continuing to look around. "Where's my youngest son and daughter-in-law? I asked him to meet me with Yue the last time he contacted me. He didn't return. I want to see him. He had the audacity to get married on another planet." Sinon, who was seriously contemplating finding a good inn in the city and sleeping for a full day to regain the energy he had lost from battling the dark side non-stop over the past few months, glanced at him with a solemn expression. "Ah, sir, Kyle has disappeared again. We don't know when he will show up. He didn't mention anything else, that was enough. He knew Neon would fill the latter in on everything else." Ohan's expression soured. He had wanted to showcase his newfound strength to Kyle. He looked a lot more muscular, radiating a powerful aura, all thanks to the treasures Kyle had left him, Ray and Neon. He sighed and rubbed his temples. His disappearing acts never seemed to end. "What about my daughter-in-law? My older sons haven't even found a decent match, but the youngest, who has already taken the plunge and tied the knot, won't even come back to introduce his wife." He grumbled under his breath. "I wanted to give you plenty of gifts to welcome her into the family. But Kyle, that little rascal, had to go and get married far away from home. We could have arranged a grand wedding for them here." Neon chuckled and gestured for Lara to take Sinon, who seemed to be dozing off in midair, away to find a good place to rest. He quickly dragged his grumbling father away. Ohan wasn't finished yet, but he had no choice but to swallow his grievance. The two separated from the group, but they had just moved toward their family home when Ray's panting figure appeared. Ray's beaming eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for a familiar face behind the two. However, his smile faded in similar disappointment when he saw no one but his father and Neon. Did Kyle not come back? Neon felt sour. He had also left the planet. Why didn't they ask if he was all right? He rolled his eyes but couldn't protest since Kyle hadn't returned in many years. He didn't. I will tell you what happened. Let's go back home first. There's a lot I need to share with you too. Everyone left the place. Only then did King Astallion dare to reveal himself. He was the reigning king of the human race, but Ohan held more authority and support than him. This had been the case ever since this old man broke through to the pseudo-divine rank and established his own academy. Astallion straightened his dark golden robe and clicked his tongue. The amount of treasures he eats daily is as if they are sprouting right in his garden. With that many treasures, even I would have achieved the pseudo-divine rank. His expression turned bitter. Damn it. Why don't I have a good son who would shower me with so many treasures? The ones I have are all useless. He vanished back to his castle to wait for his son, Lucas, who had returned with Sinon and Lara, ready to coax some treasures out of Lucas when he would back home. Meanwhile, Sinon landed in front of a massive city gate alongside Lara. As soon as they stepped into the boisterous city, the others with Sinon and Lara dispersed in all directions. They needed to wait for Neon to inform Ohan about everything, and then they had to alert their people to be prepared for the dark side that could attack at any moment. The entire universe was in chaos, and they couldn't afford to be complacent. Sinon glanced at their fading figures one last time and yawned while surveying the elves around him. It appeared they had entered the elven city. I am going to find a good place to rest. His words were cut short as he and Lara were surrounded by a crowd of elves who welcomed them with wide smiles. The crowd had recognized them, and how could they not? All those who had fought to save the planet about a decade ago from the monster lords and the dark evil beings that attacked their homes were renowned. Lara and Sinon were among the young guardians who stood as the pillars of their planet and its hope. Their portraits were displayed in all the academies as the heroes who saved the planet, and now they served as role models for every young person on the planet. Sinon coughed as the elves invited them to their homes, restaurants, and hotels to stay and eat for free. Some of them even offered gifts. The respect and awe in their eyes was clear. Lara gave him a glance and vanished. Wait, he shouted, unsure whether to laugh or cry. She just escaped the crowd. He sighed. I just want to sleep. With a blink, he too disappeared from the crowd, leaving them all disappointed. His figure appeared inside a small hotel, and he shushed the person at the counter, who gasped upon seeing his face. Before he could get a room, his communication crystal buzzed in his mind space. The hell? Sinon cursed loudly, frustrated and unsure what grudge the universe held against him that prevented him from sleeping at all. It was true he didn't need much sleep due to his power, but he hadn't managed to rest a single moment since Kyle vanished. Even though sleep wasn't a necessity for him, he was sure he would collapse if he didn't get some soon. Grumbling under his breath, he retrieved the communication crystal and stepped aside to answer. Who is it? This better be something important. His voice was loud and clear, but he fell silent the moment Carcel's voice echoed from the crystal. The man's tone was sharp, making him sweat. Oh, are you busy? He chuckled and wiped his brow. Of course not. What's going on, bro? Carcel remained silent for a moment. He wanted to reach out to Giant 9 or UA, but none of them were answering, so he decided to contact Sinon instead. It's about the mass of energy, he began, and Sinon's expression immediately turned serious. He didn't interrupt as Carcel continued. Mia and I were assisting a planet in the vicinity, so we were the first to notice when the shield around the mass of energy began to tremble. The guards James stationed to protect the shield are in a state of panic. No one is certain what's happening inside the shield. There hasn't been any movement since the Forsaken Land crumbled. I wanted you to inform the others since Mia and I won't be able to reach out for a while. Chapter 796, A Familiar Icy Aura, Part 1. Drifting amidst the vast expanse of darkness, punctuated by distant stars and planets, Carcel cast a wary glance at the shield enveloping the mass of energy that was once called the Forsaken Land. It was trembling violently and looked as if it would break at any moment, ready to unleash devastation upon the entire universe. He closed the communication crystal, its soft glow fading into silence. Beside him, Mia floated, her calm yet grave expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. Around the massive gray shield, the countless guards were in a frenzy, reaching out to every powerful individual they could think of. After all, if the shield broke, they would be the first to die from the sealed aura of the realm of the dead. Carcel rubbed his temples, his eyes flickering with determination. Should I enter that place using the natural laws of space? At this rate, we won't know what the hell is happening. Before he could act, Mia grasped his shoulder, her expression serious. The energy is too dangerous. It's not safe for you to go inside. Let's just wait. Her words were interrupted as the gray shield ceased trembling and tranquility returned to the area. Immediately, everyone in the area collectively sighed with relief and wiped their sweaty foreheads, except for Carcel and Mia, who sensed a familiar icy aura. It was so subtle that if their senses weren't at the supreme rank, they would have overlooked it. Mia took a deep breath. That, Carcel wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her closer, shaking his head. It was wiser to remain silent, especially since they weren't certain of the situation. Moreover, he could sense that numerous ears were listening and watching their every move. He wasn't referring to the guards that James had stationed. He was talking about the other powerful people who had arrived in the area due to the commotion. Mia understood his intentions and communicated directly in his mind. Let's act like we're leaving. We can linger nearby and keep an eye on the shield. Carcel took one final glance at the shield before he and Mia turned and vanished into the surrounding darkness. Just as Mia had proposed, they would linger and assist the planets in the vicinity of the shield. Still, as he thought how they had finally sensed the proof that Kyle was alive, Carcel's lips couldn't help but curve upward. If we can feel that cold aura, it means he's all right and will show up soon. I want to see just how strong he have become. Mia noticed his smile and let out a chuckle. I see someone is eager for a fight. He hasn't even returned yet, but you already want to test your strength against him. They entered a planet where a faction of the lizard race that had pledged allegiance to the dark side in the past had attacked the demi-humans. Carcel glanced at Mia. Of course, I want to land a solid hit on him, just one would be enough. Creating a new body is taxing on a soul. He must have lost his soul rank. If he didn't use his soul power to create a new body, then he would have lost a portion of his physical strength. So that means I have a chance, right? Mia suppressed her laughter by pressing her lips together and shrugged her shoulders. Who knows, I can only wish you the best, just don't get too badly beaten. She vanished, leaving Carcel behind, who blinked as the meaning of her words finally dawned on him. His lips twitched. How unfair. Even Mia was saying he wouldn't be able to land a hit. Wait for me, let's attack together. A familiar blue spear materialized in his right hand. He had grown so strong, yet the spear Kyle had given him remained one of the best and easiest to wield. It seemed he wouldn't return this spear in this lifetime. Well, not many have the luck of that fortunate bastard who can find great weapons just by walking around. He chuckled, and his eyes glowed as a powerful supreme rank aura radiated from him. The lizard race, who had human-like bodies covered in scales, took notice of the two new arrivals, but they just snickered. They were winning against the demi-humans. Two newcomers wouldn't change the outcome. The supreme ranks on their side would handle them. However, they quickly realized their mistake when a shining blue spear descended, obliterating a massive section of the land and claiming many lives. This was followed by a thick shield that enveloped the planet, sealing it off so no one could escape. Mia conjured another shield, but this time she formed it to seal the supreme rank who tried to attack Carcel. He smiled at her and called back his spear to fight. The two didn't create chaos, nor did they show off, but the level of brutal efficiency in their movements was quite painful to watch for many. Each strike was executed with precision, and their coordination was seamless. The planet's already heavy atmosphere crackled with tension as they fought, sure that they would accept nothing less than victory. While the duo was battling, many more people who were contacted by the guards around the shield, enveloping the mass of energy, arrived before it. However, seeing nothing wrong with the shield, they couldn't help but curse and feel angry at the guards for wasting the time they could have used to find the celestial spirits. The order around the shield was only restored when Odiak and Jane, two of the 7 supreme rank elders, arrived. They dismissed the crowd of irritating onlookers who had never contributed to the war but were always quick to use their tongues. Odiak was asking the guards for details about what had actually happened to the shield during their absence when, suddenly, Jane rubbed her arms with a puzzled face and nudged his shoulder. The old dwarf turned to her in annoyance. What? Jane scratched her chin, her light gray hair pulled back into a ponytail. With her bright, youthful eyes, no one would guess she was over 1,000 years old. Don't you think it's a bit chilly in here? You know I'm sensitive to the cold. The chill is not exactly noticeable, but I can sense it. Hearing her words, Odiak immediately extended his senses to detect the chill. Indeed, he felt it, a subtle shift in the air that would go unnoticed by anyone who wasn't actively paying attention. His aged eyes widened immediately as he snapped his gaze toward the shield. This aura, it feels familiar. No way, disbelief, shock, relief, and joy surged through him so swiftly that his expression remained blank. The old dwarf froze in his place, his mind processing everything as his heart pounded in his chest. Jane blinked at his hesitant, stuttering words, and realization finally struck her as well. Instantly, her mouth dropped open. Damn, he's alive. Her words were followed by an earth-shattering bang that violently rattled the massive shield before them, sending shockwaves through the air and causing everyone nearby to leap back in terror, their hearts racing wildly in their ribcage. They had just freaked out earlier when the shield trembled now. What the hell? Odiak jolted from his trance and moved closer to the area of the shield where the bang had resounded, trying to sense what was happening. But the shield blocked his senses, leaving him in the dark. Another deafening bang reverberated through the air, and this time it was clear that someone or something had slammed into the shield from the inside with a force that felt like a meteor striking the land. The countless guards surrounding the shield erupted into chaos. Not only them, even those who had yet to leave the area and were secretly watching while hiding in the darkness after Odiak had dismissed them panicked. All eyes turned to the elder nearest to them, Jane, whose gaze quickly darted to Odiak. But she yelped as Odiak's figure paced left and right in the air, his eyes even more frantic, his breathing erratic. The old dwarf's brain seemed to short-circuit as he mumbled frantically. "What should I do? I can't go in there using the natural law of space since the aura of nothingness will kill me, nor can I handle it if the shield breaks. If that kid is really alive in there, why isn't he coming out using the natural law? What is he doing inside?" Fortunately, Odiak's brain only overloaded for a short moment due to the sudden turn of events that happened too quickly. Once he steadied his racing heart, he whipped his head to Jane, causing her to flinch, a response that was involuntary. She noticed his usually calm and serene face reflecting a mix of panic and joy. It was clear that he was struggling to understand what he was supposed to feel as he shouted toward her. "Right, Jane, contact James. I'm going to reach out to the will of the universe. I don't know what's happening, but if he's alive, we need to find a feasible way to help him get out of there." A familiar, solemn voice scoffed directly behind him, causing Odiak to pause. He turned to face the will of the universe who had appeared behind him, but the latter's words sent an icy chill through him. "Have you finally lost your mind, old dwarf? How could that kid possibly survive in there, engulfed by the aura of the realm of dead that can reduce even the supreme ranks to nothingness? Even if his soul somehow endured against all odds, did you all forget that Azazel is trapped in there too?" Chapter 797. A Familiar Icy Aura, Part 2. Odiak glared at the man before him who simply snorted coldly in response, just as the dwarf was about to challenge the will of the universe, to argue that this time they wouldn't care about his opinion. If he could not provide assistance, they would find a way to help Kyle themselves. He noticed the old man's face grow pale. Odiak opened his mouth to speak, but was startled when the old man lost his balance. Despite the past grievances between them, he instinctively reached out to help him. It was only then that he noticed the latter was trembling. Odiak wasn't the only one who observed this. Jane noticed it too. The two supreme elders exchanged bewildered glances. What had just happened? Only moments ago, this man had been hurling insults at Odiak, ready to confront the old dwarf. Now he was trembling and pale as if he had sensed a grave danger. Jane moved quickly and without a hint of hesitation slapped his face, hoping to jolt him back to reality. "What's wrong with you? Get a grip." Her booming voice seemed to finally jolt the will of the universe out of his trance. He staggered and pushed Odiak's hands away, gasping in utter shock as he fought to regain his balance in midair. "No. Impossible," he mumbled incoherently, his face completely devoid of color as his heart thundered wildly in his chest. A chilling wave surged down his spine. Even when the last two seals of the realm of the dead were shattered, he hadn't felt such an overwhelming wave of panic. Jane rubbed her fingers in frustration. "What the hell? Why are you behaving like you're about to die or something?" She raised her hand to slap him again, this time on the shoulder, hoping to restart his brain, which seemed to have stalled. They were pressed for time, but this old bastard was wasting it. However, her hand froze in midair when she heard the will of the universe's next words. "Another celestial has been born," he stuttered, his voice laden with significance, causing her heart to skip a beat as the gravity of his words sank in. "Huh?" Jane blinked while Odiak stared at the old man in a daze. It took them a full minute to come out of their stupor. When they finally did, the will of the universe had regained his composure. He mumbled, "No, that can't be possible." How? Before the two elders could grab him to understand what he meant, he vanished to find the second person who had stepped into the celestial rank in this universe. His mind was chaotic. How the hell had he failed to sense it when it occurred? It was true that beyond the supreme rank, he did not possess the authority to oversee when one ascended to the celestial rank, as that rank lay outside his jurisdiction. But how did it happen? Who was it? So many questions, yet not a single answer. His eyes turned bloodshot and a hint of tremor shot through his fingers. As the will of the universe, he had the ability to sense if someone had ascended to the celestial rank. However, he did not. It was as if that person had attained the rank outside the limits of his perception. He feared that one of the remaining shadow generals or supreme ranks from the enemy side had reached that rank with Azazel's help, as no one on their side was even close to that otherworldly rank. If that were the case, then they should abandon all hope of saving this universe. Watching his vanishing figure, Odiak and Jane hurriedly followed behind, striving to keep pace with the will of the universe. The old man was just as strong as they were, but at that moment, he was displaying a speed that the two could barely match. Only after the two elders departed did the guards floating in the area release their held breaths. They had caught the faint murmur of the will of the universe, yet they found it completely impossible to believe. Even the supreme ranks hiding in the surrounding darkness emerged, shock and disbelief etched on their faces. They trailed behind the two supreme elders, but only a few could match their speed. But no one imagined they would witness something beyond their grasp. Utter devastation was the only term that came to mind as they watched half of the sacred divine land erupt and disintegrate into a chaotic whirlwind of fragments. Two radiant streaks of light, one bright blue and the other a deep, menacing purple, danced through the floating debris, the purple one relentlessly chasing the white like a predator hunting its prey. The sheer intensity of the moment left them breathless, because they could sense that one of the individuals fighting was not yet using their full strength. They all trembled when they heard a familiar, eerie scream they had heard when the Forsaken Land collapsed. Instantly, the supreme ranks ran off in various directions, horror etched on their faces. The will of the universe also backed away to watch from afar, hiding behind a barrier to catch a glimpse of the battle. Odiak and Jane also kept themselves hidden. A few months back, in the midst of the darkness confined within the walls of the Grey Shield, Kyle stared into the air. He felt no physical pain since he lacked a body, with his bloodline actively working to create one. Yet he was acutely aware of everything unfolding around him. With each passing second, countless innocent souls stumbled out from the open void of the realm of the dead. However, they were either destroyed by the oppressive atmosphere or transformed into horrifying, monstrous spirits that took on ghastly shapes in the surroundings. Their screams and howls pierced the silence, echoing with unbearable agony. Gradually, even Kyle's ability to see was taken from him as a familiar icy barrier encased him in a cold embrace. His consciousness began to flicker. Still, he fought to stay awake, struggling against the encroaching darkness. After all, how could he rest when Azazel was so close? But in the end, everything around him faded. He didn't know how many seconds, minutes, days, or months had passed. He could sense his existence, yet at the same time he couldn't. Cold and darkness were the only sensations that enveloped him. When he finally opened his eyes, he discovered himself standing in an infinite sea of pitch-black darkness, with only his body radiating a faint, icy blue glow. He caught a glimpse of another brilliant light from his peripheral vision and lifted his gaze, only to see a towering, transparent barrier looming in the distance. It separated the darkness from a realm bathed in radiant light. Like a threshold to a power beyond, it shimmered with an alluring brilliance that beckoned him closer, promising something beyond his comprehension. He couldn't understand why, but an overwhelming urge to reach out and step through the barrier surged within him. Without hesitation, he began walking toward it, yet for some inexplicable reason, the more he advanced toward the light, the farther away it seemed to drift, taunting him with its elusive brilliance. Each step felt heavy, as if the very essence of the darkness around him was pulling him back, whispering doubts into his mind. Weird, he wondered, pausing in his steps. At last, a flicker of clarity returned to him, and he thought, wasn't he in the dangerous mass of energy waiting for his bloodline to create a new body to hold his soul? What's going on? He glanced around and tried to speak, but realized he couldn't. Frustrated, he frowned and focused on his glowing body, only to find out it was his consciousness. As if sensing his pause, the transparent barrier in the distance grew even brighter. However, this time Kyle remained still. He focused on understanding what was happening and what this place truly was. A familiar presence of nature caught his attention, but he couldn't grasp it. He stood in the darkness for a long time, and all the while the light urged him to walk. When the light finally stopped urging him, seemingly exhausted and tired of coaxing him, he finally moved with hurried steps. This time, clear shock and disbelief filled his gaze. For just a moment ago, a sudden influx of unfamiliar yet profound knowledge surged from the surroundings into his mind, revealing that he stood before the boundary of a higher realm that few could reach. He finally grasped what was happening. He couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness. Wasn't this all too sudden? The last time he remembered, he was only at the beginning of the supreme rank in the initial stage. So how the hell was he now standing at the boundary of the celestial rank? Damn, did he just leap 2 whole stages while he was unconscious? What about the difficulty of reaching the peak of the supreme rank? What about the struggles he had to endure just to find the boundary of the celestial rank? Not to mention, this situation felt completely different from what he experienced when he broke through to the divine, transcendent, and supreme ranks. Where was that tiny wall he needed to jump to break through? He kind of missed it this time because no matter how far he walked, he wasn't able to reach that towering barrier that separated the light from the darkness. Chapter 798. What next? Kyle walked for a long time in the inky darkness, feeling increasingly bored and restless. He needed to cross the barrier to step into the celestial rank. Based on the knowledge he had acquired in his mind, his consciousness could return to his body the instant he admitted defeat and considered leaving this silent place. However, he would never consider it, not even if he had to spend years here, for if he did, it would take him a full decade to have another chance to enter this place again. Reaching the boundary of the celestial realm was an arduous challenge, but if one reached it and failed, they would have to wait a long time for another chance. He wondered if this was the reason why Sino never reached the celestial rank. The second Shadow General had undoubtedly failed to cross the boundary every time. At first, Kyle's footsteps were hurried, but after realizing that no matter how fast he walked, he couldn't reach the transparent boundary, his initial exhilaration and fervor simmered down significantly, almost evaporating into thin air, and his pace transformed into a leisurely stroll. Well, he didn't have a lot of time, but the time he had was more than enough. There was no rush. He planned to remain here until he crossed that boundary. The key reason he was so determined to cross the boundary in front of him and not leave was the countless possibilities that could unfold in the next decade. After all, who knew if Azazel would let him live or if the universe would remain intact? He needed to grow stronger quickly. If only he knew that because of the open realm of the dead, the universe currently had only 2 decades left to be saved, his determination to reach the celestial rank would have been even stronger. Kyle didn't have much regard for the universe and its inhabitants, but he had a lot of people he cherished, so he couldn't allow anything to happen to them. As his thoughts drifted without concentrating on anything in particular, the silence around him remained unchanged, prompting him to stop gazing at the transparent barrier before him. A deep sigh escaped his lips, followed by another as time dragged on. He walked and walked, ultimately feeling as though he had to traverse an endless expanse. After what felt like an eternity, he sank down onto the carpet of darkness with a frustrated expression etched on his face. Kyle swore to beat up whoever had devised this torturous place, with no apparent clue on what to do in sight. If only his body had been summoned here instead of his consciousness, he would have already blown this place up. He sat there for a long time, silently closing his eyes to meditate when he felt angry and agitated due to the silence, trying to prevent his emotions from affecting him. Gradually, all his feelings began to subside. Maybe sensing the calmness radiating from his form, something finally stirred. While he was meditating with his eyes closed, a faint rustling sound echoed to his left. Letter 1D65B, letter 1D4FB, letter 1D486, letter 1D486, letter 1D498, letter 1D65A. Letter 1D658, letter 1D664, letter 1D662. Kyle opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward that direction, resting his elbow on one of his crossed legs to prop his chin on his hand for support. The darkness began to shift, gradually taking forms. His ears twitched slightly when he heard giggles, loud laughter of many women, a melodious sound that danced through the air like the tinkling of wind chimes. He frowned and pricked his ears in discomfort, narrowing his eyes as he tried to make sense of the unexpected noise. Suddenly, a multitude of beautiful and captivating women of all sizes and shapes, dressed in alluring and revealing attire and wearing exquisite gold and silver jewelry, emerged from the darkness, transforming the space into a lively grand hall. Their laughter was light and infectious, a blend of soft giggles and hearty chuckles that seemed to create an air of joy. A bewildered expression crossed his face because he realized he was seated in the midst of all of them at a large round table overflowing with drinks and food. What the fuck? He blinked when he noticed he had finally regained his voice and glanced down at the many grabby hands that clung to his arms with a blank expression. The atmosphere buzzed with energy, the sound of clinking glasses and soft music filling the air. The two women groping him laughed shyly, but before their hands could wander further, a cold barrier materialized around him, sending them all away. Everyone in the vicinity fell silent, their confused eyes fixed on him as he brushed off his arms with a dark expression. He despised being touched by his own friends, let alone strangers. Yet this group of women, who wore overpowering scents that grated on his nerves, touched him. His hands halted as he realized he was dressed in a luxurious gold and dark silver outfit embroidered with intricate patterns, complemented by several gold rings on his fingers that exuded power and wealth. What is happening? Did I fail to cross the boundary? A simple question, right? But who would have thought that all the women around him would begin to sob? One of them, with misty blue eyes, dabbed her tears and glanced at him with fluttering lashes. My Lord, did we make a mistake? Please don't treat us so coldly. You are all we have and we all belong to you. Her words were immediately supported by many others as they all called him my lord, casting coquettish glances at him filled with worry and a mix of affection. Some of the women even bent down to reveal more of their pale skin, which was barely concealed by their revealing clothes in an attempt to tempt him. Kyle's eyebrow twitched. He had encountered a few women who showed interest in him, but never this type, so bold and brazen. Goosebumps flared on his arms and he couldn't help but murmur. Illusion? It might have worked if it were someone else. In his situation, this type of illusion could only succeed if he wasn't lucid and had completely lost his mind. The barrier he had erected around him expanded outward, causing all the women nearby to flinch and scurry away from the round table. He covered his ears with his energy, not wanting to hear their voices. Is this some kind of test to see if I am worthy to step through that boundary? A challenge to determine if I can control my desires in front of so many beauties? He pondered as he cast his emotionless gaze over all the women surrounding him, sending shivers down their spines. He understood that attaining the celestial rank wouldn't be an easy task, but he hadn't anticipated this specific type of test. But he chose not to question this approach. After all, desire and lust were emotions that not many could control. It wasn't that Kyle lacked these emotions. Just like everyone else, he possessed them as well. He simply preferred the woman he loved above all others. If Yue had appeared instead of all these women, he was certain the illusion would have succeeded. Thinking about Yue, he immediately cleared his throat to divert his attention just as his thoughts wandered into dangerous territory, ignoring his surroundings. Well, he couldn't be blamed since the atmosphere was somewhat conducive to that. So he contemplated something he shouldn't have, definitely not while he was inside an illusion. Kyle waved his hand dismissively and thought using his power to tear apart this illusion. It worked, and everything around him shattered into fragments. He was still seated in the darkness, facing the barrier that separated his side from the light. Once again, he found himself unable to speak, and he pondered what would happen next. Just as this thought crossed his mind, another familiar rustling sound echoed, but this time from his right. He watched with a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as the space around him transformed again. In the next moment, he found himself seated on an opulent throne in an extravagant room brimming with every kind of gold, silver, and sparkling, colorful gems, along with divine and spiritual treasures one could possibly imagine. Kyle's lips curled upward slightly. This was becoming increasingly interesting. The treasures around him sparkled enticingly, and they could have even made him drool if he had seen them in his youth. He had been a bit greedy back then. Even then, he would have been cautious as hell. What next? He sent one lingering glance at the treasures and shattered the illusion without a second thought. Again, another illusion emerged. This time, he became a powerful leader of a massive army that revered him. He escaped that illusion only to be met with another. Soon, Kyle lost count of how just many illusions he had passed through, but just as he was growing weary, they finally stopped, causing him to release a big sigh in relief. Chapter 799, You're bullying the young ones again. The moment the illusion stopped, Kyle rushed toward the boundary, but once again he couldn't reach it. He sat down on the carpet of darkness, feeling peeved. The illusions had examined his will by presenting him with everything one could desire, probing whether he would reach out and want for them to become his reality. Yet, he still couldn't reach that boundary. The inky darkness around him seemed to mock his struggles, amplifying his anger. In that moment, he should have felt lost, but surprisingly, he didn't. Instead, he gazed into the dark void and regained his composure, waiting for something to happen again. Time trickled by, and he felt suffocated in the oppressive, eerie silence that seemed to stretch infinitely. He couldn't even disturb it, as he didn't have a true body here. Suddenly, a fleeting thought crossed his mind that he should leave this dark place if he couldn't step through the boundary, but he brushed it aside immediately. It wasn't his choice to arrive in this place, nor did he know that he would find himself here. But now that he was here, how could he admit defeat so easily? He had faced multiple life-and-death battles. There was a time when his skin was torn by monsters, and he could only scream as they devoured his flesh. However, he survived and grew stronger, so how could this situation in the darkness faze him? As if reading his train of thoughts, the dark space around him began to shift again. But this time, he didn't care. Kyle simply closed his eyes and rested his arm over them. The silence was shattered by the rustling sounds of the cool wind whispering through leaves, echoing in his surroundings. He finally peeked out from the corners of his eyes, only to find himself enveloped by a dense forest beneath a clear, sunny sky. Brushing off the plain brown robe-like clothes that clung to his body, he stood up and noticed a small, ordinary black-silver blade glinting beside his feet. A forest and a weapon. Kyle attempted to use his power again, thinking it was another illusion, only to realize this time he couldn't. He blinked and noticed he didn't have even a hint of energy in his body. He was just like an ordinary human with no power or strength. With a dissatisfied click of his tongue, he bent down and picked up the blade beside his feet before he began to walk. He needed to understand what he was facing this time, but he didn't have to walk for long before he saw many glowing eyes all around him. An icy chill ran down his spine because those eyes looked eerily similar. No way, he muttered and paused in his steps. This scene looked very familiar to what he had experienced in the No Mana land. Kyle's expression sank as he beheld countless familiar beasts that lacked a defined shape and had a color resembling molten steel walking out from the gaps of the tall trees around him. The beasts' bodies constantly shifted, like metal in motion. In the midst of the liquid, pairs of fiery eyes glowed, giving him a menacing look. Immediately, the beasts leaped at him from every directions, forcing him to jump back to avoid the vicious attacks. A wild laugh tore from his throat as he wielded the ordinary blade in his hand to fend off the ravenous beasts that lunged to bite his body. So many monolith monsters, and I don't have the power to fight them. Seriously, are you kidding me? Damn it! He cursed loudly, feeling a surge of rage bubbling up within him, ready to erupt. No, it wasn't because of the beasts, but because of the haunting memory of when his body was devoured in front of Azazel. Haha, do you think I would let what happened then repeat itself? No freaking way, not even in an illusion. His eyes turned cold and unfeeling as he fiercely fought the beasts surrounding him with such ferocity that even if anyone saw him fighting, they wouldn't believe the man battling lacked even a hint of power in his body and was merely an ordinary human. His power may have been gone, but he hadn't forgotten how to skillfully wield a weapon and how to swiftly eliminate his opponent in the shortest time possible. Kyle battled for countless hours, which stretched into days, causing him to lose track of time. The golden sun above him dipped below the horizon many times, yet the relentless swarm of beasts attacking him showed no signs of ending. The air grew thick with tension. His entire body ached from the unyielding struggle, but he pressed on, surrounded by the multiple sounds of snarls and growls. As he fought, he remained unaware that a pair of eyes was observing him intently, filled with a sense of solemnity. The eyes shifted uncomfortably as they watched him fight without rest. They held a clear sign of disdain, but beneath that disdain was disbelief. The pair of eyes, imbued with the power of nature, would have continued to watch Kyle if a chuckle had not interrupted them. You're bullying the young ones again. If he is eligible, let him cross the boundary. Why are you making things difficult for him? The only job we have is to send back those who acknowledge their loss. But no, you always have to waste so much natural energy for trivial reasons. Stop making enemies, we already have our hands full. The voice was met with a scoff. He is too young. Does he even have enough experience to understand the responsibilities of a celestial? He has reached this place only because he was born with something special. The voice sighed upon hearing him. This petty reason again, why does age matter? As long as the individual is eligible, they are allowed to become a celestial. After that, it is up to them to reach the peak. How young? Last time you made a lady from the mermaid race fail her trial simply because she was only 200 years old and her grandmother caused so much trouble because of that. That was the youngest person we ever encountered so far. Is this one you are watching even younger than that? There was silence for a second before a whispering voice rang out. Even younger, he is not even 40 yet, just a young cub who has barely crawled out of his mother's womb. This time, even the voice seemed slightly taken aback as a gasp echoed. The eyes that were watching Kyle suddenly vanished as their owner was forcefully dragged away. As Celestials, they weren't allowed to create such chaos, but one among them, driven by an inferiority complex, always made things difficult for the younger generation. Kyle, who was unaware that he had just been targeted by someone from a realm he could not even access yet, sighed in relief when the scenery around him shattered, replaced by a familiar darkness. His exhaustion and erratic breathing calmed immediately as his physical form faded away, along with the illusion. He wanted to wipe the sweat from his forehead but chuckled inwardly when he realized he wasn't sweating anymore. This time he didn't straightaway rush toward the boundary. Instead, he observed it with a cautious expression. Kyle scoffed inwardly, contemplating whether he was finally allowed to approach it. After a moment of hesitation, he finally took a step forward, and his eyes sparkled when the transparent barrier before him remained still. A smirk crept onto his face as he hurried his pace, though he remained vigilant to ensure he wouldn't fall into any traps. The closer he got to the barrier, the more giddy he felt, a thrill coursing through him. By the time he was just a short distance away, he broke into a run. Finally, he stood merely an inch from the barrier. Cautiously, he reached out with the tip of his finger and touched the barrier, his expression filled with anticipation. His finger felt cold and warm before it passed through the transparent barrier with ease. In the next second, without hesitation, Kyle stepped through the boundary and the surface rippled from his intrusion. The moment he crossed the barrier, a brilliant light greeted him. He shielded his eyes from the brightness. There was no sun, but the light radiated a pure natural aura. He looked around to assess his surroundings, but aside from a vast, tranquil lake teeming with tiny fish of all kinds and a vibrant, large, multicolored stone in the center, there was nothing else. The air around him was so clean that he couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. With hurried steps, Kyle approached the water and dipped his fingers into it, instantly feeling a refreshing sensation before locking his gaze on the stone. Instinctively, he knew that he simply needed to touch the stone to ascend to the celestial rank.